Teaching will also be taking place at Target Chip Ganassi Racing as FIA Formula 3000 champion Juan Pablo Montoya takes over for Alex Zanardi next year.
And one of those drivers, of course, Juan Pablo Montoya, as Bob just mentioned, standing here. He has the headset on. He's listening into the radio conversations for the Target team. We're just talking with Rob Hill. What are you trying to accomplish here? Just become familiar with their system?
Yeah, everything, to understand how the pit works and everything, because in Europe, you know, first I never worked with pit stops before, so to understand how everything works, you know, in Europe they never close the pits or anything like it, so I wanted to understand everything, how everything's going to work.
It's amazing all of the elements that come together in a 500-mile race, because this pit crew obviously going to be tested 6-7 times, and you're going to be the guy in that seat come next year.
Yeah, it'd be fun. You know, they do always a great job, man. I'm sure next year will be the same.
I know he's excited. We're excited to watch him. Wish you well next year.
Thank you.
Juan Pablo Montoya.
All right, thank you, Gary. There is the man he replaces, back-to-back champion Alex Zanardi. Margie Eatwell has the Toyota Solara safety car on the track in PPG colors. There is our running order. After the break, we'll be back to the California Speedway.
Alex Zanardi, the man who brought so much excitement, so much charisma in winning back-to-back championships in this series for Chip Ganassi Racing, has now gone to F1. But his rookie replacement, Juan Montoya, shows sensational promise. And don't forget, his teammate, Jimmy Vasser, won a championship for Ganassi just 3 years ago. This team is fast, they're focused, they are ready to go.
In row 4, Dario Franchitti, and the brand new rookie partner to Jimmy Vasser, Juan Montoya. Jimmy Vasser is on row 5. Alongside is Mauricio Gugelmin.
And behind them is Juan Montoya. I'm sure he's never seen a race like this. His perspective has got to be quite incredible, Paul.
On board with Montoya now. Just ride a lap or two with him. We'll get you updated on a couple of other things. He was running the car as loose as he could during practice and qualifying.
Watch his hands as he comes down into 3 and 4. Paul, with the other onboard cameras, we'll see that the drivers have a lot more steering input, but Juan has been running this car neutral to loose. Occasionally you'll see the steering wheel come back to straight ahead, even to the right when he's in the middle of the corner. And for oval racing, it may be quick for a lap, but eventually you're going to taste that concrete on the outside, and it does not taste good.
Montoya runs an 8th. That's Dario Franchitti. Well, we said we were going to keep track of Juan Montoya with our Toyota Spotlight. Let's take a look at how he did on the very first pit stop that he made.
Turn in. That's good. Slow down, slow down, slow down.
It's difficult there, Paul. He came in, locked up the brakes on the polished concrete, having come off the asphalt. It's a typical rookie problem.
Tires are on. Fuel ready.
Oh! Well, there explains the lengthy pit stop. Started early, caught his guy. Remember the stop at 20.8. Boy, that was close. If he'd been digging harder, it really would have been hurt.
And you can hear the reassuring voice of Tom Anderson trying to keep him calmed down, keep him focused and back on track. It's just one of a couple of stops. We've got a long season ahead, and that's part of the learning curve of being a rookie in the Champ Car Series.
Exactly, another lesson learned. Again, Firestone.
We're on board with Juan Montoya. You can listen how much he has to come out of the throttle because of the understeer. He comes out of 3 and 4. Let's take a couple laps if we have the chance. Listen and watch rookie Juan Montoya.
Got a problem over in turn 2 as the yellow comes out.
Now for you, you got some points as well. Your ride today, your first rookie run, how'd you feel?
I'm happy, you know. We had some problems even from the beginning of the race. The car was really losing the first run. You know, like 5 seconds of the pace, and I couldn't even drive the car, you know. I was just asking, please, come, I want to come in because this is dangerous. But no, you know, the team after that did a great job and make the car quite good. And at the end, we were very quick, I think.
And again, the Target team has the reliability. Both guys come home with all 4 wheels in the car.
The action heated up in Motegi on Thursday during the practice session when Juan Montoya made contact with Michael Andretti in the first turn, sending both drivers into the wall. Both came away from the crash okay, but then tempers flared between the two. Montoya was fined $5,000 and put on probation when kart officials determined he took an unjustifiable risk. Carl Haas went to express his displeasure with Montoya when Chip Ganassi stepped in between the two to calm tempers. But Haas took exception and slapped Ganassi with his trademark cigar. Then, our Gary Gerald caught up with both Andretti and Montoya.
Do you feel like everything is okay now between you and Michael after your conversation?
Yeah, it's perfect. I don't think why we cannot race side by side each other.
He apologized, and we go on. He just has to learn he can't use his race car as a weapon out there, and that's what he did.
Well, in the aftermath of the incident involving Andretti and Montoya, both men were relegated to their backup cars for qualifying yesterday, and the advantage was clearly Andretti's. He starts 5th. Montoya will start 15th. Andretti still not 100% physically with a sore neck and sore mid-back. And on the qualifying run yesterday for Montoya, there was further drama. On the second qualifying lap coming out of turn 4, he drifted high out of the groove, slapped the right rear against the concrete, damaging the suspension, but he made the save and drove the car safely back into the pits.
Montoya has been carving away at the lead as well, still sits in 3rd place, but 3.1 seconds back from the leader. Mauricio Guzman was given a black flag for a safety violation. Well, that penalty now called.
And we have exactly what we were talking about. Here's Michael Andretti, and followed by a hard-charging Juan Montoya. And we already know what happened here a couple days ago. And what will Michael do? Will he give him room?
Will this be Celebrity Deathmatch 2000 Part 2? We'll see, but Michael goes in early, and I think that's one of the reasons that they had a problem going down into turn 1 during that practice session. But Mikey full well knows who's behind him, as Juan knows who's in front of him. This could be very, very interesting.
Now, when they had their contact in practice, Montoya was trying to go to the inside. Mikey was up a little bit, gave him some room, but then they got in contact, and boy, that brought the tempers out for both Michael Andretti and Juan Montoya. Moves to the inside, Montoya. Andretti gives him plenty of room, and Montoya goes into 2nd.
Montoya's car is just so strong, Paul. There was no contest there. You could see him draft up behind him. He could run in the turbulence with no problem at all, and there was no question that he had that pass. We can see Adrian right down on the white line. He's also picking up turbulence from the car in front of him. And as he comes off the corner, he's going to drive wherever Juan is, so as Juan's got as difficult part as possible coming off the corner.
Early leader of the race, Guzman, he's running a lap down now in 13th. Gary Gerald?
Well, we just checked with the crew. They say the car has been running fine, but they had that problem on the first pit stop, the incident where a couple of crew members got hit but fortunately weren't hurt. Then the penalty they had to take later on put them a lap down. The crew says the car's good. All we got to do now is find a way to get the lap back. But of course, time now becomes a problem in that respect.
Pole sitter, early leader, Jill DeFerrin now runs in 11th place. He is on the leader lap. They do report that a wing end plate is up against the wall, but they don't expect that they'll go yellow because of it.
And the car they're working past right now is Shigeaki Hattori, and he's actually running pretty quick. If you saw how many laps it took for the leaders to overhaul him, and he behaved himself very nicely, considering the guy crashed both times he was in the car in Homestead, spring training and for the race itself. He's really got his confidence back.
But now Adrian's coming up on 2 different cars. This is exactly what Montoya needs to try to work back up on the back of Adrian, use that slingshot to his advantage to try to make the move for the lead.
But they're also moving down on the next potential pit stop, which should be 3 to 4 laps away. So do you go for it all here, or do you just stay in touch? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Whoa!
Oh, darts right, darts left, goes back out right again.
Look
and
out.
Gets caught. Whoa! He got caught, but it didn't matter.
Adrian's not going. Oh, he's up in the gray, Paul. Adrian didn't give an inch there.
He slowed down because the yellows come out. He was just ready to make his news. And of course, the red and yellow stripes tells you that there is a course condition, either oil, fluids, in this case, some debris on the backstretch, brings the yellow out, slows him down at a perfect time for stops. But I think I'd want to wait to the end of the stop if I could.
Yeah.
Erna drops back to 3rd place. That's where he qualified. His teammate Max Pappas just behind him now. Followed by Juan Montoya. You're on board with Montoya. Boy, keep an eye on his hands. Just watch this kid throw the car.
We saw him shift down from 6th down to 2nd gear. He'll leave it in 2nd gear all the way through this complex. That Honda motor spinning up to 15,000 RPM. We saw him short shift up to 3rd there, Paul. That's a strategy not only to try to conserve fuel, but also tires. You can see the car in front of him sliding. That's Max Pappas. The problem is there, Paul, it falls drastically off camber. It's hard to pick up on the camera, but it's a 6-degree slope change as they come through. He's up to 4th. He has absolutely no fear, no concern other than being absolutely the fastest driver on the track. He is amazing to watch.
And you know, like many of the great drivers, he has kind of a shy little smile. Almost looks at you head down when he talks, but obviously is enjoying himself. And hey, if you got a ride with Target Chip Ganassi, I think I'd probably be a pretty happy guy too. Now as the green comes out once again on the 31st of 85 laps, Tony Kanaan still the leader. Franchitti's 2nd place. There's Franchitti. But take a look at Montoya. Montoya to the inside. Well, lets the back end go, catches it.
No fear poster child at it again, Paul. This kid has nerves of steel. Nothing intimidates him.
Look at this battle for the lead now. 3 together. Kanaan, Montoya, Franchitti. A mere 1 second, not even that, separates the nose of the lead car from the back of the 3rd place.
Well, we've seen fireworks with Montoya before in the Celebrity Deathmatch 2000 grudge that happened between he and Michael at Motegi. We're wondering now what Tony's thinking about having the young Colombian behind it. And Dario, I don't know if he's just sitting back just enough to get out of the carnage in case it happens, or if he's pushing as hard as he can. You know, we always hear the wily veterans sitting back. That's usually nonsense, Paul. The drivers are normally driving absolutely as hard as they can. But he seems to be breathing just a little bit behind Montoya there.
Oh, man, I like that wily veteran story. But I'll tell you, you saw the, look at it here. There it is. Montoya is faster. And he certainly closed the gap to get here. I mean, did it quick.
Well, in that last lap, Montoya and Franchitti's lap times were separated by 1/100th of a second.
On board with Montoya now. We're just going to ride with him here as he chases Kanaan down.
30 miles an hour. Up through the gears. Maxing the Honda out just over 15,000 RPM. Hard on the brakes, all the way down to 2nd in that sequential box. He just pushes the lever forward to go down. Rejoins the old circuit here, Paul. And keep in mind, this onboard camera is higher, so you can see where you're going. From Juan's perspective, he's down in a tunnel. He can't see through these corners like our onboard camera can.
Montoya not going to catch him here. The Matic at the front remains the same. Now the full course yellow, you saw it for the car of Tony Kanaan, who was the leader of the race at the time. And Parker, maybe we can figure out what happened to the leader. We think that turn might have been part of the problem.
This is Juan Montoya's view of the leader up in front of him, Tony Kanaan. They're just now transitioning from turn 5 back to turn 6, where they rejoin the old circuit. You can see there Tony's way wide, Paul. He just missed the turn in for turn number 6. And I tell you, if you get a car width out of the groove, there's enough rubber offline. The car has no grip. It's like hitting gravel, like hitting ice, and the car went right into the tires. What a shame.
Now, Tony Kanaan, the pole sitter and the leader of the race, right to that point, ends up into the barrier and out of the run.
I mentioned earlier.
His 3rd race. Driving for Chip Ganassi at Target Chip Ganassi. His teammate Jimmy Vassar is sitting back in 9th place right now, just ahead of Greg Moore.
And Paul, as we watch this car, you can see how well balanced it was. I mean, he just slid the car right out to the wall, but well in control, not over driving, and he's continuing to extend his lead. He's now pulled out another second on Dario Franchitti. It's up to 5.4 seconds, but you can tell he's driving well within his limits. The car isn't moving under braking, or as he turns in, puts the power down. It's all very smooth, very collected. I think now he's just trying to make sure that at this pace he can stay in his rhythm, stay focused, and get through the last 18 laps to the checkered flag.
They went under the white flag separation, Montoya to Franchitti.
Back in his pits, everybody there that's worked so hard for so long getting these cars ready for this race after Motegi. Their hearts in their throats, fingers crossed.
Oh, this kid is good. So very, very good. Juan Montoya, his third race in the series, looks for his first career win.
The man. You are the man.
There you heard Chip Ganassi say it.
You are the man. Great job. Great job.
Oh, without question, the 39th winner in kart history, and the name is Juan Montoya as he thanks the crew. Look at that. There's a happy guy.
Remember, Juan, now for Victory Circle, you come in the back door. You come in the back door.
And Dario Franchitti comes up alongside to congratulate him. Montoya wins it, followed by Herta, Fernandez, Fittipaldi, DeFerrin, Andretti, Moore, Pappas, and Vassar. We'll be back to talk with our new champion.
Here in this magnificent victory podium, Juan Montoya, your third champ car race. Did you at any point think that you might be able to make the transition so quickly that you could become a winner in just your third race?
Yeah, I think, we've done a quite good job. Japan was very close to win, but we ran out of fuel. And here we just had it absolutely right. The car worked beautiful all the race. We did a mistake in qualifying, and it wasn't that bad after all. We could go by everyone, and I think just thanks to all the guys, and thanks everyone in Colombia that followed me, my girlfriend, everyone.
Tell me what happened now when you're chasing Tony Kanaan and suddenly he had the problem. Do you think you pressured him into a mistake?
But I was pushing him quite hard. We're running quite lean in field, so we're looking very good. And I would just start pushing, trying to show him the nose, and he started making a couple of mistakes. His car started to slide, and whoa! It was funny because I went to turn, and whoa, he just kept going straight. Thank you.
4 straight wins for Ganassi and Target Racing. Congratulations. Great drive.
Thank you very much.
Jan Bigas?
Nazareth, we can see the inside, those red and white curbs. They're much steeper. They're built for bigger, heavier cars. A lot of the drivers will have to try to work around those curbs because as they go by side, they'll run out of room. These cars run right on the ground, and if they get into those curbs too much, it really upsets the car. We've seen some big moments in practice up to this point.
Montoya out in front by a little over 1 second, but his problem is going to be that very shortly he will overtake the back of the field, and then that whole passing issue comes up again. Now what with Parker Johnstone? We're back at Nazareth. 37 laps are complete. Castro Neves continues to be all over the back end of Juan Montoya as they try to overhaul both Ryan Herta and Al Unser Jr.
And Paul, if he can run that close, once he gets by, if and when he does, he'll take off like a rocket. If you can run that close to someone under these sorts of circumstances, you got to be faster.
And he takes the lead. Castro Neves, Montoya gave him plenty of room out there. That was good. Castro Neves took advantage of it. They both got around Brian Herta. While they did that, Al Unser Jr. was also able to come a little bit forward. But keep an eye now on Hilo Castro Neves because he seems to be substantially faster than Montoya.
Engineer of the past, Kenny Anderson, for this weekend. They've struggled the entire time. His onboard camera during qualifying was horrific to watch. Robbie was holding on for dear life trying to get the most out of that car. It's just not come together for him. Whereas Cristiano D'Amato, the highest running Toyota at this point, now in 12th place, is having a very good run. A young man, very intelligent, very skilled, just trying to get to the end of this thing.
Oh man, look at this group. This is amazing. Robbie Gordon is a lap off of the pace, and look what he does. That's the mark of the best. Well, and even further, it's the mark of the guy going into the pits.
That's right, Paul. But Robbie, even for his reputation, has always been fantastic to run with. You can run wheel to wheel at 200 miles an hour with absolute confidence, and he's great when he gets in those sorts of situations. Always the consummate professional.
Team confirms that they can get a few more laps. They can make it to the end. A lot of other guys could not go that far.
That's where the strategy comes in, Paul. Look at this traffic jam.
And Helio Castro Neves, taking advantage of everything, is able to jump by. All right, look at Montoya. Montoya looks for a place, almost looks like he wants to go for the road. PJ comes down on Montoya. They're side by side coming off the corner, traffic ahead. Montoya's all over the place looking for racing room. Finally, he grabs one. PJ loses it. Is he going to be able to keep it away from the wall?
They were banging wheels there, Paul. That was unbelievable. And he's got it running.
Oh, be careful about coming up. Yellow flags come out. they battle for the lead.
Remember, Paul, you can't pass here. You can't rub fenders in these cars. That was some wheel-banging action there. P.J. Jones, a great bit of car control once it started to go sideways on him, kept it running, kept his wits about him, got it back on the racetrack.
So,
and also don't forget that all those people who just pitted are now cooked because they would lose a lap when they came onto pit road. Everybody who's now able to pit under the caution, a huge advantage.
That's a nice way of putting it, I think. I think their day's over.
we're going to take a look at all of this that was going on. Boy, this was good.
Look at P.J. Jones shove him down. Look at the wiggle from Montoya there, Paul. Yeah, baby.
Boy, yes, this is the battle that we saw heading into this thing.
And you can see here, Montoya goes a little wide. Castroneves ducks down low. They almost bang wheels there, Paul, coming off of that corner. And this gives P.J. Jones a run coming off that corner on Montoya. Now watch, he'll get in behind him to draft. Montoya tries to go low. Castroneves blocks him. P.J. stays high to maximize his speed, goes side by side with Montoya. And he's telling young Juan, hey, I'm for real, pal. As they come through here, Montoya's got some grunt coming off the corner. PJ tries to keep it low coming through turn one. The back end snaps around. PJ clutches it, keeps it running, and gets back into the fight, Paul.
And he saw it first 2 weeks ago. He sees it first again. White flag. Less than a mile to go for Montoya. Montoya works down the backside. Jones, Tracy DeMata are nose to tail.
These guys aren't giving up, Paul.
Montoya slows, comes off the corner, takes the checkered flag, takes the win. Battle for second is going to be it, and it's not much of one. Jones, Tracy DeMata, but those are going to be three very happy men. That's a major accomplishment for all of them. Montoya wins in 2 races in his first 4 starts and equals the performance of Nigel Mansell back in 1993. We'll be back to talk with him in a moment. This time we go green. Actually, the conclusion of the first lap, they charge for that first turn. Oh, look at Montoya as he comes down on the inside, takes the lead away from Fittipaldi. Franchitti goes into third.
That's exactly what I was talking about, Paul, as Juan Montoya is very, very good at getting the most out of the car right away on cold tires. He's running more downforce. He used that to his advantage, and now he's starting to pull away as the rest of the field's backing up behind the low downforce configuration of Christian Fittipaldi.
Montoya pulls away. Here is the battle. Tony Kanaan now trying to move on Gilles de Ferran. But now, for the most part, they have strung out. We're going to go back and take a look at the start. Actually, the beginning of lap number 2 because of the 1 lap under yellow.
You can see him crowding the inside, trying to get an advantage. Christian thinks he's got it covered. Juan Montoya continuing down the inside, outbreaks him. A great bit of driving there. The rest of the field slotting in behind Christian Fittipaldi.
Gary Gerald?
We're going to take a look here at a situation where Juan Montoya has lost all of his tear-offs over his face shield. They have taped a tear-off here on the end of his stick. So the next time he comes into the pits, the idea will be he'll reach up and grab this, and the adhesive extending over the edge will stick to his helmet, hopefully, and it at least will give him a little bit protection on the face shield. And of course, it's not a problem as long as he's leading, but he gets in traffic, and there are still very dirty areas on this track where they kick up a lot of fine dust and gravel that can pit or damage the face shield. Visibility could become a problem if he doesn't get this properly in place.
Well, you know, we use a mechanism on the onboard camera that has a piece of clear celluloid that runs in front of the lens, and we just keep reeling it in. They do have that whole consideration with trying to get a new tearaway on there, and then only one. Gary Gerald?
Oh, that'll be the key thing we'll watch. We don't anticipate any other changes, just tire and fuel as routine. But watch now, there goes the pole. Montoya hasn't made a reach. Now he pulls it off the pole. No, he says no, he's not even going to try it. Apparently he likes it the way it is. Doesn't want to be bothered with the tape. He just threw the tear off and he's rolling. 12
seconds or a fraction under.
Have to stop again. This could be critical for him. And there you go, Montoya darts to the inside. Unbelievable.
Well, Paul, Christian Fittipaldi came out of the pits just in front of Montoya, but Montoya had a lap of heat in his tires. He pushed Christian very, very hard. Christian wasn't able to hold on to it going into turn 4, and Juan Montoya got by.
So Montoya on the roll through the field now. Jan Beekes.
Well, we saw that Christian Fittipaldi did not make as fast of a pit stop as what we saw for Juan Montoya. And when you think about that, well, how could he get out in front of him? It's just what Parker was talking about. The first 2 or 3 laps you run on those cold tires takes longer. So even though he got out ahead of him, he didn't have the grip that he needed. Montoya then had hot tires, and he was a sitting duck.
9, Franchitti down to 39 flat. Montoya extending his lead, driving the fastest laps of the race right at the very end.
P.J. Jones, while we're watching the leader, almost all the way through the dirt as he comes down to overhaul Patrick Carpentier. White flag. Final lap for Juan Montoya. Darts off in the corner. Franchitti can't catch him. Franchitti will remain unchallenged as well. There comes Franchitti onto the back stretch. Now Fittipaldi onto the back. An incredible accomplishment by this rookie driving for Chip Ganassi. Montoya, who'd never raced a big car on an oval before, then scores and scores again. And look at the team. The checkered flag, the victory, goes to Montoya. He continues his lead in the championship points, and Chip Ganassi, the celebration begins. Though Jimmy Vasser was out early in kind of an unprecedented situation for that team, who never has mechanical failures. Franchitti at second, Fittipaldi third, Pappas, Canan. That's the way they finish. This time they come to the green flag, and it is in fact green as Montoya forces his way in front. Paul Tracy chooses to duck in. Onto the backstretch. They dice back at 5th position. Montoya will come around to lead the first lap with Tracy in pursuit. John Kernan.
Paul, early problems for Juan Montoya. Been told by the crew that his radio is not working properly. They can hear him, but he apparently cannot hear them. And they keep telling him +2 on fuel, +2 on fuel, but they're not sure if he's getting the message because he's not replying.
Of course, when you run into something like that, there is a full set of hand signals that the driver can use to acknowledge that he is at least hearing what they're saying.
But right now, Paul, Juan is so in the groove. He's got such a great ability to concentrate at such a high level. I don't think he really cares at this point. He pretty much can call this race from the cockpit right up until that first round of pit stops. And I think he's just going to try to get the most as he can out of this car, run it as hard as he can, and try to put a bit of an advantage over Paul Tracy and the rest of the field.
Back to John Kernan.
And just as soon as I said he couldn't hear them, they have swapped radios out down here in the pits, and now Juan can hear them. He has responded. The last time by, it was just as soon as I said that, all of a sudden the radio problem was fixed. So this team dodges somewhat of a bullet.
Movement.
Okay, there we heard the communication to Paul Tracy, trying to make sure that he can use Richie Hearn as a pick, as an advantage to try to get around Juan Montoya. But I can tell you they're giving the same advice to Juan Montoya. He's got to get around Richie Hearn quickly, or Paul will use that to his advantage.
Watching Montoya at the front, it's still Roberto Moreno substituting for Mark Blundell, who rolled his car in a ball and was injured here in testing a couple weeks ago. Tracy now moves with Montoya. Montoya and Tracy go side by side in the corner. Montoya way high as they come off the corner.
Big wiggle there, Paul. He got up in the gray, and that shows that those young, quick reflexes are worth every penny because he was able to keep control of that car. If we can see it move, it's a big, big moment, but he was able to keep control of the car. Paul Tracy, a brilliant move, timed the draft perfectly, and dove right down under braking to take advantage of Juan Montoya.
Oh, how many times this season have we seen that, though? He is so quick with his hands. Saved the car. I can think of at least 5 different times when we've watched him when he had the thing almost totally sideways. So Roberto Moreno goes Michael.
Watch how hard it accelerates as it comes down the pit straightaway.
Paul Tracy, the third car in the order, is actually second in the run. Big battle further back on, and here it comes.
Oh.
Boy, look at that group. Oh!
That was Montoya, I think, there, Paul, once again. It was, well, we'll have a look here. I think that was Montoya getting the car sideways again.
Boy, and Fernandez. So here's an intra-team rivalry. Now remember, when you see Montoya in the shot, he's well back in this field now. A lap behind the race in 15th position.
And Paul, I can't express how difficult it is to catch a car when it's down on the rumble strips the way that we saw Montoya catch it just a few laps ago. Once a car is on those rumble strips, it's nearly impossible to catch it, but he did.
Montoya trying to work his way back through the field. Shows once again his power. Still staying in this fight in 4th place, Marty Reed.
Yeah,
oh, take a look at this. Montoya trying to get up through the field, now makes his move on Tracy, and that brings Franchitti in contact with Tracy. Franchitti comes way down on the inside to battle with Paul Tracy. Let that again last year. Here it is again. Franchitti and Tracy get together, 2nd and 3rd place, both in trouble.
A repeat,
but Franchitti is able to get it going again.
And I tell you, that was some great car control by Dario Franchitti. What he did is nearly impossible to keep the car going around the same arc of the corner. It was brilliant, but boy, I'm glad I'm not on the headset with Barry Green right now, Paul.
Oh man, I'm ready to go green again. Helio Castroneves. We're going to watch Montoya up in the box so we can keep track of the lead and Montoya. Castroneves, Fittipaldi, Moore, Cristiano D'Amata, Jimmy Vasser. Top 5, they're all in contact. Tony Kanaan is up there in 6th place and steadily coming up through the field. Montoya moves on Al Unser Jr.
Like we said a little earlier, he just doesn't know any better, Paul. He thinks he can still win this race, and that's exactly the mentality you need. He's coming through traffic very, very fast.
Now watching just Montoya. Round Pruitt, Round Unser Jr. to 12th. P.J. Jones just ahead of him. That's 11th. Marty Reed.
Paul, we're down here with Adrian Fernandez, who's out of this race now. You were up to 6. What put you out?
Well, first we had some problems with the clutch. It was slipping, and that's how we had these problems in our pit. And then we had an oil leak, so it was unfortunate because we were running really strong, and we were looking for a top 5, top 4. The car was pretty.
Oh, Montoya gets way high. I'm sorry, Marty. Montoya tried to move on PJ, got way up, saved it, and back in. Go ahead, Marty, please. I'm sorry.
Tell you the truth, Adrian saw the same thing. He's watching the big screen. He was about ready to go wow, too.
Well, Montoya starts to make that move. Sorry to see Adrian Fernandez out of the race. Montoya starts that move on Adrian's teammate, P.J. Jones. Goes way up. Once again, a save with very quick hands that normally you would not see.
And you know what's amazing, Paul, is he had a good run on PJ. He had plenty of room around the outside, and then he just flat couldn't get the car down around the outside of PJ down to the inside of the corner. But boy, is he good. He slid that car all the way around the top side. For most drivers, that would have been a wreck. And if nothing else, that would have put a dent into their confidence. But here's Montoya saying, all right, I'm back together again. I've got a run on PJ. I'm going to try this again.
Nothing changes at the front. We're going to look at it one more time to show you how totally far Montoya was offline.
But he's got a great run on him, Paul. He's got plenty of room to get into the corner, but as he turns in hard, the back end started to step out. He had to drive it to the outside to keep it under control, and yet now here he comes again.
Montoya looking at PJ once again. Now he's going to try it on the outside. Very, very close. Watch those wheels. Gets past. And Montoya comes further forward, John Kernan. He got high once again just a second ago. That short interval while we were watching Jimmy Vasser. Look at this. How does he do it?
Paul, you know, you've only got so many lives, and when you use them up, you use them up. But what's happening there, I think, going down into turn 1, he's pulling the car down really fast right on the entry, and when he does it, it's rotating the back, combined with the fact that he was running in the turbulence of Max Pappas in front of him. but still, it doesn't shake him at all. Most people would be hospitalized with cardiac arrest after doing that one time. He does it lap after lap after lap.
Back to, and once again, Nevis begins to pick the pace up as they flow toward the green flag. Green comes out. Here we go again. Keep an eye on Montoya back as he begins to maneuver alongside of Paul Tracy. Tracy cuts him off into one, across two. You ride with Montoya.
You can see him downshift there, Paul. Most of the drivers are using 5th and 6th gears, running down the straightaways in 5th. You'll see him upshift here as he comes off the corner up into 6th gear. And then using the brakes for the entry of turns 1 and 3. And look at Dario, Paul. He's got a great car if he can try to make a move around the high side.
Franchitti is looking high as they come off of 4. Paul Tracy closes in as well. Onto the home stretch. Franchitti tries low. They're still backed up behind Al Unser Jr. Now Montoya begins to join this fight behind Paul Tracy. And everybody gets bottled up. Oh, Montoya almost loses it in front of Michael. He looks to the inside of Tracy. Comes down to the inside of Tracy. He's going to try to pick 2 of them off. Franchitti moves to the outside of Vassar, the leader.
And I think Franchitti's got boxed in there, Paul. I think you want to go down to the low side.
Montoya makes his move, so does Michael Andretti. Michael Andretti gets past both of the Team Green cars.
You've got to be very, very smart here, Paul. You've really got to use your head. You've got to be aggressive, but at the same time, be patient, or you can throw the whole thing away in only the first 36 laps. It may not be time yet to be this heroic.
Boy, as they went into the corner, I thought they had Michael. Michael had them both, but now he was having to drop into 4th place. Franchitti still runs in 2nd, still pursuing Jimmy Vassar. Montoya now up to 3rd, and then Michael Andretti, followed by Paul Tracy.
Well, I can tell you at this stage that all these drivers are driving absolutely as hard as they can, but I think Michael and Jimmy are going to exercise maybe a little bit more caution than Montoya might. And at this point, Michael knows there's a lot of racing yet left, and he doesn't want to throw it away this early in the race.
It was ending perfect. Hogo Racing did a fantastic job again, and we don't know what happened, but probably is the boost problem. Hey, if it's not our turn, next one will be.
All right. Carl Hogan offered you encouragement. What did he tell you?
Well, he was telling that I was doing a good job so far until that moment, and I was feeling very strong. And well, it just sometimes happens in the race. We just have to live with that.
See you in Portland.
See you there.
Juan Montoya is now learning what it's like to be under attack from an Andretti. Michael has been working him hard the past several laps. The battle is for 3rd place. Greg Moore, too, has moved in behind Tracy. So this battle at the front, now 7 deep, is still very hot.
That previous lap, Paul, Michael got him cleanly down the inside. I bet you Michael was as surprised as anybody to see Montoya re-attack around the outside of turn 1. And Michael's trying it again. I don't know if he'll stick it this time.
Michael Andretti tries to the inside. No, he still can't do it. But they are still all running behind Al Unser Jr. from Jimmy Vassar down through 7th, all nose to tail.
Well, Michael's a fighter. He's now done it to him twice. That was very smart of Michael. He was trying to use Dario Franchitti as a block on the outside, but it didn't work out. Michael's going to figure out how to get this done, because I tell you, that's one determined man there. He's actually backed off a little bit, trying to get some clean air, and that's allowed Tracy to pull up behind him. Michael's going to get a good run coming off this corner and maybe try it on the inside of 3.
Yeah, Franchitti's trying the same thing on the leader as they go screaming into 3. On board, Michael, you ride with him. Montoya just ahead. That was Vitolo that they just moved around. Now Jimmy Vassar looking for racing room high on Al Unser Jr., trying to get clear of this attack that comes from behind, led by Franchitti.
And that last lap, Montoya went down the inside, taking away Michael's line and his air, preventing any attack from behind. Michael's really got to get a good run on him, Paul, coming off the 4th corner, making sure that he's on the throttle early and strong if he's going to take a look.
45 miles of this now, and look at him as he makes his move. Unbelievable, just that quick. 45 miles into the race, now 46, and we have a new leader.
Dario Franchitti did exactly what I was saying Michael was trying to do to Juan Montoya. Got a great run on Jimmy coming off the 4th corner. Used the draft perfectly, very late on the brakes down the inside, and Jimmy was unable to counter the attack, and here comes Michael trying the same maneuver.
Michael Andre looks inside of Montoya. This time he may, in fact, look at Montoya hang out there. Oh, they're so close as they come off at 2. Montoya has courage. Andretti went down the inside. Now look at Montoya work on his teammate Vassar. Andretti starts to come back on Montoya. This time he tries it high.
Montoya nearly pitched him into the wall on the exit.
And Michael is able to get it done this time. Now it's Jimmy Vassar that lies ahead. Paul Tracy, the leader of the race, but Montoya has begun to close in. He sits just about a half a second back, but from time to time pokes right up under his rear wing. Gary Gerald?
A lot of traffic concerns upcoming for Paul Tracy. Just checked with Barry Green. He said we were absolutely thrilled with the tire wear on the right rear after Tracy's first stop. He's being challenged and challenged strongly by Montoya as they head for turn 2. But Barry Green is happy. He said we're still concerned about tires. He said it's tougher now to try to conserve tires when you're in the lead. Maybe Parker, you could address that situation.
Well, you've got a real problem, Gary, in that if you get too conservative and you hit traffic just right or just wrong, as the case may be, you could have 2, 3, or 4 cars all over the top of you. And so Paul Tracy has to find a balance of picking his way through traffic, trying to get breathing room between he and Montoya and Vassar, and then maybe conserving a little bit as he has clean air in front of him. But right now, he can't conserve at all, Paul.
Whoa, Montoya struggles to control it as he comes down to the inside, tries to get alongside Tracy, can't do it, not happy with it, wants him to move over. Don't think that's going to happen, Juan. Right behind him, Jimmy Vassar, his teammate. So Tracy, Montoya, Vassar, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and that battle is tight.
Paul, Montoya's got some of the fastest hands in the paddock. I think in another life, he could have been one of the world's greatest pickpockets, because we've seen him do things with his car that are just phenomenal. During qualifying, we saw great saves from a number of the drivers, whether it's Pappas, Carpentier. But on a regular basis, lap after lap, Montoya hangs it out farther than anybody else on the circuit today.
We mentioned that Jimmy Vassar made a very quick move on Montoya. We want to take you back and show you that while we keep track of the lead.
Jimmy down the inside at turn 1. Montoya trying to go side by side, but watch what happens coming around the exit. Look how close that is right there, Paul. Jimmy stays in it. Montoya tries to stay in it, but he's on the gray side.
And this was the pass for the lead as Jimmy Vassar in turn 1 was able to work down inside Paul Tracy and take over the lead. So now it's Vassar, Tracy, and Montoya, the top 3, followed by DeFerrin, Moreno, and Christian Fittipaldi. Watching DeFerrin, there's Tracy. We do want to take you up toward the front of the field on board Jimmy Vassar. Now, here's a good opportunity to kind of listen to that throttle.
You can see, Paul, he doesn't pick the throttle up until he's well past the halfway point of the corner. In years past, you just lift on the entry and start picking up the throttle right about here. Now listen how much longer it takes. See, right there, it's about 4 or 5 car lengths coming off of turn 4 than it was in previous years.
Let's go to his teammate, Juan Montoya. We'll listen there as well. Reminder, the leaders last pitted on the 124th lap. Oh! Juan does that as if it's just part of the routine, and apparently for him it is.
Well, eventually, Paul, it's going to catch him. Watching Jimmy Vassar's on board, you can see how steady and how consistent Jimmy was. Juan is much more on the edge of the tightrope. I hope this doesn't bite him, because he's got to drive the car extremely hard if he's trying to conserve fuel in order to get the most out of his lap times.
And Parker
Montoya, followed by Vassar, DeFerrin, Tracy, Fittipaldi, and Moreno. But as we run to these closing laps of the race, the fuel very definitely a critical concern for the top 2 cars in the field. And we are also going to check with everyone else in the top of that order, because the theory that I'm operating on, with everybody stopping on lap 124, pretty well puts the next refueling at the 224th to the 225th mile.
And Paul, if you're really thinking out there, you're going to have the car on as lean a setting as you can during those yellow laps before we went green. You're going to try to take every advantage of traffic you can to get a draft, as Gary had brought up. But now that they're right in the thick of traffic, traffic could be more of a determining factor than fuel itself. He's got to run very, very close to Montoya so that if there is a break in traffic, if someone guesses wrong, he's got to be there to take advantage of it.
And there seems to be no further indication of when to expect a stop, but it seems to be clear in the Montoya pit, he will have to stop. They still think Vassar's okay on fuel. Now the gamble becomes more pronounced for Montoya. He obviously won't want to leave that racetrack in the lead. He may be forced to shortly.
Well, Gary, that brings the question up. We noted that the two Ganassi pits are now separated by a fairly considerable distance. Does the team share that kind of information?
I think they're obviously very aware of what's going on with each other. How much direct conversation there is, I don't know.
Well, it will be interesting to see then how this runs to the finish and how much information is passed and how, once again, that split has affected the internal workings of the Target Chip Ganassi team. In the action live, here is Montoya. Montoya comes onto the pit road and goes for fuel, Gary.
It's a splash, it's a time stop, no good tires, he's gone, had him just under 5 seconds in here.
Well, the suggestion was that would happen, and the first indication we got was that Tony Kanaan's crew laid out and began a refueling process. Now Jill DeFerrin comes in. Jimmy Vasser, of course, assumes the lead, but how good is the fuel in Jimmy Vasser's car?
Well, Paul, we've got 15 laps to go here. I thought at least they'd get a little closer to the end before they had to come in.
Yellow flag comes out at the starter stand. Situation over in turn 1, and that is Roberto Moreno sideways on the course. Looks like he just spun to that point. The tracks don't go up all the way to the wall, and there's no obvious damage on the car.
Paul, we saw contact in turn 1. I believe they bumped wheels with one of the Newman Haas cars. I thought it was Christian Fittipaldi.
Exactly, that's who it was. Christian Fittipaldi got against him. Thank you, Gary.
And you've got to be hating life if you're Jill DeFerrin or Juan Montoya at this point, Paul. That's the worst possible scenario you could have.
You drive that far, you lead, and then all of a sudden, as you come into the pits, this happens. Jan Beek, Helio Castroneves, who jumps from the outside of the front row and into the start, continues to lead. This is the 5th race that Castroneves has led this year. Juan Montoya sits just behind him, but does not seem to be able to catch him. So the race is underway on Father's Day here at Portland International Raceway. We'll be back with more right after this.
Done so well, and as we ride along, just as we have on the ovals, Paul, watch his hands, watch his car control.
Yeah, and keep an eye on the rain. That's more than I expected that came up on the camera visor there. Of course, we can electronically clear that, so now you can see how long it takes for it to build up again.
And at this point, the drivers are seeing about the same amount, Paul, and that won't affect the cars. If it gets much heavier, it will. You see that quick flick, Paul? He caught it there. Back end stepped out for just an instant. He's driving much more conservatively now in the race than we saw earlier in practice and qualifying. Fastest part of the race course there, just at 190 miles an hour.
Walter Salas has brought his car into the pits, so he is in safely. Fire is out. Castroneves, 1.2 seconds ahead of Juan Montoya.
And Paul, Montoya right now is pushing very hard. He just turned the race's quickest lap at a 60.2. He wants to be within striking distance of Helio Castroneves because he knows that his team's one of the best in the business at getting the pit work done. So he doesn't want Helio to get too far away, but if he's going to pass him, he's got to do it in the pits. But he's got to be close enough to take advantage of that superior servicing that his team can give him.
Parker, and from the pits for Montoya, they're doing some cheerleading on the radio. They're telling him, don't give up on Castroneves. They're urging him to stay up there and fight, stay right within striking distance where he can capitalize on a mistake.
Well, right now, we haven't seen either one of these drivers make a mistake, Paul, but they're driving extremely hard as they continue to trade races' fastest laps.
All right, we have a great opportunity here and now to go on board with Montoya. We're going to try and do that and just ride with him as he pursues Castroneves for a couple of laps. Whoa!
back on the road courses, it's very physically demanding in comparison to the ovals they've been on. He's shifting over 20 times a lap under continuous heavy G-loading, both fore, aft, and side to side. And what happens is these guys have trained especially hard for this weekend because they know the two road courses in particular of Portland and Mid-Ohio put a premium on conditioning. These two young drivers are extremely fit. They haven't made a mistake yet, but on a road course, you've got plenty of opportunities to make a mistake.
This could be a two-stop race. They're not planning on making any changes for Brian. Let's get to Gary.
And Montoya glides in for his first stop. Boy, he comes in here not like a rookie, but like a veteran driver. He's only 23 years of age. This is only his 8th championship car event. Let's go back to Jan.
Brian Herta is now getting his tires, Gary. So far, their stop is going according to plan as well. 13.2, so a little bit faster than DeFerrin, and he was a couple laps later.
Montoya came flying out of the pits and then didn't make the turn in the festival curve. Now he has to pull up and stop. They can go through that short circuit, but they do have to stop before they go on.
It didn't look like he came to a complete stop. There is a flag man there, and they want to make sure they gain no advantage in time or position. I didn't see him come to a complete stop. It's easy to get tricked coming out of the pits, Paul. You're on cold tires. All of a sudden, you've got 35 gallons of fuel. The car handles very differently. That's just the brake that Castroneves needed.
And so P.J. Jones, by coming into the pits, it changes his physical position on the race course. He was just in front of Juan Montoya for a while. And Montoya, Montoya loses it coming off of the corner as they're ready to come back to green, but the yellow flies. Now, can everybody else get back into order? They were ready to go green. They had said that the acceleration point would be back coming off of that corner. Montoya lost the back end, spun it, got it back under control.
Hang on.
And I think what's happened...
Green, they never win green. Yellow.
The conversation that Montoya and Ganassi are having is whether the green was ever out, so could people legitimately pass him, Paul? You can see he stands on the throttle coming out of the final corner, and the car just snaps around on him on cold tires with full fuel.
Got it back under control quickly. Again, that's back at that acceleration point. You can see the starter up in the corner of your picture. He was ready to go green, and had withdrawn the yellow, but had not yet presented the green flag to them.
So as he unleashes 925 horsepower.
That's from the onboard.
And although he lost it, Paul, that was a great bit of driving.
Gas it, gas it, gas it.
I don't like it, Paul, but you saw what happened. There's a bump there just as you come off the corner, and he got on the throttle just as he hit the bump. That was enough to upset the back of the car and turned around. But what was significant about that is he stood on the throttle to keep it spinning around. If he would have gone to the brake pedal, he would have backed it into the wall. So now they've got to get reshuffled, figure out if there was passing under the yellow, because we saw him go by one of the team green cars there, I think of Paul Tracy. They'll have to resort this out now.
The kart officials did pretty quick decision-making, repositioned Montoya, and then restarted the race. They actually put Montoya back behind Gilles DeFerrin. He's in front now. Here's how that happened. Montoya from second position. DeFerrin takes him way over to the pit wall. And then Montoya jumps out, sweeps wide, comes in ahead of him going into the festival curve, takes the lead, and pulls away.
And there's no doubt Montoya's a master of restarts. He didn't let DeFerrin get away, but watch what he does here, Paul. Drafts up behind DeFerrin, goes to the outside, and outbreaks him on the outside going into the festival corners. What a brilliant move that was.
And the decisions, as we go back to live action, of the officials was to place Montoya in second place. They didn't, in doing that, really account for the fact that he had fallen further back. And then you heard Chip Ganassi on the radio say, gas it, gas it, gas it, and he got back up. And that's pretty well where they put him, in second position. He is in good shape. He's not here this weekend. The crew said, you know what, why don't you take the weekend off? Ty, hurry up and get back and join us. We all wish you well. Now, watching for the green flag to come out as the field comes down with DeFerrin in front. Remember, he'd been warned about taking people over too far.
And look at Montoya, Paul. He pulled up right behind Paul Tracy and outbrakes him going into the festival curves. Another brilliant restart for Juan Montoya.
Well, they bunch up behind the Montoya right now. Montoya slides into second place in the festival curves. Chasing now, Gil DeFerrin. DeFerrin. Then the two Team Green cars, Tracy and Franchitti. Adrian Fernandez drops into fifth. Close to DeFerrin as he comes out of the pits if everything goes perfectly. But Montoya is caught in traffic right now. And as he turns for the pit road, the game is
worth of fuel, no tires, and going to send you, and you're going to come out right where the leaders are going to be. So nice and steady, hold fire.
It'll be very, very quick, as we've said.
Get ready. Okay, go, 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 go.
5-4, but the answer will be at pit exit. Will he beat Montoya?
And he has to make absolutely sure he doesn't break that speed limit. Here comes Montoya off of the final corner. I don't think there's any question at all about it. He's hit the end of the pits. He's coming back up to full speed.
Montoya just coming past the snow. Go for it.
Robbie Gordon goes to the outside, and DeFerrin being very, very careful. Montoya just now beginning his braking maneuver to get into the corner. Nice job for the Walker team. The guys did everything that was required of them.
Brilliant strategy, Paul. It played out perfectly, and they exceeded even what we thought they could do. He comes out of the pits clearly in front of Montoya, and now he's got enough fuel that he can keep it absolutely at full power, and he doesn't have to worry about anything except getting it to the checkered flag.
Now Franchitti starts to work on Montoya. 26.2 seconds, pit in to pit out for Gil DeFerrin. A blazingly fast stop. Splash that fuel in and get him on his way. 8 to go now. The cart held the start of the race as long as they could. We're only on lap 6, and Juan Montoya, who is the pole sitter, is the leader of the race. You look back to second place, Gil DeFerrin. Now we'll take you back and show you exactly what you have missed in these first 6 laps of the run. So our first Toyota Spotlight focuses on the start of the race, with Montoya jumping into the lead, Gil DeFerrin sweeping way outside, and it was a good start. The only problem was one with Brian Herta, who spun quickly, but he got restarted.
The opportunity.
Back at the front with Montoya, who steadily pulls away from second place Gil DeFerrin. Jan?
And his team owner, Chip Ganassi, at the start of the race, went up to Gil DeFerrin's team owner, Derek Walker, came up and shook him and said, hey, what's your strategy today? Brains or luck?
Well, covering for us today in the pits, Jan Beekes and Rick DeBruhl. Gary Gerald is on assignment in the booth, of course. Parker Johnstone is alongside as we watch Montoya. There is some reports from the corner workers on the course, and remember, many of them here are volunteer to be able to put on an event of this magnitude and size. Well, there are reports that there is some light sprinkles on some sections of the course. So we will check that as well. In fact, here at the start-finish line at the broadcast facility, there is a couple of drops beginning to show on the front window. Place, only change in the top 20 that has occurred since lap 6. We're now on lap 16, and you ride with Juan Montoya, who has 5 seconds over second place Gil DeFerrin.
You can see the moisture starting to accumulate on the onboard camera there. It won't affect the grip level until there's a significant accumulation of moisture. The drivers won't lift or alter their line in any way until it starts to get a little worse.
Rain comes out now as umbrellas go up at the start-finish line, and you can see evidence of rain on the camera of Juan Montoya. You can also see that Helio Castro Neves is back in the fight, can't you? Some of those fuel flow gauges have not been as accurate as some of the teams would have wanted. Montoya stays out yet another lap. When he comes across the line, he will have completed 30.
And the strategy's unfolding, Paul. If DeFerrin came in at the end of the 27th lap, obviously he's got to make a total of 3 stops to get to the end. If Montoya can stretch it out a little further, maybe play off a yellow, he might be able to make this a 2-stop race.
Well, Jan Beekes, what do you think about that possibility?
Oh, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Remember, we were joking about what Chip Ganassi said, brains or luck. Well, it may come down to that today. And it looks like Ganassi, at least for Montoya, might be going the luck route. In other words, trying to do it in 2 stops. Both the players' cars on pit road.
Well, we wait for Montoya to see how far he can carry the car. His teammate Jimmy Vasser stays out. Montoya heads on the pit road. Target Chip Ganassi team is ready to go to work on this car all the way down at the other end.
That's us, straight in.
Jan Beekes is right there.
And there's one other concern, and that is just a moment ago, it started to rain here. We had a bit of a shower, and they
zero the fuel, turn the limiter off.
When they zero the fuel, that means
that... on. You ready? Go, go, go.
12.3, when he's telling them to reset the fuel, that means that it resets a counter so they can see, in fact, if they could make it in 2 stops.
The other thing we heard there from Chip Ganassi was telling Juan to turn the limiter off because they're the last pits. They want to make sure that he just goes right to full speed because they can go out of that pit exit very, very quickly.
Jan Beekes.
Jimmy Vasser has also laid out his rain tires, and now we see Juan Montoya has decided to do the same thing. You know, it is not totally wet down here on pit road, but for a few moments we had some big drops, and now it's starting to cease somewhat. So this is a very tough time to decide if you really want to go for those rain tires.
Report from the course as Jill DeFerrin spun. The rain starting to pour right at the pit road, and looking around the course, it begins to envelop the entire racetrack.
And Montoya is here getting his rain tires. You hear Chip Ganassi, and now we're getting a major downpour.
This place will turn into a skating rink. It's an airport for all but 2.5 days a year. It's very dirty, very slick. It's so easy to lose control here on slicks, even on the rains.
Montoya hears Chip Ganassi tell him that it's green. He saw that, got a car spinning well in the back there. Wow, looks like Robbie Gordon may be off course. Yep, that's Robbie. As he came onto the pit straight, lost it, spun off onto the grass. He's a good off-road driver. He'll be back on the track in a minute. Montoya pulls away. P.J. Jones was lined up directly behind him. Paul Tracy is the next in line in the race because he just jumped out and around Jill DeFerrin. Roberto Moreno, that's where the fight is. We're back at the front, where now DeFerrin is closed in. In fact, DeFerrin is right there. Back to the pit straight. DeFerrin's going for that inside line too.
He's got it.
And DeFerrin goes into the lead.
That was great. You could see Jill move to the right, then he moved to the left. And as Montoya took his line back to the outside, DeFerrin ducked back to the inside. Great strategy there from Jill DeFerrin.
Oh, very nice setup. Jill DeFerrin. Look still at how much water they have to contend with. If you get very much offline, you can get into some pretty big puddles. So that brings up the question, how long do they wait now before they go back to dry tires, or do they?
Well, Paul, they've got to extend it at least another 8 to 10 laps in order to make it the race in one more stop. It's drying out a lot. I would think at this point it would be quicker on slicks, but they don't want to give up that track position at this point. They'll extend these rain tires for as long as they can, and there's still a lot of water back on these taxiways, as we can see.
DeFerrin with Montoya. Tracy is third place. He's separated by almost 4 seconds in this battle for the lead, though he's able to come out around. So with DeFerrin out in front, Montoya in second, Tracy third, Michael Andretti is fourth.
Tight for a minute.
How many lap warning do you think does he have to give you?
Oh, he can pretty well call it just off the last turn. We're ready either way, so it's up to him.
You've done a lot of wet weather testing for Goodyear. Is it the durability that's helping you, or the Firestone's wearing out, you think?
Well, they certainly look like they're falling off the pace.
Well, Paul Tracy makes the move on Montoya and goes into second place. Rick DeBrule will continue to watch this battle, but what do you have?
Just want to update the situation on Michael Andretti. A little bit earlier, he was saying that his tires were starting to blister. He was concerned about them. And for a moment, they said, okay, come on in right now. Then they decided to wait out another lap. And once again, they're leaving it up to Michael, letting him make the decision. But he's definitely seeing that wear. He's saying it's time to come in. And as I look up and down pit road, more and more guys. Adrian Fernandez, I see Roberto Moreno's team getting ready. Carpentier, you just mentioned, it has already been in. Everybody's starting to make this move.
Oh, with Michael around Montoya, a nice little drag race over on the lakeside straight. Adrian comes out with Montoya trying to move to the inside of Gil DeFerrin. Michael Andretti is in third. Montoya for the moment has first place. But here comes DeFerrin ducking to the inside. Drag race off of the first corner as we go back green. Montoya pulls him through this section. DeFerrin moves to the inside. Right-hander just ahead. Michael Andretti closes. Montoya pulls away through the first set of chicanes. Onto a straightaway now. He pulls away further. Michael begins to threaten DeFerrin.
Remember, the problem we've got here is that the Firestone tires come up to temperature more quickly than Goodyear's. It's going to take Jill a few laps to get on an even footing with these Firestone shod cars. In the meantime, he's got Michael Andretti all over the back. Oh, Michael, big moment there as Tracy goes by.
Tracy gets him just with that one quick little mistake. You can see it's still very wet in some sections of the course. Michael comes back after Tracy and gets around him, back in pursuit of DeFerrin. Michael does get the pass done. Back at the front of the field, this is Montoya, and as you can see, he's beginning to run through some traffic. Jan Beekes?
Yes, I can update you on the length of the race. Derek Walker said 88, but in the meantime, I've checked with Montoya's crew. They say they think 90 to 91 will be the length of the race.
So the teams are guessing and trying to outguess race control. Montoya handles up P.J. Jones, one of the slower cars that he needed to get out of the way and behind him. Race control has just said on the 79th lap, this is officially a timed race 10 minutes from about 15 seconds ago.
Well, you had a great run going up until that point.
Exactly. No, we were running strongly, and you know, it's what it takes. You need to finish to be able to get some points. So this time didn't work, but next time we'll get him.
Now he's sitting in the pits, guys.
Montoya, Robbie Gordon just ahead. Traffic going to be his problem now. We'll have the Winston Cup from Sears Point as soon as this race is over. Oh, everybody likes the break there. In fact, we'll take you right to Sears as soon as the checkered flag comes out. Will it be for Montoya? This race has often not been decided until the last lap. And with traffic in front of Montoya, that's only going to add to his woes.
As fast as Robbie was running before the pit stop, Montoya probably would like to have anyone else but Robbie in front of him at this point, because DeFerrin has now brought it from just over 5 seconds to 3.7 seconds on that last lap. So DeFerrin's closing in. The guys behind him are driving extremely hard as well.
DeFerrin's going to have to get around P.J. Jones, which is no small feat. On the 78th lap, he was at 8 seconds, and 77, 7.8, and look how he's whittled it down last time by at 3.7 seconds from first place. Montoya back to Gil DeFerrin. Back to racing, and finally, as the track ride had to switch over to dry tires, Juan Montoya looks like he's going to do it again. A 9.6-second lead on second place, Gil DeFerrin. But remember, the racetrack, the airport, has been beating this car at every corner, and the car must survive to the end. The question now is not so much whether or not Montoya can keep it there, it's whether or not the car will stay under him. No indication that there's anything wrong with that machine, but you have to consider the fact that it's been punished, and the punishment has been brutal.
In Montoya's favor, the Ganassi Target team has had remarkable reliability over the last few years. Montoya making so few mistakes during the course of this season. Very, very tough mentally, very consistent, and very aggressive. A difficult combination to obtain at best.
Now, obviously, because we're going to run right to the end of this race and then switch you out to the West Coast for Winston Cup, the winner's interview will not take place here. That's just a factor of time. But it will be later on RPM tonight. Next time by, Montoya will see the white flag. 1 lap to go. Next time by the line, DeFerrin is nearly 10 seconds back. Andretti is about 1.5 seconds back from DeFerrin. Here comes that whole group. Al Unser Jr., Brian Herta battled for 5th. Tracy's managed to pull away in 4th. There's Tracy. Carpentier as though still very much part of this fight. Rick DeBrule?
Just want to update the situation on Brian Herta. Apparently, he almost got in contact with Gidley. That's what caused him to go off. The reason he was so slow was just getting stuff off the tires and getting back up to speed. Nothing wrong with the car, just a problem with getting back up to speed.
Montoya through the first turn for the final time, looking very strong.
What a brilliant drive once again for Juan Montoya. He's conquered street courses, road courses, airport circuits, ovals, all in his first year in Champ Car competition. What an amazing young man he is. Tremendous car control, some of the fastest hands and reflexes I've ever seen, which has been echoed up and down the pit lane. Very disciplined, very focused.
Montoya works the final set of turns on this race course. Just one chicane separates him from victory. DeFerrin will come across the line nearly 9 seconds later as Montoya slowed slightly down. Winston Cup is next. Bob Jenkins, Benny Parsons, and the gang standing by.
Great job today, pal. Great job. You're the man. That was a hell of a job today.
And Chip Ganassi congratulates his driver as Juan Montoya scores his 4th win of the year and extends his points lead. And it's the 3rd win in a row at Cleveland for Chip Ganassi and his team. DeFerrin is 2nd, Andretti 3rd, then Tracy, Unser Jr., Herta, Carpentier, Moreno, Robbie Gordon is 9th, and Richie Hearn is 10th. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network. Out from under the bridge, turn 14 lies ahead. They will come into formation here. Acceleration will begin as they leave this corner and climb a rather steep hill up toward the starting line. You can see the road off to the pits on your right. Front row again. Andretti on pole, Montoya alongside. A pair that has not been without conflict this year. Over the top of the hill, and here we go. Montoya drops in behind Andretti. Now Montoya tries to work the outside. Wow, they spread wide. One car totally off. And 3 cars into the gravel pit. 4 now. Scott Pruitt down to the inside. So 4 cars in trouble on the start.
Max Pappas, Paul, on the right of the screen there.
And down in turn 2, you also have Gugelman in trouble, trying to figure out who the other is. This is entirely separate from what you just saw. So full course caution comes out immediately. Pace car will pick up the field again.
Gary? Well, let's talk to Michael Andretti. You went over and you were talking to Juan Montoya and you were joking about the nitrous oxide. Everybody was watching what was happening behind you in the sand. How did he get by you?
Yeah, he just flew by me on the straightaway. I had a good start. I got the jump, and then I guess he got a good toe behind me and went by me on the outside. So can't let that happen this time. Get another shot.
Now you got the single file restart. So how much of an advantage will that be for you as the pole man?
I'll tell you after it happens. Hopefully it is an advantage. We'll see.
And we will see a restart at the top of the hill this time by. The 14th and final corner on the course. On board with Montoya as he moves into position alongside of Michael Andretti. And then that hill just ahead. They can accelerate at this point. Michael already is and looking for green. Green flag is out. Montoya ducks in again. Christian Fittipaldi slides to the inside, then to the outside. Now back to the end. Montoya alongside Michael. Montoya does it again as Montoya takes the lead off of turn 1. Then Michael, then his teammate Christian Fittipaldi.
He didn't have to draft that time, Paul. He did the same move that we saw him do to DeFerrin at Berlin. He simply got on the brakes later on the outside and passed Michael around the outside of turn 1. A very brave move. Very, very, that takes a lot of commitment and a lot of talent to do that on cold tires on full tanks.
Castroneves also in a backup car. There's the leader, Juan Montoya, and how did he grab the lead? Well, he did it 2 times on the start, but with 2 different techniques. This was on the restart.
Oh, wow. He got a good toe off of Michael coming down the pit straightaway. Michael started to come back on the racing line, and Montoya just barged his way through. Very reminiscent of Motegi, eh, Paul?
Exactly.
Coming down the long pit straight, Paul, they'll reach just over 200 miles an hour coming down into the first corner. Hard on the brakes, down 2 gears into 4th through turn 1. Right up on the rumple strips on both the inside and the outside. Coming down to turn number 3, they're on the brakes, down to 3rd gear. They go through this corner at about 90 miles an hour. And now onto one of three long straightaways. You'll see him grab 4th gear, 5th gear, then 6th gear. Once again, just over 200 miles an hour, then hard at the brakes, almost 3 Gs of braking force, coming down to the slowest corner on the racetrack, turn number 5. 2nd gear corner, 60 miles an hour. He'll upshift to 3rd. This next corner, turn number 6, is difficult because when the drivers have to turn for the corner, it's blind through here and falls off a little off camber. Very fast right-hander. You really have to hold on here. Not much room for runoff. Then it's hard on the brakes, sweeping downhill here, coming through turn number 8 at about 70 miles an hour.
We think a little bit about Montoya. You were talking about fuel, what they're getting, where they're going.
Yeah, I didn't get to finish that thought, Paul, but we just heard over the scanner that they've told Montoya to short shift and actually to lean out the mixture 1 click. The problem is not how much power the guys can use on the track, but back in the tanks, they have to get 1.85 miles per gallon because that's the total allotment for the 225 miles these guys are driving, or 220 miles these guys are driving around Elkhart Lake, so that at some point they do have to be a little careful. And according to my fuel chart, some of these guys are getting a little less than 1.8 miles per gallon, which means they'll just flat run out of fuel. That's what the debris flag's being displayed for at start-finish. We saw Montoya and Herta split it. Unfortunately, he ran right over the top of it.
Juan Montoya just spun off and on the course. So all of a sudden, things tighten up. The debris that you saw with Fernandez and DeFerrin was that brake duct. But remember, that's carbon fiber, and what that can do to your tires. Here is Montoya down at the bottom of the hill, again at Station 5. Didn't lose the lead in doing that. Here's the way it looked from his seat.
Hard on the brakes from 6 all the way down to 2nd. We've got the rears locked up, Paul, but this is one of the quickest recoveries I think I've ever seen. He didn't lose much time at all in that.
Well, as he came across the line, he had 11.5 seconds on 2nd place Michael Andretti. So he had a little time to play with, but he didn't use much of it. And now they pull the course condition flag, so apparently when we saw that duct get hit, it pulverized it, and maybe they were able to get whatever pieces were left off on the grass on the left side of the track. Andretti, with that spin as they came across the line, was now 6 seconds behind Montoya, Gary.
Well, there is concern for Juan Montoya from Chip Ganassi and his entourage down here. They suspected for a moment just prior to that spin that maybe he had lost 2nd gear. They say, however, it seems to be on and off, like maybe it's a gear linkage problem. Whether or not that had anything to do with the spin, I don't have a clue. But they are concerned about that as the kid continues to set the pace despite the spin.
Paul, what I just noticed on the onboard going down in that same corner, turn number 5 where Juan had spun before, is that he downshifted to 3rd and 2nd much later in the corner. In fact, he was right on top of the apex. So if he thought he was having a gear problem, normally you'd have all your shifting done in a straight line before you ever turn into the corner. He is now favoring the gearbox, shifting very late, so that in case he does have a problem, it's less likely to snap the back of the car around on him.
On the lap that he spun, Montoya only lost 4.6 seconds to Michael Andretti. Of course, as Parker Johnstone mentioned to you, Montoya appears to be having some problem, either linkage or gearbox itself, and I think now you're suspecting the gearbox more than the linkage.
Well, from the onboards we've been watching, Paul, he's shifting very late. In fact, he's getting his shifting done almost as he comes off the corner. He doesn't want to take a chance, I think, disturbing or taking a risk of breaking the gearbox, or if it does have a small hiccup, causing another snap spin like we saw in turn 5.
Dario Franchitti just reported on pit road. Montoya is due in this lap as well. Max Pappa's crew is laid out, waiting his arrival. So is Robbie Gordon's. This is the 30th lap.
You can see it there, Paul. He's shifting extremely late. And you can hear it with the revs on the downshift, Paul. I think he's having some gearbox problems there. It's not the usual crisp sound, the quick action of the hand. He's really taking his time.
They've told him, Parker, to nurse it. They keep telling him on the radio he's okay, but telling him to nurse it, and they're laid out on pit road expecting him in. I think it might be very interesting to see how he's able to exit after the pit stop if, in fact, he's got a problem with that gearbox.
And the problem is shifting becomes such a subconscious motion that if you start really putting a lot of focus in it, you can actually do more damage to the gearbox because you're not doing what you would naturally do. It gets your rhythm off, your concentration falls off.
You heard Chip Ganassi.
He's had another problem, Paul. He locked the rear wheels there just as he went for the last gear.
Go +3 on fuel and pit. Go +3.
I say Chip Ganassi has been coaching him all the way around, giving him the technical of what he needs to know just ahead.
Okay, nice and easy now. Nothing fancy. Nice and easy.
Through the chicane at the top of the pits, Michael Andretti also in. Gary Gerould awaits.
Right behind Chip Ganassi, who has moved out of the scoring stand onto the wall. We got a low-level look from pit exit.
That's Michael's guy there.
Montoya. Rob Hill on the left front.
Okay, reset the fuel.
Here they go to work.
Turn off the speed control. Take it easy going out of the pit.
One in the cockpit.
Ready? Go, go, go.
Well, fine. Now here's the moment of truth. Looked pretty good on acceleration out of here.
Well, now we've talked about Montoya, and the suggestion certainly was that Montoya is okay on fuel, but Gary, is he okay on gearbox?
That's what we want to try to find out. Chip Ganassi watching the monitor in contact with his driver. What is the gearbox situation, Chip, for Juan?
Well, Gary, apparently he gets all the gears when he wants them sometimes, but sometimes he doesn't. So it's some sort of linkage problem we're thinking. And apparently he can drive with it. He's done plenty of laps quicker than Michael, even though he's had that problem. So I'm just telling him to baby it right now. Bring it on.
Now, in this nursing it situation, what is your primary concern? I mean, is this intermittent that you have no control over, or is there something he can do as a driver?
My primary concern is getting to the end of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Well, he's been able to do it all season long with a lot of flair. Let's see what he can do now with an ailing gearbox.
Well, at least Chip Ganassi has his focus right. Michael Andretti, his teammate Christian ahead. Continue to work on Juan Montoya. Juan suffering with some form of gear pops problem. The gearbox, at first they thought it was shift linkage. Now they kind of feel like it may be in the gearbox. But as Chip Ganassi put it, sometimes he has all the gears he wants, sometimes he doesn't. Next pit stops expected for most at the 44th through the 47th lap, most of the field at the 47th. Remember, Christian Fittipaldi, though, seems to be getting a full 4 miles at least more than everybody else. He's expected in on the 48th, 55 laps the distance.
And as Christian and Michael hunt down Montoya, Chip Ganassi has just radioed to Juan to go up on the fuel. He's conserved enough through the beginning of the race that they're trying to give him every horsepower advantage they can, because he's losing time now, under braking, trying to get those downshifts done without damaging the gearbox.
Michael is there too.
With Montoya's being able to go up on the power, it looks now that last lap that Christian was only able to make up about a 1/10 of a second. The interval on the last time through the timing lights was 1.4 seconds. Now remember, under braking, it'll look like it decreases because the speeds are lower down the straightaway, so it'll lengthen, but the time interval remains the same. But these two have now managed to pull away from Michael a gap of about 2.2 seconds.
And Parker, speaking of Michael Andretti, they have spoken with him on the radio, and they asked him, Michael, can you go one more stint on those tires? Obviously, they were scheming to see if they could make a quicker pit stop. He said,
Derek Walker showing the same hesitation that many show. You don't want to be going after the engine department too quick. Remember the multi-million-dollar effort that the engine manufacturers make. So often it's either a vague answer or one that kind of turns you away from any possibility of the engine.
And I think that occasional smoke that we're seeing off the back of Montoya's car is when the car is at its heaviest aerodynamic downloading. And I think it's just the skid plate momentarily touching the bottom of the ground. At least that's what I would be hoping for, and certainly Chip Ganassi and Juan Montoya.
Now, I want to tell you that with the extensive red flag and the restart at the start of this race, we are not going to be able to cover the closing laps of this race lap by lap for you. We're at 43:55, the scheduled distance, so the actual finish is about 20 minutes away. What we are going to do is go away to the Greater Milwaukee Open, and then we're going to come back here for the finish of this race, and also hopefully in the interval, should anything happen or change, we will try to give you whatever updates we can. But again, because of the long red flag situation with 2 different accidents on the first lap, well, that has pushed us well back. Don't forget 2 coverage in 1 week. The Toronto Indy, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, and that coverage will be on ABC Sports. And ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com. That's part of the GO Network. So the Greater Milwaukee Open will be coming up next, and then we'll return here, give you the finish. Nothing has changed on the race course, though the interval from Montoya to Fittipaldi now has come down to about 2.6 sessions. I have to tell you that we and the broadcast team feel just as badly as you do when this sort of thing happens, but the allotted time sits there, and when you can nibble into the next show a little bit, we can, but you can't go 20 minutes into it. We will come back. They'll keep track of it at ABC Control in New York. So, with the leader being Montoya, we'll be back in just a bit. We had the whole gearbox go just about 3 minutes ago. All of the leaders made routine stops. The front of the field did not change. It was Montoya, then Fittipaldi, then Michael Andretti. But then suddenly the gearbox finally let go. We had told you they were having trouble. As a result, Christian Fittipaldi is the leader. His teammate Michael Andretti is 2.2 seconds back. Christian Fittipaldi is just 5 laps away, 20 miles from a potential first win in the series.
We can see Montoya looking for a way past Michael and Kanaan. This is from Montoya's car now. You can see they come off the asphalt and go into concrete patches. When we get down to turn number 8, you'll see the change in the color of the surface. For this weekend, they have bead blasted these concrete surfaces. There you can see it, to try to give the driver some more grip. But still, it's a situation where they turn, there's a lot of grip, they hit the concrete and slide. It's very, very unnerving to the drivers, and the car catches once it hits the asphalt on the other side.
And in fact, this exhibition place in the Kart FedEx Championship Series, you ride now with Juan Montoya. Started 8th. Sitting back in 9th right now. Michael Andretti just ahead of him, and Michael, of course, faded back to this position. Just ahead of Michael is Tony Kanaan, and then Greg Moore is lined up just ahead. They're all very close to one another and looking for anything that they can do. Really, at this track, though, there's only 2 places and only one for certain that you absolutely can take the chance on. You can kind of think about it on turn 1. You definitely can think about it at the end of Shoreline. Come out as quickly as he can. Well, I was going to say more smoke than fire, and then when they hit it with the extinguisher, it just billowed flame for a second. And Castro Neves gets clear of the car. That's somebody off in an area. Yep. And it's Michael. Michael Andretti is off.
And that looked like one of the players' cars.
Michael? Engine's dead.
And I would imagine if that was one of the players' cars, it'd have to be Greg Moore, because he and Michael had a heated battle going with Montoya just behind.
Wave your arms or anything, get him over there, push you.
Exactly what it is. Greg Moore, there. This is at turn 3, and that's down at the end of Shoreline. Oh! Michael comes right up under the back end of Greg Moore under braking, and it takes them both off.
And you could see Montoya start to lock it up, saying, thank you for the present, guys. That's what happens in Toronto. You can't be impatient. You have to wait. It's amazing that other than contacting each other, that they avoided hitting the barriers or the tires. They should be able to get these cars restarted and continue the race.
A different location on the track. This is how Montoya saw it going down Shoreline.
It looks like Michael got in there really hot. Maybe he expected Greg to go a little deeper. He got underneath the back of Greg's car and literally just lifted it right off the ground. Montoya very cleanly through, thanking for the early Christmas present in 2 positions.
I love that too with Montoya. I'll go over here. No, I'll go over here. No, I'm going to come back over here. Now I'll make the turn. Well, we may have some.
There we see him just leaving the screen. Is driving a very, very heads-up race, as he has the last few races. He let Tony Kanaan go by. Well, he didn't let him go by, but he didn't get rattled. He then plotted and planned, got back by Tony, driving very, very intelligently with a lot of patience, and that's what it's going to take to do well here. In fact, we've seen Franchitti, DeFerrin, Fittipaldi, Vassar, Tracy, Kanaan all drive very careful races, towing young Juan Montoya, who we are now on board with, along with them.
Yeah, it does seem both on and off the track that Paul Tracy is a more confident, more subdued guy. He really seems to be very aware of what's going on. We're back at the back of the field. Yes, back at the very back. Juan Montoya. Now he's back here because the officials moved him back. This is a pit violation. Watch the hose in the pit ahead of him. He comes out, runs the right front over that hose, and as a result, they put him to the back of the field.
The argument is that the hose was thrown in front of him, therefore he shouldn't be penalized, but the hose was clearly in the pit box of the car in front. He should have still made a hard left-hand turn there to come out of his box cleanly, so they've moved him all the way to the back of the field.
On these, well, past couple laps, Chip Ganassi has been more than a little animated in talking with kart officials. And what is he upset about? Well, Montoya chasing Max Pappas.
I guess the question is, Paul, can you fit a Renard down into a hole that small?
Another look at the same thing.
Look how little room there is on the left side of your screen for Juan to try to get by the inside of Max Pappas. The problem is that blocking, or is that where the drivers have been driving? I think it's a little bit of both, but Montoya now, since that incident, has locked up especially his inside wheels going into the corners trying to get around Max Pappas. He just can't seem to get it done. Looks like Juan's a little better coming off the corners, has a little bit better drivability, but at the end of the straightaway, Max's Cosworth is able to pull a little bit.
Call him on it. Just be careful. They're going to call.
So Chip Ganassi saying to Juan Montoya that they're going to call.
Doing it anyway.
On the passing and the blocking. Now let's see where this goes, Gary.
Chip Ganassi has been constantly lobbying kart officials. There are two of them down here in front of him. He keeps pointing to the monitors. He keeps telling them, you can see it here repeatedly. And finally, it looks like he's won the battle, if that radio conversation we just heard is correct.
The difficult thing for Chief Stewart Wally Dallenbach to determine is going down that long straightaway into the prime passing area of turn 3. The drivers do favor the inside. It's a lot smoother there. The cars don't bottom going down the right side. Is that blocking or the driver's line? I think that's a tough call at best.
In the pits, you notice for a second the official with the black helmet. There he is. That's Dennis Swan. Kind of keeps track of everything up and down the pit area. They are now everyone required to wear a helmet in the pits, officials as well. Juan Montoya catches the wall. Did you catch that? Who did he say hit him?
I was trying to make that out. It sounds like he had help.
Jourdain. Yeah, Jourdain hit him, according to Montoya. And both of those cars are damaged. Both are out. Local yellows fly there. We'll see if they go to full course. Here's what happened.
Going down into turn number 3, side by side, plenty of room for both cars as they come up to the left-hander. Wow, did you see the back of Jourdain's car snap to the left as he made that transition? Montoya down the inside, Jourdain giving him room. The cars side by side through here. Didn't give him a lot of room. As they come up the hill, well, I don't know, Paul. It doesn't look like Montoya gave him enough room coming back through the left-hander. It's a little hard to tell there. We know that Jourdain's car stepped out on the left-hander, turn number 4.
Gave him plenty of room there.
But does
the back end's going to jump out there?
But did you see the contact?
Yeah, on the wall.
Right there on the left side of Jourdain's car.
But now Juan Montoya also out of the race. This is second DNF in a row. Let's go to Jan Beekes.
Juan Montoya has made his way back to pit road. Juan, what happened?
I don't know. It's been a tough race, you know. I think Reynard-Honda-Firestone did a great job. When I came out of the pits, I think I hit a hose from Canaan's car, but I think the hose was outside the pit, you know, was outside his area. Because when I left, I looked at that. I saw the hose over it, but I didn't have anywhere to go. So they put us in the back and they shouldn't. And then, you know, the same driver is briefing about blocking and all that, and you know, they're very inconsistent with everything. Kart has always been like that, and it's tough race like that, you know. I'm coming from the back. I tried to pass him in the inside. He nearly put me in the wall. Then I'm going around the outside. He's trying to put me in the wall in the outside. I don't know what he's playing at.
So you're talking about Jourdain because you had trouble with Pappas as well.
No, that was with Papis. And Jourdain was okay, you know. Put the car in the inside. When I look in the mirror, I didn't saw him, so I turned. And I didn't know he was there.
Tough day.
Okay, thanks.
When you were on board with, and now Vassar begins to pick it up. 250 laps, 500 miles. He's out by a good interval.
Green, green, green.
This time they say it's go. 3 wide into the first turn. Rest of the field follows. Montoya with a quick early move. Vassar fades to third. Vassar fades even further. Now Montoya being chased by Fernandez down the backstretch. Michael makes a move. Michael Andretti brings it down to the inside, chases Montoya in second. Coming to the conclusion of the lap, Montoya crosses the line, but Michael comes to the inside at the same time. Vassar works on Fernandez. Side by side off of 2. Michael pulls a slight advantage. Now Michael pulls out further ahead of Montoya down the backstretch, but Montoya comes right back at him inside. The toe works. Montoya comes back to the lead. Back at the front of the field, it changes, but it doesn't. Montoya and Michael continue to hammer at one another. Interesting battle of the power plants here, too.
We've got a Honda in the lead for the moment, a Cosworth right behind it as we look through the field. Significantly, we've got 2 Toyotas of D'Amata and Pruitt in the top 10 on a horsepower track. It shows you how close this field has gotten in just the last few races.
Adrian knows that Jill DeFerrin is okay, but the car is a wreck.
And that's what it looks like from the driver's perspective, Paul. But look at the speed that he takes as he comes out now. Fortunately, he hit the car at a very low angle of impact. And you can see that the tethers kept both the right side, the right front and the right rears attached to the car. Listen. You can hear how long he was out of the throttle, obviously adding a little bit of brake, some steering, trying to hold it off the wall. But once you get up there, it's like hitting marbles, like hitting gravel, and the car just won't come back down.
He was in what happens for Michael, I might add as well. Years of wisdom in both Michael and Mario coming to the advantage. Green flag. Montoya moves early. And Montoya right at the line grabs the lead of the race. Montoya in front. They going to battle again?
Well, I think they are. Michael Andretti has never been known to cruise on these 500 milers, and Montoya certainly has figured out all the circuits that are so demanding. The road courses, the street courses, the short ovals, and now the super speedways.
Look at this. Mauricio did everything he could to keep out of that, but he couldn't do it. Locked the brakes up. Montoya and Andretti continue their battle. Another pass for the lead, and Montoya takes it, but look at Tony Kanaan sitting in third and closing. Pappas closes on Kanaan. And Al Unser Jr. is up in this fight right behind Pappas. Al Unser Jr., who interestingly enough has not won here.
It's one of the strongest performances that I've seen from Tony Kanaan on the ovals. He had problems earlier in the week. They had a motor let go, which put him into the fence, and they brought out the backup car. Then they had a problem with that car. They've struggled back and forth all week, and it looks like the top wicker bill, or the tape that seals that wicker bill, has actually come loose on the trailing edge of the Hanford device on the back of Tony Kanaan's car. And even with that, though, he's holding down third place in a battle with Al Unser Jr. You can see it there.
Back up at the front, Montoya has to give way to Michael once again. Now Michael's going to have to pin it down on the inside, see if Montoya will in fact give way.
And every time I see this, it reminds me of Motegi earlier in the year. But it looks like these two have learned to play well together. You can see them giving each other room, but not a lot.
Michael looks to the inside. Jan Bikas, you're watching Max Pappas.
Yes, and of course the Team Rahal crew also wanted to see him go up there and lead for the first time, so they told him, go ahead and use the button. If you need to get a run on somebody, you're welcome to use the button. Use more fuel, more RPM. Right now, it's put him in the lead.
Well, Michael and Juan are going to continue their battle, though, this time for second place. The battle is about a second, 1.3 seconds behind Max Pappas, the new leader of the race. I don't believe it. They just keep going at it, lap after lap. Again, the two contrasting power plans, Ford for Michael, Honda for Montoya. Montoya back looks at the inside. Continuing fight for second place as they come around Brian Herta, who's a lap behind the lead in 16th place. Max Pappas leads for the first time in his career out in front of the US 500 with 87 laps complete. Now Michael Andretti trying to grab the lead back and still has to stay in third, but Pappas comes forward on Franchitti. Here comes Montoya. Top four battle together. They go three wide into one. Franchitti takes the high line. Here comes Montoya moving on Michael. Oh, Montoya and Michael are at it again. This time it's a battle for third. Pappas comes inside Franchitti trying to pick up the lead.
And look at Montoya trying to decide which person he wants to follow through the corner. He finally decides to go low. On the last lap of the race with this group, Paul, I don't think you'd want to be leading it until you got to the checkered. I think with one lap to go, you'd want to be sitting right where Dario is so you can use that draft and get out. But do you do it in turns 1 and 2 or 3 and 4 like Pruitt did on Alan Scher Jr. just a few years ago? That is the million-dollar question here.
As they come to the backside, let's just check out the different lines, watching from overhead. Pappas pushes past Franchitti. Michael comes past Montoya. Through 3 into 4, off of 4.
Look at the draft Montoya's got coming back up on Michael. And when he pulls out, then the brakes get put back on. And then look at Michael back on the outside. And Michael and Dario were going back and forth. And at one point, Dario took the air off of Michael's car. Michael passed him, repaid the favor. But now Dario has pulled out very strongly, but allowed Montoya to come up on both of them. And now Montoya's got to run past Dario Franchitti. And in the meantime, Christian Fittipaldi, Adrian Fernandez, and just out of the picture, Jimmy Vasser has caught up to this group. And now Montoya and Dario Franchitti are engaged in a drafting battle.
And there they are with Montoya ahead at the moment. And only for the moment, as they have waged war back and forth constantly throughout this day. Pappas is 3.3 seconds ahead, benefiting from this. 166 laps complete, 84 to go.
You can see there Montoya yielding the lower line to make sure Dario has air on his car. But what we've witnessed several times is that the drivers will treat each other well, but as soon as one of them violates the trust, there's immediate retribution as soon as the other car gets in front. Now right now Montoya will have to back off a little bit as Franchitti took the air off his car as he went down low. And you can see the advantage that gave to Michael Andretti. Now Montoya's got the draft back, and now Michael is pulling his teammate Christian Fittipaldi along as Montoya and Franchitti head down into turn 1.
Gualdra Salas brought the Dan Gurney Eagle into the pits. They've been working on it. Now he's climbed out. Jan?
Yes, first they changed the electrical boxes, then they changed the spark plugs, hoping they could find the cause of the misfire. And unfortunately, they were not able to find it, so it appears as though the Toyota power plant may have been damaged. His day is done.
Well, as we continue to watch the Franchitti-Montoya battle for second place with Michael and Christian Fittipaldi, the two Newman Haas cars, closing in just behind. Try this on for size. Now, officially, you count a lead change at the start-finish line. There have been 21 of those in our 168 laps. 59 different lead changes around the racetrack, though, where there's a pass going into 2 and then a repass going back into 3. We'll take a look at the line as they cross. Leader's been running laps at 220 miles an hour. He does it again.
And as we watch these two Reynard Honda powered cars, the Reynards look the same from a distance, But what's unique to the Honda-powered cars is that both Montoya, Vassar, and the rest of the gang, Franchitti, Tracy, Kanaan, are all running 95 Reynard front wings. The Hondas have a special air snorkel for their turbochargers and air inlets for the engines, and because of the change at the back of the car, they've had to go back to an earlier wing to help balance the car at the front. So some of the cars are running 99 wings if they're of Cosworth or Mercedes power plant, but the Hondas are running 1995 Reynard front wings. Just a little interesting insight. What's the difference? Very, very small, but this field is so close and so competitive, and the balance is so close that they're looking for any advantage they can, and going back to an earlier part was the advantage that they needed.
Michael Andretti was the quickest last lap. Now Max Pappas, and he's running alone, by the way, kicks it up to 221.1, fastest on the last lap around. Michael's been having the advantage of being in the tow, and so that's kicking his speed up some. Pappas last time around 220.9.
And we've seen the Rahal team all year long has been consistently the quickest through the speed traps. They do a lot of the Renard aerodynamic development. Rahal in the past himself has always been one of the fastest cars through the traps, and somehow they figured out to produce downforce and straight line speed, find that perfect combination. And Max, without help of the tow, is turning consistently the quickest laps of the field.
You saw the interval. Pappas back to Franchitti. In numbers, it's 4.7 seconds. Franchitti, for the moment, does not have Montoya on top of him, but Montoya does have Michael Andretti charging. We expect Franchitti, Montoya, and Andretti all in very shortly. And in fact, here they come. Montoya smoking the right front.
Come around the Ganassi crew.
And Dario Franchitti heads in. Montoya peels off for the Target Chip Ganassi team. And Gary Gerald waits for Franchitti.
We'll take a look at Team Cool Green in action here for Dario.
Lane limiter on the way out. Let's have plus half a turn of front wing, Alex.
There you heard it. Half turn front wing. That's the change that they'll make in terms of the handling. Holding him. Gravity fuel flow a little slower now this late in a 500-mile race. Got him rolling.
Franchitti gets away first. Some hesitation for Montoya. And finally, he's rolling as well. Observing the pit speed limit, 50 miles an hour. And now beginning to come back up to speed.
And that 50 miles an hour is so tough. There's only 2 places where they're allowed to use carbon fiber brakes, which is on the super speedways here and at Fontana.
Here's what happened to Montoya on that stop.
That's why it's so easy to lock these brakes up. They don't use the steel rotors because they get super cooled out on the super speedways and can explode. You can see him lock the wheels up there. He drove right through the pit box. I mentioned that that can be a problem, and he got over the hose. He'll get a stop and go for that.
Because he went over the hose with the front and therefore on powered wheels, there will be no penalty. He kind of suffered his own on that long stop and sits back in 8th place now. Also, if you've been Montoya doing, here he is.
Stop now. Slow down, slow down. Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down.
Chip Ganassi didn't want a repeat of the last stop. Almost got the same thing, though. Gary?
We're up the line with Franchitti. We're looking down toward Montoya, watching what appears to be routine. There's a change up front. Finishing the tire changing, listening to Ganassi.
Go, go, go.
Montoya is up. We await Franchitti. I believe he's on pit road now.
Dario Franchitti was turning at 218. Now that compares to Tony Kanaan, who is at 223 miles an hour. Now neither one of those two, Pappas or Kanaan, Pappas never in victory, and Kanaan not in victory lane this year.
Go. 18 laps to go.
And Tony Kanaan picked up half a second on that last lap. He's closing the gap very, very quickly on Max Pappas.
Montoya, Franchitti, Andretti. Still the fight for third. Oh, don't get caught down behind Richie. He does not. Montoya darts for a second. Richie, of course, still just trying to keep on the track and running well offline.
Montoya just looking for any draft he can find. Gave himself plenty of room there. And now Tony Kanaan's 1.9 seconds behind Max Pappas. And I'm not surprised at all by this, Paul. Just like we heard Scott Pruitt earlier, Jimmy Vasser, I'm sure, has just been waiting for the opportunity, trying to take the best care of the equipment possible, not do anything other than drive very conservatively, but he knows now he's got to get up to speed quickly, get by Montoya, and go after Kanaan if he's got a chance at Pappas.
That's what Jimmy Vasser has done today. Fell down to the bottom of the top 10. Now he's up here with Montoya, and he's around him. Vasser picks up third place.
Going into this race, Jimmy Vasser, one of my top picks to win this race. He's done it before. He knows what the car has to feel like. He knows how patient you have to be in the beginning.
Teammates battle for third. Interval from the leader to second place, Tony Kanaan. Now 1.4 seconds. He whittled off 3/10 just in that last lap. This is the closest battle, but down to ninth place, Christian Fittipaldi, only 13 seconds over the whole top of the field. Max Pappas is going to see an incredible sight next time around. The white flag will tell him just 2 miles, 1 lap to go. And if he can do it, he becomes the 6th driver to score his first career win in a 500-mile race at Michigan. Now 1 lap to go. Max Pappas is on the final lap for Bobby Rahal. Kanaan crossed the line 3 seconds behind him. Montoya 4 seconds back. Down the back straightaway. Will Max Pappas become the 3rd first-time winner this year? It sure looks that way. He runs out of fuel. He runs out of fuel. Kanaan screams past. Kanaan screams into the lead. Montoya's trying to chase him to the line. Oh, so very close. Montoya jumped low at the line. It looked for a moment there like Pappas was just slowing for the flag, and then he slowed further. And by 32 thousandths, Kanaan takes Montoya, and Pappas has to give it away. Oh, Max Pappas pulls it off onto the grass and down to the end of the pit area, and Tony Kanaan takes the win. What an incredible final lap. Just when we were beginning to sing the praises of Max Pappas, suddenly he slows.
And we talked about what a narrow fuel window he was on. Well, it was 1 corner and 1 straightaway too short. Tony Kanaan, who pitted much later, was able to run full power all the way to the checkered flag.
Told by his team owner, Chip Ganassi, if you had 1 more lap, you'd be in victory circle. Do you think he had a real legitimate shot at getting by him?
Yeah, you know, when everything went so close at the end, it was, you know, I was looking my way. I was catching them really quick. You know, I lost the rear brakes. You know, every time I would come into the pits, I would be in top 3, and I would go out of the pits about 9 or 10. And then I had to go by everyone again, and I think Dario and Michael were the hardest to go by. But after I could get a gap, it was pretty good, you know. The car was working beautiful all afternoon.
Now, was that a concern for you on the racetrack with no rear brakes? If there had been an accident, would that be a bad situation for you?
But the biggest surprise was when I was trying to come behind Dario in the pits very close. I went to brake and I locked the front tire because I didn't have any downforce and nearly hit him.
Well, you didn't, and you came very close to a victory. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Max. Into formation they go. Montoya brings him toward the green. Green flag is out. Here we go. Franchitti makes a move early on, and one car launches into the wall, and that's Pappas. Consider his bad luck of 2 weeks ago, and look at this today. Yellow flag comes out only there at the moment. Would be coming into the run as you're back at the front.
To go by them.
We heard Chip Ganassi say, use the button to go by them. They've got him clicked back on fuel. When he hits the overtake button, it resets the power to maximum power, maximum fuel, maximum ignition timing, and as soon as he lifts off the throttle, it goes back to the original settings for more conservative power and fuel consumption.
+9.
He's telling him his interval. He's 9 seconds ahead of Dario Franchitti right now. Still turning the race's quickest laps in the low 117 bracket. Everyone else 3, 4, 5 tenths of a second behind him at this point.
And while as yet he has not closed on the back of the field, it is logical that he will do so shortly. So that's what they're preparing for. Well, tires, a big issue, Gary Gerald.
Yeah, Paul, and before we touch on tires and while you're riding there with Montoya, just a quick note. In the warm-up this morning, early in the session, he broke the shift lever in the cockpit. That's something that very routinely does not happen. It took him about 5 minutes to make the change, and the team said, well, it's obviously better to have it happen now in the warm-up session than happen in a race. But then you wonder, does that lurk in the back of your mind? I broke one shift lever, could I break another one? As for tires, Montoya, Michael Andretti, Paul Tracy, numerous teams up and down the line, all complaining that they think they've lost the full effectiveness of their rear tires. And a lot of talk among crews about adjusting air pressure on this first round of pit stops that should be coming up in, what, maybe 5 laps or so.
Right, you got a good view there of the marbles, a better view there of the marbles, that rubber that comes off the tires and is then pushed out to the edge of the track, though much of it stays down in the groove.
And I tell you, that really narrows the margin for mistakes. We saw it in Long Beach. Tony Kanaan missing the inside of the apex, losing the lead as he went into the wall. Cristiano D'Amata doing the same thing. And as the race progresses, that means if you get offline more than 6 inches a foot, it's like driving onto gravel. You'll lose traction and you're into the fence.
The top 11 runners in the race right now all are in the top 14 in the points. The other back at Belle Isle, Detroit, Montoya, the rest of the field all heading for the pit road now under the full course yellow. Let's go to Gary.
Juan Montoya's first stop. Rob Hill at the left front immediately springs into action with the rest of his team. Remember, everybody that goes over the wall in race conditions helmeted. There goes a wheel hub all the way across the pit road, going to hit the far wall over there. It rolls away, harmless. It rolls to a stop, holding Montoya, waiting for the fuel. This is taking much longer than you'd expect. He may... Whoa, very close there as Walter Salas going out. That was a 17-second stop. Jan?
And Gilles. Back at Belle Isle, 2 teammates, Memo Gidley and Jourdain Jr., both pulled to the edge of the race course. They've gone full course yellow. Montoya stayed out despite that while everybody else is coming in.
Yeah, and the crew, I think, was surprised by that, Paul.
And Greg Moore comes in and makes his stop. Remember, last time he picked up the most positions, but I think he did it because he short-filled last time. This time he does it in 13 seconds. I think they got all the fuel this time.
But what a surprise for Montoya. Kanaan having a little trouble getting away from the pits, finally clears his engine and rolls back up to the pit lane speed limit, 50 miles an hour. There comes Moreno.
But Tony lost the position to Andretti. We saw Michael go by there.
So, Gary Gerald, what was up with Montoya?
Well, we know that the team was ready for him. They were over the wall, and Chip Ganassi, they had wanted him to come in. Apparently a miscommunication of some type. Montoya stayed out. All the other rivals have come in and pitted. And since this more than likely will be the last stop, this is going to put Montoya way back in the progression. He's going to lost a lot of track position here.
He'll lose major track position on this circuit because of the nature of the circuit with a lot of trees and some structures. You get over on the backside, your two-way communications don't always work with the pits, but usually the pit can get through. It's the car that can't get back to the pits. It sounds like this went in reverse.
Boy, that's the important link, Paul, is as long as they can talk to you, and missing that pit in for Montoya could be the race for him, because now we know they're just outside their final pit window, so unless they get the right yellow at the right time, even then, he's lost track position. I think his race is over at this point.
Last stop.
Well, we're standing by down here, Paul. We think that it's going to be at lap number 58. The crew has their helmets back on, and we're just waiting with them. Keeping in mind one thing, on the first stop today, they had a problem with the fuel nozzle device. There was a malfunction of some type. They then, after the stop, it was a 17-second stop, they replaced that nozzle very quickly. CART officials were right on top of the scenario, so they think that there'll be no problem with fueling, and they're anticipating a much quicker stop. Also keep in mind, the later he can go, the less fuel he'll need to get to lap 75. So a couple of things working in the advantage of this team, that if it has to come under the green, even with this big lead that he's built up, it could still prove to be very costly in terms of track position.
And Paul, the last time we saw the strategy was DeFerrin at Portland. He went to full power and charged Montoya now has over a 15-second lead. This is the same strategy that took the Walker team to that win while everyone else was conserving fuel. I think that's the strategy that will work also for Chip Ganassi Racing. You can see how hard Montoya drives. They're all driving extremely hard, but he's trying to build this lead. If everyone else is trying to conserve to get to the end without stopping, which is doubtful at this point, they'll have to get well over 2 miles per gallon. This is the strategy that'll work. What I thought at first wasn't a winning way may be exactly the way that outfoxes the rest of the field.
The interval first. 10-4. Interval first to second, 15.5 seconds. Montoya is pitted well down toward pit out.
You're only going to be half full of fuel. You're only going to be half full. You still want the wing? If it doesn't take longer, yes. If it takes longer, no. 10-4. When that fuel's in, I'm going to tell you to go.
Gary Gerald's there waiting for him.
We've heard Chip Ganassi and Juan Montoya.
Slow down.
Right on the mark. Now this should be quick. We'll see if they make that wing change or not. Cool cars have gone to the lead. There is the wing change.
Go.
There he goes. Just under 10 seconds. Good stop. But will the other guys have to make a splash before it's all said and done?
Boy, that is the question. They're going to play that close to the vest. There's Montoya. You see the interval, then back to him. There he is.
Looks to be about 9th place, comes out behind Magnussen. Not a factor at this point. Blundell's the next car for position. You saw him put the front wing in. He's putting it even more past neutral to oversteer. We've seen Montoya drive with the back end of the car out all year long. He wanted even more of that to try to get the most out of it. Now the strategy, the cars in front of them, can they make it without a splash and go? Certainly they have to conserve. Montoya is now just flat out.
Back at Belle Isle, and our Toyota Spotlight has some action for you. Montoya trying to get around Moreno for 8th. They touch. They both slide off. They both restart. That's the view from Montoya's car. That brings out the full course, and then Cristiano D'Amata, as they came back to green, bottomed in a bump coming off of one of the corners just past the start-finish. Destroyed the car. Allenzer Jr. spun to miss it. He actually hit the wall at a safety zone where the equipment comes out. The view from Richie Hearn.
Watch the pieces fly. Look at the quick decisions that Richie Hearn has to make. Fortunately, he just clips one of the front nosewings off Cristiano's car.
But in the lead and the clock counting down, at least we hope we do. Gary Gerald?
Oh, we've got an interesting report here from Dario Franchitti. Allegedly in the cockpit, he thinks he sees fluid coming from one of the safety cars up in front of him, and he's concerned about it. I would be too.
Well, and the report actually coming in a couple of different places on that now, and that's the last thing they need on this circuit.
And it's the last thing you want a driver focusing on as they come back to the final restart of the race. You don't want any concerns about track conditions. You want your driver solely focused on getting a good jump on the pace car and the rest of the field, making sure that he's not attacked from behind, focusing solely on getting just the last few laps out of the car to get to the checkered flag.
Now, here's what they're going to do. They're going to switch pace cars. Not going to take the chance. We haven't had a confirmation of that as a problem from the course observers, but there it goes. Pace car goes into the pits, and now we'll exchange for another one. First time I've ever called that.
Yeah, what's frightening is I drove that PBG pace car just a few days ago, and it was working fine then, Paul, I swear. And I left it that way. I'm telling you the truth.
I'm not so sure, Parker. I'm going back and check on you. The new pace car will now pick him up. Montoya's in trouble, and it's exactly
the same place, Paul.
It's what happened to DeFerrin. Exactly the same point on the circuit. This is really only a few feet from the broadcast booth. Trying to scrub the tires up. Look, he gets into Castro Neves and then into the wall.
Well, or did Castro Neves get into him, Paul? That's the question. We'll have to see that again. We are right on the outside of the fastest corner on the racetrack at 170 miles an hour, and the Targa car is literally less than 15 feet from where we're sitting, right on the outside of that corner. I don't think I've ever seen that either. Remember, Detroit's one of those places. Nothing happens for a while, and then the strangest things happen.
And so Montoya strikes the wall. The white flag comes out. The race will finish as a timed race under yellow. Franchitti 1-2 going to the checkered flag when they come by. Look at Castroneves. He's got severe damage. He's going to try to get it around. We're going to get the white as they come around.
He's got 2 minutes to go, Paul, but look, the tire's now about ready to leave that rim. This is primarily a right-hand course. It's the left front wheel. Oh, boy, I'm going to be very surprised if they don't black flag him.
A look from Montoya's point of view. I wonder if the pace car pulling off to the right confused him in some way.
Well, I'm not so sure. Oh, he just got nailed from behind, Paul.
Yep.
That was all Castroneves into the back of him. You can see the hand in the air. That's what I suspected the first time we saw it. I just wanted to make sure.
Montoya out of the race, back to the pits. He's with Jan.
And Juan, what happened there? Hit from behind?
The pacer came in, and nobody, I think car radio team's really late because nobody said anything to me. And everyone started going because nobody knew if it was a restart or no. And, everyone went, and they brake, I braked, and I don't know, I think it was Castroneves didn't even bother to brake and went straight to the back of me. I think, I don't say anything because I get in trouble again, but.
Well, that's exactly what our concern, in fact, was. There is Castroneves. He's going to make it this final lap one way or the other. And Montoya suggested what we suggested earlier, seeing the replacement on the pace car and the pace car head into the pit area. Somebody maybe made an assumption that, in fact, the race was going to restart, began to accelerate. Well, as they come around, and again, in this race, I'm not assuming anything. I want to see him make it all the way to the checkered flag. But it looks like Franchitti and Tracy will be 1-2. And that will give Dario Franchitti the points lead.
But I wouldn't assume.
And he is the only Penske car in competition this weekend.
You can see slots there in front of Juan Montoya. Montoya having a difficult weekend. Didn't get a lot of track time because of the rain yesterday. Didn't get the car to his liking, was very fast this morning in warm-up, but very frustrated.
At the end of the first lap, Greg Moore scored in 22nd place, so he begins his climb through the field, starting in 25th, 3 spots forward.
And Mark Lundell is shadowing him. We talked Mark Lundell had qualified third provisionally on Friday. In tech inspection, his car was just a few thousandths of an inch below the 2-inch rule. That is, the outer side pods were just a little lower than they should have been, and they put him back to the last starting position.
Juan Montoya on the pit straight. He's caught up behind Al Unser Jr., trying to catch Gil DeFerrin, who has just disappeared around the corner in turn 1. Tony Kanaan, who started 4th, lost a position on the start of the race and has dropped back. Finally, Montoya makes his move to clear Al Unser Jr. and look at that leads to the end of the season and has started much earlier than normal. Juan Montoya, he chases Gil DeFerrin. That's a battle for 7th.
You can see the concrete patches on all of the corners. Those are installed to keep the asphalt from tearing up from the high lateral loading and from the acceleration forces. But you'll notice there's a little patch of asphalt just on the inside. The drivers alter their lines trying to make sure those inside wheels are right along that asphalt because there's more grip there than there is on the concrete.
Tell us how the car is, if you want any wing or anything on the stop. Repeat. Do you want any wing on the stop? Half a turn front. Half. 10-4, half a turn up.
Montoya asking for the change.
And you can tell it's hard for him to get that radio communication in. It's the only track we've been to so far this year that, listening on the scanner the last few days, the drivers have to take a moment when they come into the pits to regain their breath and focus and concentration to debrief. And if they start talking too soon, they can barely talk because they're so out of breath. You can see Montoya couldn't answer right away. He had to find a moment to even touch the radio button.
Looking both from Montoya's view as he chases DeFerrin and the view down from the Honda Helicam down to the lowest part of the racetrack. They climb back up the hill around the carousel. There's the entrance to the pit. And onto the pit straight with no change. And speaking of the pits, up at with the...
Indeed, I was also going to reference that situation relating to Franchitti coming up behind Garcia, because there had been lobbying going on here amongst Kim Green and the Team Cool Green guys with kart officials about the fact that they felt their progress was being impeded. As for Montoya, he has been very frustrated all weekend long. He came here to test early in the season, had 2 days. By the end of the second day, he said the car was brilliant after they struggled, but then they didn't participate in the open test right after the US 500. Firestone changed compounds and construction on the tire they brought to Mid-Ohio. Juan thought that maybe that was a contributing factor to his frustration on Friday. Yesterday, a washout, of course, because of the rain. Morning warm-up, he was still frustrated. I think he's got to be smiling now after that terrific pit stop, and Chip Ganassi doing some cheerleading, telling him he's doing a terrific job and that he is gaining on the leaders in those green and white cars.
And Paul, in the last 5 laps, he's picked up 5 seconds on Dario. He's dropped the interval from 16 seconds, now almost down into the 11-second range. An amazing run here. I think he's no longer frustrated, only the fact that he still has 11 seconds to go to get to Dario Franchitti. But remember, he's got to get past the back markers and Paul Tracy first.
And just watch his hands as he throws the car all over the track here. He has just incredible car control. Update on Brian Herta, Jan.
We talked to you about the fact that he was loose in the first stint, and they did not make any wing changes, but they did make some changes in regards to the...
Here in 3rd place, and Parker, he's been closing hard.
He just, again, set the race's quickest lap, looking down the inside of Walter Salas in turn 1 here, and he has been every single lap taking substantial chunks of interval away from Tracy and Dario Franchitti, the leader. And as soon as he can find a way past Salas, which he should be able to do now coming down this back straightaway, he's going to start again. He fell back just a little bit because of being blocked by traffic, but here he goes. 185, 190 miles an hour coming down into turn 5.
So slowed for a second as he tries to get around Salas. Now he resumes his pursuit. We're going to drop back behind Montoya. Looking to see whether or not Montoya, he's not that close yet. In fact, he dropped back a bit on the last lap. Gary Gerald?
That traffic situation for the leader, Dario Franchitti, is really interesting. They go through turn 1. They head toward the carousel. It's jammed up, and Kim Green just continues to lobby every lap here with officials. He says, we're going a second a lap faster than these guys. You've got to get them moved out of the way. They are very frustrated in that respect, and Paul Tracy, of course, is right there knocking on the door as Barry Green comes over to join the conversation now.
Well, he was absolutely accurate in that one lap. Montoya took a full second off. Now Franchitti gets past P.J. Jones, and Tracy may have to sit there back for the full lap, and here comes Montoya. Now P.J. Jones lets him by. Look at the comparison, Tracy to Montoya. Of course, Tracy was running behind Franchitti, who was behind P.J., and Montoya was mostly in the clear.
It'll be interesting to see how much patience Montoya has with PJ, because he knows if he doesn't get by PJ right away, he's going to lose contact with Dario and Paul. I would expect he's going to make a run coming down into turn 1 once they get out of here, but the Ford in front of him's got a lot of power. Unless PJ helps, it's not going to happen.
Did you see the vigor of that one corner worker given the move-over flag, which is an advisory, not an order? Like Erie Communications does the flagging here, and he was waving. There's another one, giving him all he's got. PJ finally moves off to the left side. He sees Montoya. Montoya comes through on the keyhole.
He had a great run on PJ on the exit of turn 1. Lots of exit speed there. I don't think PJ had a choice. Montoya was coming through whether PJ wanted him to or not.
Or the corner workers, for that matter.
That's right.
Franchitti at the front. The last 2 times that a driver has led every lap of a race was Toronto last month and Houston last year. And both times the driver was Dario Franchitti. But Montoya, this may be the lap. Onto the pit straight, turn 1 ahead. Montoya, if he can get closed in when they come off of the keyhole, he just might be able to get alongside of Paul Tracy.
Montoya, once again, very good on the exit of turn number 1. He's been catching Paul 2/3 of a second a lap. Sort of stabilized right here. I think he's having a little problems. The aerodynamics getting close enough to actually make a move. But both he and Paul have now caught up to Dario. They were both a couple of tenths quicker on that last lap.
And though he tries to close once again, it's not going to happen there, but he's gained just a few more feet, which is what he's been doing every lap on Paul Tracy. Perhaps the next time around will be it. We'll be back with more from the Miller Lite 200. The Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Montoya has not been able to get by Tracy. Now they come for the keyhole again. This time he's even closer, but look on Tracy relative to Dario Franchitti. First, second, and third are right there.
As Montoya's pushed Tracy, Tracy's now pushing Dario. It looks to me, Paul, like Paul Tracy's car is just a little bit slower going down the straightaway than either Dario or Montoya. Maybe a little different setup on aero package or just the way they're coming off the keyhole corner. But it looks like he's losing a little bit of ground, but Paul very, very quick back in this madness section of the track.
Very soon we're likely to see some major changes because we're approaching the 55th lap, and there's the very real possibility that both of the Green Machine cars, Tracy and Franchitti, will be in at the end of this lap. Also, Jimmy Vasser was expected in. The teams now began to lay their equipment out in the pit area. So Franchitti off, Tracy stays out, Montoya keeps the pursuit going. Franchitti has to come all the way down to the end of the pits, and Gary Gerald's right there.
This is where races are obviously won and lost when it's tough to pass on the course.
You'll be fine.
This is a couple of laps earlier than we might have thought based on the first stop. Little problem momentarily on the right front. Got it. No wing changes. Franchitti's rolling.
And here comes Montoya as he works on Tracy. Tracy on the inside line down, but he can't hold the position. Will Tracy be in a good position to keep it and come back? No, he can't. Montoya moves into the lead, but both of these cars are due in any moment now. Jimmy Vasser did come into the pits. Routine stop for Vasser. So Montoya gets the pass, but now the pit crews will have to battle it out.
And that was the exact same move that we saw Paul Tracy.
A critical passing area. Montoya, the focus now, 57 laps complete. Should be in. And there he goes. He's onto the pit road. Climbs the hill up the pits. His pit, again, is way down at the other end. Slows to 50.
Yeah, nothing fancy.
And he roars toward Gary Gerald.
Slow down, slow down.
You hear Chip Ganassi in the background. Remember, he's saying nothing fancy. They got to keep this young, energetic rookie calm down. Boy, is he a terror on the racetrack. Remember, he gained 5 spots on his first pit stop.
Go, go, go!
12.5 seconds. He's out of here.
And here comes the Green Machine. There's Montoya just ahead of him. So Montoya was able to get out ahead of both the green cars. Garcia still sitting there on the outside edge of the keyhole. Michael Andretti is in. To the carousel just ahead of the pit straight. Flag is ahead. It comes out green. Here we go. Back to racing. Montoya, Tracy, Franchitti right through the first turn. Erta Vasser, Pappas next in line. Montoya stretches it out into the keyhole. On board with the leader, Juan Montoya, 3.2 seconds ahead of second place Paul Tracy. Nothing has changed since we left you. And on the last lap, Montoya pulls out another full second on Tracy. Look at that interval grow.
He is flying. Now, normally in a position like this, you'd want to get some interval so that when you come up behind lap traffic, you've got some room to work with. But there is a certain point of diminishing returns. You don't want to push the engine, the gearbox, the tires too hard. But I think Montoya's only got one gear, and that's flat out one speed that he knows. It keeps him in his rhythm, keeps him focused, and at Mid-Ohio, that's extremely important.
Again, 2 miles an hour faster on the last lap. Nemo Gidley has a problem. Nothing has changed since we left you. Tracy, Franchitti, Vasser, that's the lineup. Gary Gerald,
Rob Hill watches from the wall with the crew as Montoya gets by. What have you done to give this car so much strength? Because I know he was frustrated after this morning's warm-up session.
Basically just played with it a little bit, small changes. We thought we still had a good car. We just needed to fine-tune a little bit.
Did you have to do anything that you consider a big calculated risk or gamble?
No.
This kid's amazing, isn't he?
He really is.
Not many words, but a lot of smiles.
Well, in this case, that team lets their actions speak louder.
And on that last lap, Montoya has now raised the bar. He's the only driver to have gotten in the 1 minute 6 second bracket. He's lowered the quickest lap of the race by almost a half a second. Only Tracy now, and Jimmy Vasser in the 107s. Amazing.
Mauricio, but I wonder how extensive those were, and if it just once again, we'll ride with him a little bit here and watch him, whether or not it's just again a case of Montoya overcoming everything.
Well, when we did speak to him on Friday, he said the car was loose. And when Juan Montoya tells you the car's loose, this is a guy who's normally turning right on left-hand corners on the ovals. That car is really loose. But as we ride on board with him, we can see that the back of the car is very, very stable. He's not having to make any corrections at all. A little bit there just coming off of turn number 1, but obviously they've done something this car.
You're plus 10.
Or the racetrack has come back to him. Mid-Ohio is a very finicky track, and then it changes a great deal from moment to moment, let alone day to day. And maybe it's just a matter of the track coming back to Juan Montoya. But the car looks extremely well behaved now. As you can hear, Chip Ganassi's pulled the interval out to over 10 seconds over Paul Tracy, who's now ahead of Dario by a full second. What an amazing young man.
Tracy and Franchitti 10 seconds back are right together as they want. Montoya, though, unchallenged here with 2 to go. Montoya's family is here, his father, his girlfriend. They're all at the track. Most of the drivers now have taken to using motor coaches to stay, especially at a beautiful scenic place like the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, so that they're right there in the paddock, not far from their car. In the paddock here on Friday night, they had the taste of kart at Mid-Ohio for the championship auto racing auxiliary tyranny. Every one of the hospitality units put out some sort of refreshment, food. All the chefs went to work. It was a great evening.
Great layouts, and we must add that one of the hospitality areas, specifically Honda,
White flag, 1 to go.
had their chefs and crew dressed up in Gilligan's Island outfits, since their whole theme was South Pacific's seafoods, and it was pretty riotous to see.
The fans here had a good time with it. Final lap for Juan Montoya. Tracy came across the line 11 seconds behind. Franchitti, as he came across the line, was really not in a challenging position on Tracy. Jimmy Vasser 14 seconds back.
And Paul Chip Ganassi doing some cheerleading for Jimmy Vasser. He'd like him on this last lap to be able to somehow get by Franchitti and deprive him of one more of those precious championship points.
Well, that in fact is a possibility at this point. Montoya's going to encounter some slower traffic down as he gets to the lower elevations of the course. This turns him back up the hill and back up toward the pit area.
He'll just lay back here, Paul. He's got such a big lead. He's not going to take any chances or push.
Juan Montoya on his way to his very first win on a natural road course, and his first win since Cleveland.
Beautiful,
As the checkered
beautiful.
flag
You're the man. Great job today driving. You did a great job driving today.
Montoya, his 5th win of the year. They're going to take you back to that battle for second, see if it indeed is one. And it's not. And there comes Jimmy Vasser across the line as well. Vasser's going to finish it in 4th. Now back a little further. Greg Moore, Robbie Gordon, that whole group lined up. There's Andretti and D'Amata. They come through the pace. Moore's trying to get on top of Gordon coming to the finish, and he can't do it. So the race is run. Montoya takes the win by 10.93 seconds over Paul Tracy, followed by Franchitti, Vasser, Pappas, and Gilles de Ferran. by Vassar. Helio Castro-Neves is on the move, but so is Montoya. Here comes Montoya into turn 1.
This is just what we saw at Mid-Ohio. Not happy with the car all weekend long. They made a lot of changes in the morning warm-up, and now he is on the charge.
And here's a sport where now they say that the cars are so sophisticated, it's almost impossible for a driver to carry the car to make the difference. He's disproving that.
Well, he has. And remember, no one was able to test prior to this inaugural event. The track wasn't ready. So they came here with only computer simulations and models to try to figure out gearing, chassis, and aerodynamic setups. But what we found during the course of the weekend is for one lap, the drivers that are very smooth on entry, very gentle with the brakes, have been able to get the most out of the cars. But during the course of the race, as we suspected, the drivers that are more aggressive, that can manhandle the car, have worked their way now up towards the front.
Helio, Jimmy Vassar makes his move on Hearn, gets him, and begins to pull away. Now it's up to Castro-Neves and Montoya. Neves inside him. Ritchie gives both of them room. Battle for third continues. Michael Andretti also it's opportunity for him. He's taking full advantage of it. Montoya, you take a look at the numbers the past several laps as he continues to close on Castro-Neves.
We were talking about tires. One of the strategies that might be employed here, keep in mind, as we get down to the middle to the final parts of this race, is drivers coming in for a splash and go, not worrying about a tire change, because it's really not going to gain you any speed in the track, and it can only cause problems in the pits.
Those cars who were not running with the lead pace would do everything they could to give them an opportunity, and Robbie's certainly helping out there. Here is Montoya as we watch. He tries to move on Castro-Neves, and we go to Gary Gerald.
Well, we talk so much about this green racetrack and adapting to it, and the fact that the tires are so conservative. Here's a new one. Our first report, to my knowledge, this weekend from a driver, and it is Juan Montoya, indicating that it's starting to get what he calls a little bit greasy. That's something that we haven't heard, but we also probably haven't had the ambient temperature as high as it is right now, and we do have direct sunshine on the racetrack.
Now you see Montoya gets his left side tires down on the white line. Last lap he was down below it. The rule here is you can get the left side under. If you get the right sides down on the line, then they're going to take a hard look at giving you the black flag, sending you through the pits for a drive-through penalty. Michael Andretti just got past his teammate Moreno for 9th place.
And they're about halfway through their fuel run now. And look at Mark Blundell, Paul. He's come back. Remember, qualified on the front row, had problems on the starts and the restarts, and obviously at this point is when the handling changes start to occur. The guys that have guessed it right are going to start moving to the front. We're starting to get several reports of cars going loose. You'll see them start to drop back, and the whole complexion of this race can change very, very quickly.
Al Carpentier tried to make a move inside Blundell, did not work. Remember, Carpentier is back. This is his first race since he actually had Mauricio Guzman's left rear sitting on his head at Detroit. We'll be back.
And Helio's been driving the wheels off this car all year long. And now Michael Andretti coming up impressively from his 18th starting position. Looking down the inside, you know, Paul, he might do this for a number of laps and then have it go around the outside. We've seen it in some of the support races work just that way.
Everybody getting the left sides down below the line. Juan Montoya by Vassar. Here comes Castro-Neves, and Castro-Neves comes to the inside. He takes Michael with him. Vassar takes a high line off of the corner. Michael had gotten past Carpentier and then makes this move and follows Helio Castro-Neves, now battles with him, and he drops ahead of Helio Castro-Neves. So Michael Andretti has set his stride. Look at him catch that car. Kicks it sideways, brings it right back. Moves inside Tony Kanaan. Kanaan not a factor in this battle. Sets his sight now on the leaders of the race.
Wait.
There's Franchitti. Franchitti now with Montoya all over him. Montoya again, very low, not low enough to get the attention of Chief Steward Wally Dallenbach. Well, look at the speed comparison, Montoya to Franchitti.
And look at Franchitti, absolutely precise. He's within an inch of that white line with his inside wheels and tires every single lap. Montoya's car obviously very stable. He just dives right over this white line. No concern about the car stepping out. You can see just a little correction with his hands, but nothing like we saw with Michael.
Michael Andretti back behind Juan Montoya, closing on the leader in just 6 laps. Close a full second on the leader.
Montoya very good coming off the corners. Right now it looks like Dario's carrying just a little bit more speed on entry. And right at this space, Montoya's running in a lot of aerodynamic turbulence. One of the reasons he's going so low is to try to get some clean air on the front wings and through the underbody of the car. And look at this run off of turn 2.
Wow, and just goes screaming down the inside. Again, uses a bit of the white line and comes past Franchitti. So Montoya now to second place. The leader is a second ahead. Now, here is the onboard for Montoya with Michael Andretti coming up the left side. Looked like they got close.
Yeah, they actually touched there.
That was close.
Montoya just kept easing down on the inside.
And Marty Reed, what's the story there?
Well, amazingly quickly, there was a messenger sent down from Montoya's pit to Mario. Mario got on the radio. They did apologize for the contact, so everything's been smoothed over because Michael was a little hot under the collar.
We're ready to go green again. Jill DeFerrin, because of a pit speed violation, has been moved to the back. We expect them to give it up. They wave it off. They wave it off. Here we're ready to go green. Big crowd here today. Green comes out. Franchitti stays right with Montoya. They jump out. Tracy way high off the corner. Look at Michael. Michael works on Tracy. Franchitti works on Montoya. Oh, side by side they get together. And Michael and Tracy both to the wall. So that'll bring out the yellow again.
Oh, I knocked the wind out of me.
As they did that, Dario Franchitti got past Montoya, picked up the lead. Vassar is third, Pappas is fourth. Carpentier now sits in fifth. We're ready to go back green. Boy, look at the upper deck is full here too. Again, a wave off. I'm having trouble getting this thing going. I'm going to show you the points leaders and how they have done in the past events, past 5. Franchitti and Montoya. Don't forget, as we watch these two, that single point for the most laps led could put these two into a tie if it is earned by Montoya, which may give you some idea of why it was even more important for Franchitti to get past him. Back to the green. We're racing once again, Chicago Motor Speedway. 115th lap. So far, awesome. And at Chicago Speedway, while we were away, down inside of Franchitti, and he takes over the lead of the race from Dario Franchitti. He's been able to stretch that lead out as well. On board Montoya, Franchitti 3 seconds back now, followed by Vassar, Pappas, and Castroneves, and Carpentier.
Montoya, the only car being able to run down in the 23-second bracket range. Everybody up in the mid-24s or higher. And Paul, you talked about the testing opportunities. Really coming here, it levels the playing field, because keep in mind, even a Cleveland, for example, a lot of the teams have years and years of data to draw on. Here, no one knew what to expect other than doing computer modeling. So it was really a time for the teams that had good Milwaukee setups, maybe good Homestead setups.
He's out of here.
Franchitti's gone. Here comes Montoya. Montoya retakes the lead while Franchitti comes up to speed.
But watch the distance now. It's going to be greater than that because Montoya's got heat in his tires. It's going to take Franchitti a couple of laps. Remember, both Firestone and Goodyear very conservative on their tire choices. The tires are very hard. It takes a long time to get up to temperature here in Chicago. Montoya will see if he can get back out now to the 3-second lead he had prior to the pit stop.
Well, but remember with Montoya, as we learned at Mid-Ohio and elsewhere, his ability to come out of the pits on cold tires and take it right up to top speed is uncanny.
It is. He can gain positions like nobody else just on those out and in laps. At Mid-Ohio, we saw him come out of the pits and match speeds with the guys on the outside of turn 1 that were up to speed with tire temp. And look at him extend this lead now.
So Montoya comes out and establishes himself 3.3 seconds ahead of Dario Franchitti.
Oh, we watch Pappas here. He runs lower and lower and lower on this apron, trying to make a run on the back of Jimmy Vassar, looking for clean air down on the inside. We've seen him run down there all weekend long. It seems like he and Montoya are the only two cars that can consistently get away with crossing that paint stripe twice, showing that they've got really good chassis underneath them. And we keep hearing radio reports of the other team managers saying, try it. Those two guys are doing it. They're going fast. You should do it. The drivers are coming back saying, I don't think so.
Well, the leaders are now back in traffic, and Franchitti is right on the tail of Juan Montoya. Dilda Farron, run 16th, is going to get a black flag for a speed violation on his pit stop. But at the front here, it's tightened up again, and there's plenty of traffic ahead of them. Franchitti, there he goes, down below the stripe, comes off the corner much wider than Montoya. Two entirely different styles here. Montoya with P.J. Jones just ahead of him. We'll see if Montoya clears him. Plenty of traffic ahead while we watch this. Marty Reed, you've been watching the Pac West. Whoa! Montoya almost loses it as he comes across the stripe. You're looking down from the Honda Helicam here, and Marty Reed, update?
Yeah, Paul, let's give you a period on the Pac West team. What started out a dream weekend for Mark Blundell, well, it went up in a water problem and a coolant, and it was that or pull it in before the motor blew. And Mauricio Guzman has just taken the car out of service. He's got a gearbox problem.
And now race control is getting a complaint from Montoya and his team. They're concerned about the car ahead of them, which of course is PJ. They're worried that some blocking's occurring here. You're back looking at Vassar right now with Pappas right behind him. Gary Gerald?
Animated conversations went on moments ago between Dennis Swan, who represents the kart officiating staff on the other side of the pit wall, and from the scoring stand, Chip Ganassi. They are extremely frustrated. P.J. Jones up there in the mix just ahead of Montoya, and Franchitti now breathing right down the backside of Montoya's wing.
Well, remember, P.J. Jones just a week ago at Mid-Ohio was ahead of the leaders, and there was concern for the same situation.
Of course, but keep in mind, every time he's on the brakes, almost 3 Gs of the head snapping forward, 3 Gs through the corners. It is a very, very tough place physically.
Leaders still working on P.J. Jones, who has traffic ahead of him. Jones is 7th. He's chasing Carpentier.
Much different line coming off the exit of the corner.
Boy, Franchitti looks 2 places. Hear him snap down the gears on Montoya's car. They're past Dennis Vitolo. Vitolo made plenty of room for the leaders as they came through.
And you can hear the hesitation on throttle from Montoya coming off the corner. He had to back out of it for just an instant. Dario, obviously, his corner exit is a little bit better. If he's able to run this close, he's in a faster race car at this stage of the race.
In the closing laps now, 205 complete, 20 to go. Battle is at the front of the field. 2 different fights, in fact. Montoya and Franchitti, and then Vassar, Pappas, Castroneves, and to some degree, Patrick Carpentier in the Target Grand Prix of Chicago. Montoya picked up the single point for leading the most laps, and that put him in a tie with Montoya, or with Dario Franchitti.
And Moreno's got to be careful what he does here, Paul, because he might have a very good car. He's 2 laps down, and if he gets in between Dario and starts taking him away from the battle in front of him, I don't think that's such a good thing to do at this stage of the race.
In his position there, though, is Moreno any help to Dario?
Well, I think right now it's a big distraction, because now Dario, instead of just being focused on the gearbox of Montoya and trying to figure out how to work him, he's now becoming a little defensive. He can't afford to have Moreno get by him, or at least fight with him. It splits your concentration. It's not what you want. You just want to look ahead. You don't want to have to worry about what's behind you.
And some decisions will have to be made on board Montoya. Vassar, Pappas, Castroneves, they continue to run nose to tail as well.
I guess from Montoya's position, do you say, well, hey, Dario hasn't been able to get up to me yet, so I'm just going to keep pushing and try to hang here and make sure that, you know, he doesn't get any closer, and hopefully Moreno will harass him?
Moreno works on Franchitti and does what Franchitti does not need. He gets in between him and the leader.
Well, the only thing Dario can hope now is that Moreno does the same thing to Montoya, but I don't think Montoya is going to let him through, Paul. He's got 8 laps to go. He can't afford contact or any sort of problems at this stage.
Tough decision for Franchitti, though. Do I battle with him or do I let him through? Well, I've got some guaranteed points here, even if they're only second place.
That's not for position. That is not for position.
Chip Ganassi talking to Montoya.
He's behind him.
You want to keep a car in between you if at all possible. I mean, the other option is just to try to breathe the throttle, let Moreno down the inside, and then try to follow Moreno.
6 to go.
Follow Moreno past P.J. Jones. And
there they are, still separated by Moreno. Listening to Montoya's radio, Chip Ganassi, his car owner on board, owner of the track here. Boy, this is going to be a great victory if he can pull it off for his sponsor's Target at this track in its inaugural race.
Okay, white flag, 1 to go, 1 to go.
Franchitti is not going to be in a position to attack. Moreno will separate them down the backstretch. It's still going to be Vassar, Pappas, Castroneves nose to tail as they fight this last lap. Montoya is looking to break that rookie record and a 6th win in this first season as Juan Montoya has done it.
You are the man, baby. You are.
6 victories. Here's that battle. Look at this as Max tries to make his move on Jimmy Vassar. Max goes high, goes low. They come off of the corner. And the battle for third resolves itself with Max Pappas not able to pass Jimmy Vassar. Vassar is third, Pappas is fourth, and Helio Castroneves comes across in 5th.
I got to ask you quickly about, you had a report at one time that you were having problems with 4th gear. Did it just correct itself? Did you have any problems late in the race?
Yeah, I had a couple of times when I was trying to shift, but it wasn't a major problem. And I think the biggest problem was P.J. Jones. He's always on the way, but that's the way it goes.
Great job.
Thanks.
6 wins in just 15 races for Montoya. His teammate Jimmy Vassar finished in 3rd.
And for Juan Montoya, who leads this single file procession, we talked to Morris Nunn just before engine started. And I said, Morris, when you flipped the coin, did it come up dry or did it come up wet? He grinned and said, it came up tails. And I said, let's go 2 out of 3. Then he grinned again and said, we are going with a wet setup. It wasn't 3 minutes after that this heavy shower hit the track and a big smile creased the face of Morris Nunn. However, skies brightening off to the west. If it dries, it becomes a whole different ballgame. This is going to be a genuine adventure for both drivers and teams.
In terms of the scoring, the race has in fact begun. The clock is started, although they are started under yellow. Now, after 3/4 of the season, look at the laps led. Look at rookie Montoya, who has already captured Rookie of the Year honors. He did that at Chicago, but Dario Franchitti may not have the laps led, but he's definitely been in the fight. As we take a look at the point standings, Montoya may lead it, but Montoya only leads that point fight by just a very few, 5 in fact, with Montoya adding the 1 point for the pole. And since Morris Nunn was mentioned, you know, he had an option not to be here. He could have been, he had an invitation to Clay Regazzoni's 60th birthday. He thought seriously about taking it, and I think probably now he wishes that he had. Regazzoni from Formula One, of course, in a run at the Indianapolis 500 driving for Bill Simpson.
We talk about
Wide World of Sports Mobile Update looks at something that's been on the minds of the drivers all season, but really came to a head 2 weeks ago in Chicago. It's called blocking, and the drivers are talking about it heatedly.
It's a touchy area because there's ways of doing it where it's not dangerous, and there's ways of doing it where guys really put guys in dangerous situation. And you know, it's all just having respect for each other, not doing anything sudden and all that.
When you're gonna be lapped, come on. You know, you lost already 1.5 minutes. And in the oval, it's okay, you can wait maybe 5 laps or something to wait if it goes yellow. But you can't screw someone's race like that, you know? It's pretty bad.
Tell the drivers to pass. Just stick the nose in there and pass me. If he's faster, pass me. It's that easy. Nothing with the rules.
Once they get in the spray, here comes Montoya picking up the pace. They have long conversations about where they can and will do that. You look for green finally on lap 10. We are underway as Montoya leads the field, and if you're Beyond second, you have virtually no visibility. Here comes the field through. Blundell, who we said is good in the rain, already trying to work his way forward, working on Franchitti. PJ has the back end track. Blundell looking. Roberto Moreno right behind him. Montoya's pulled out just a bit, but not much, as you see them begin now to work offline to go for visibility. DeFerrin in a fight. And DeFerrin comes up and around Moreno.
And Paul Montoya just turned the fastest lap of the race at a 1:15.9. Paul Tracy right behind him at a 1:16 flat. To give you an idea, the next quickest car is Roberto Moreno now, who just went down to a 15.2. Everybody else back in the 17s, 18s, and 19s.
And looking at this, you'd say, oh, that's not so quick. They're averaging 84 miles an hour around this thing, and that, in fact, is quick. But here now comes the challenge that Montoya is going to begin to face throughout the day as he comes up behind P.J. Jones. And now this puts us in memory of Chicago 2 weeks ago. And what is blocking? What isn't? How fast do you have to be? The drivers have been warned that if you are experiencing the leaders coming up behind you to lap you, and it appears that you're blocking, then they're going to give you a furled blue with a orange diagonal and black flag at the line. If, in fact, you come around again in front of the leader, you're going to get the black flag. It will not be an issue here as Montoya got around P.J. Jones. Gary?
Already, Chip Ganassi, just prior to the pass that was executed by Montoya, was already pleading the case with a cart official. It becomes such a sensitive issue. As soon as somebody tucks in behind somebody who's not on that battling for the lead lap, the plea goes out to the officials to be closely watching that scenario.
An hour and 5 minutes to go if they go to a timed race. Now, we mentioned that Paul Tracy was 3.5 back. Not anymore. He's sitting right on the rear wing of Montoya.
He's been catching him about a second to a second and a half a lap. That means Montoya's tires, and remember, Montoya doesn't have a lot of experience with these American Champ Car race tires in the rain. Paul Tracy does. I would imagine Montoya's tires are just about gone. Paul's gauged the use of his tires perfectly, and look at him haul Montoya in.
But on the other hand, Montoya, who is almost always the quickest car on fresh, cold tires out of the pits, maybe that doesn't affect him all that much. Obviously, it affects him some, or we wouldn't have this closure.
Okay, Tracy's P2.
Look down from the Honda Helicam.
You can see Montoya running down the right side to try to keep those tires cooled down. The problem is once you get to the braking area, it doesn't dry the tire in time to get effective braking and initial turn-in. Paul elected to stay on the dry line. You can see how he closed in going through that complex.
And then down from the Honda Helicam, this is the battle for the lead. Tracy in second place.
It's 155 mile an hour, 3G corner there, blind to the drivers on the exit. 190 miles an hour on the brakes, 3 Gs of braking. Down to second gear from sixth.
Well, Jan Beekes, Paul Tracy's looking pretty solid at this point. What's the report from the pits?
Well, he is looking solid, and that would tend to let us look back to what we said at the beginning of the race, that he is more on a dry setup, and we know that Juan Montoya is more on a wet. And as the track dries, it's playing more and more into Paul Tracy's hands.
Oh, here's going to be a factor. Plenty of cars lined up in front of them now.
They've got Greg Moore, Robbie Gordon, and Jan Magnussen just in front of them.
Montoya runs down on the wet side. I assume trying to keep them cool. Still traffic is the issue.
Tracy obviously much quicker at this stage of the race, just trying to find an opportunity. He doesn't want to rush this. He doesn't want to take the chance of damaging his car. He's obviously quicker. He's got a number of laps to get this done before that first pit stop.
They're actually currently coming up on a group that's running 19th, 18th, 17th, just ahead of them. Magnussen, Gordon, Moore, who's right in front of the battle right now, is a lap behind the race. Tracy's going to try it again, comes to the inside. You hear as Chip Ganassi tells Montoya that he's there, and we have a change in the lead. We'll have it officially as soon as they get across the line. Paul Tracy has taken over from Juan Montoya. Now Greg Moore, the two Canadians, sitting right there. Moore sees Tracy.
Great move by Paul. He set him up perfectly. The timing was excellent under braking. Very clean move. And now he's got to be very careful here, picking his way through this traffic.
Well, very good. Got to make sure Magnuson sees him. He does. Gives him room. Pulls well offline. Nice move. And drops right back in. Oh, no! Tracy loses it.
Oh, he just bumps the wall. He stayed on the throttle there.
Dangerous spot. Did he kill it? No. Here we go. He selects up reverse.
He's still okay. He and Montoya had pulled out such a big advantage over Moreno. There's Moreno's in the back picture there.
Get back. We've got a long ways to go.
His wife, Lisa, watches on.
He's certainly not out of this by any means.
Moreno got him as well. So Moreno comes into second place. Herta gets sideways. Welcome back to the Molson Indy Vancouver. Montoya is the leader. Franchitti, and then we're showing Moreno in there. And part of that is that there have been a couple of incidents that have affected several of the cars. Roberto Moreno comes.
Quite a few guys now taking that gamble.
Green, green, green.
Well, Chip Ganassi calls the flag for us. We're back racing once again as the top three get in contact. Franchitti and Tracy lining up behind Juan Montoya. Oh, no! Franchitti backs her into the tires, bends the rear wing.
Franchitti is out.
That's Kim Green talking to Dario Franchitti.
So Franchitti loses it in second place. Gives a little look at the wing. The wing kind of flops back into place. He's got to come in with it, of course.
Paulie's in the wet on the inside. He's trying to make a move that he doesn't have. He's obviously got a good car underneath him. Maybe he felt that if he didn't get it done on the restart, he wasn't going to get it done at all. Remember, Paul Tracy in this very same corner last year had a problem with contact. Fortunately, he avoided Montoya, but it was close. We saw Richie Hearn looking to the outside of Kanaan there for a moment before we cut away.
Back in front to Montoya. He will see the white flag. There it is. Montoya now knows there's one lap to go in this timed race. The clock has, in fact, just run out as he crossed the line. So Montoya flashes across.
Plus 7.5. Plus 7.5.
Second place, Carpentier and Vassar. Don't forget ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com, part of the Go Network. Final lap now for the entire field. White flag out to everybody. Battle still at second. Guzman runs alone in fourth. Then D'Amata, Castro Neves, and that battle between Tony Kanaan and Richie Hearn.
Even on this final lap, look at Montoya slide the car with a 7.5 second lead. He just never slows down, Paul.
Montoya working the final corners now. 7.5 seconds, as Chip Ganassi told him. Coverage coming from CBC.
Go easy, go easy. Don't worry. You're the man. Who's the man? You!
Montoya with a little dance.
You drove like a champion today, sir.
Oh, the congratulations of the team. Here comes the run for second. Carpentier takes second, followed by Vassar. Here comes Guzman, D'Amata, followed by Hearn. And a close call between Magnuson and Castro Neves at the line. So long. Green flag, which lies just ahead. And we're ready to go already. Kanaan turns to the inside across the front of Pappas. They stream through the first turn. Head down for the second. They're 5 wide at one point here. Will they all make it through? Back in the field. So far they do. They come off now. A quick touch there. One car off to the inside. That looks to be Castro Neves. Now the field begins to accelerate through a series of right-handers.
This is amazing, Paul. Remember in the past, right in this section, we've had the cars lock wheels, big accidents in the past, but so far, just minor contact.
Montoya trying to work his way up through the field. Brian Herta still leads it. You see Montoya, get a glimpse of him there for a second. Both he and Franchitti have a tremendous job ahead to cut up through this field as quickly as they possibly can. Juan Montoya has made no move forward. He is currently in 15th position. Juan, is this part of the strategy?
Well, you know, I just asked Chip Ganassi because it just looked like Juan Montoya was not making a move towards the front. They didn't seem too concerned about it. They say there's nothing wrong with the car. I wonder if they have chosen to run a real lean fuel setting to save fuel and try and make up all their spots on pit road.
Well, keep in mind that the past few races, Montoya has not been happy with the car on Friday. Sometime Saturday, his engineer, Morris Nunn, has made big changes to the car, and it's usually come right either in morning warm-up or for the race itself. Well, with the canceling of yesterday afternoon's qualifying, they've had to spend all their energies this morning scrubbing tires, and in Mauricio Guzman's case, trying to get brakes run in, and some of the teams haven't been able to get all that work accomplished. So I'm wondering if they just got a little bit behind in the setup. Remember, Jimmy Vasser, his teammate, has run so strong here in the past, qualifying on the pole just a few years ago, and he's started back in 13th place, currently running in 12th. So I wonder if it's just a lack of time, a lack of setup for the conditions for this weekend.
Well, when you lost that qualifying session and a good part of the morning practice as well, they only got about 24 minutes in. You certainly lost a lot of other opportunities that they really need. You know, sometimes you say, well, why do they have so much practice ahead of the race? The fact is, because they need that and more.
The cars are so sensitive to even the smallest changes that the track changes from moment to moment, let alone day to day. And you really have to need that time in order to get that car right where you want it for the driver, for the tires, for the team, in order to get the most out of your equipment.
It seems that now everyone has stabilized. The real surprises are no real advancing moves by Montoya, and only a slight move forward by Dario Franchitti, as Montoya moved from 16th to 15th and Franchitti from 12th up to 9th. Jan? He was just
on
finishing
pit road.
stuff, but boy, look at this parade.
Boy, there was a lot of brake checks right there, Paul, and we almost had damage. I think everybody got through clean.
Jan?
Both the Ganassi cars are here. We're looking over the back of Jimmy Vasser, and up ahead, Juan Montoya had called in and said he wanted more front wing. The car was pushing. Jimmy Vasser swings around the tire. Oh, right in front of Moreno. At the same time that Montoya leaves, man, it was busy down here.
Full course caution, 26 laps complete. This was that parade that headed into the pits, Parker.
Watch Montoya. Oh, there's contact there, Paul. We had a bit of a disagreement there, but I think he definitely got back into the car in front of him. We saw contact from the right rear to the front wing. We'll take a look here and see if we can find any rubber marks on the front of Montoya's wing.
He really hasn't progressed the way we would have expected. He currently sits in 10th. That was Garcia still coming back up to speed that you saw.
I'm just wondering, Paul, we've mentioned it in the past, how many times Montoya has made last-minute changes to this car, gotten it right for the race. They didn't have the opportunity this weekend to do that. He's still coming up through the field, just not as quickly as I had anticipated.
Just a bit.
You can hear Chip Ganassi telling him they're really working the fuel strategy. I imagine we won't see anything of note from Montoya until the final stages of the race.
Montoya, 10th behind Pruitt. Jan?
Well, the interesting thing is that you would expect if Juan Montoya was having trouble with his car, he'd be all over the radio saying, I need this or I need that. But the funny thing is, it's been pretty much silent, with the exception of what we heard Chip Ganassi telling him to save some fuel. He really hasn't said a word.
Only a slight change for Montoya on the pit stop, so he must feel comfortable with the car, but still we haven't seen the performance. It could be part of the overall strategy of Montoya. He certainly has to be relieved that his nearest competitor in the championship is already out of this run.
Collected. We've watched him gain nearly 5/10 of a second a lap on Juan Montoya. You see him lock up the race, Paul.
Oh, Magnuson puts the nose right underneath the...
That was good.
Chip Ganassi says that was good. Magnuson's working him hard while Montoya locked the brakes up coming down the hill.
Now, we haven't heard much on the radio from Montoya. We talked about a little earlier. You know, Paul, the problem is the only thing that Montoya can do with this car in this final stop is tire pressure. Tire pressure and wing angle. He's not going to be on the radio complaining about the shocks or the springs or the sway bars or things that he can't change. I can't believe that he's happy with this car. There's just nothing he can do about it except drive what he has as hard as he can. But we can see Magnussen has just got a better car underneath him. He's driving it extremely well. And of course he wants to get past Montoya because he's looking for a ride for the year 2000 as well.
Gary Gerald, I would suspect that Magnussen is more than pleased with his car.
Well, he's pleased with the performance, but there's major concern, Paul, that may temper that amount of pleasure. Temperatures have been going up consistently. They're very concerned of an overheating problem, but I just got word that on the last lap, it mysteriously dropped 5 degrees. So they've got fingers crossed in the Patrick Racing pit. Clearly, Magnussen got a great drive going. The question is, will that temperature level off?
Oh, that's okay. I got a car at home does that all the time.
Well, the problem he's got, Paul, is that as he trails Montoya, the air that's coming into his radiator ducting is now heated by Montoya's air, and the closer he runs, the hotter his engine's going to run. So he's got to be careful here. In fact, we can see he's dropped back just a little bit, but his engine may be overheating, but the driver obviously is right where he needs to be to take advantage of a good car on a good day.
Gil DeFerrin comes up the hill. And here comes Scott Pruitt and the entire group that runs with him, Montoya, Compartier, and Michael Andretti.
Scott Pruitt has driven a perfect race today in that Pioneer Electronics car. He's got thousands and thousands of miles here, having run a lot of different classes of cars. He's had a frustrating season, but he and his engineer, John Dick, have really managed to come together the last few races. Some great performances for Cal Wells' team.
Parker, of course, I know you're involved, along with Paul, myself, where I headed up to Sacramento area tomorrow, where Scott hosts his 3rd annual golf tournament, and they're raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for charity. Just another one of those little side things that sometimes we don't give these drivers enough credit for.
Well, in addition to picking up a single point for taking the pole position, Brian Herta now has obviously picked up the point for leading the most laps here, and his over 70 laps in the lead has moved him to 2nd place on the Laguna Seca lap leader list. Number 1 on that list, car owner Bobby Rahal.
Carpentier really pushing Montoya.
Well, here's the way the game has to be played today. Montoya has to come up on the podium, and Dario Franchitti really has to stay below 7th if Montoya expects to come home with the championship today. 66 points left in the season, 44 at the end of this day, with just 3 more races, including this one, to go. And we should not forget the temperatures here today. They have been climbing through the afternoon. It is very, very hot. Well, let's see if they can get it done this time. Slow off the corner. They begin to accelerate. This time we get the green. And boy, take a look at Tracy. Rest of the field comes down. Tracy comes up through the front row past Herta. Drops into 2nd.
Farther back, you can see Naoki Hattori trying to get down the inside of Gil DeFerrin. Unfortunately, got it slowed down before they turned into 5.
That one did not work for him, but look at the battle now as Franchitti tries to get down and inside. Can't do it.
Team Green's strategy is to get Paul to push Montoya, trying to get him to use his tires with that driving style that he uses to his advantage. Franchitti, much smoother, much more consistent, should have a better car. 12, 13, 14, 15 laps into this run.
Herta in the shell number 8 has been able to close in just a little bit, but the story and the focus will remain at the front between Montoya and Tracy, and what Tracy's strategy will be not only to win the race, but to affect the championship. Jan?
Yes, that is true. I just spoke with Barry Green. I said, is the idea to use Paul Tracy as the rabbit to go and try and wear out the tires of Juan Montoya? He said, well, maybe, but right now we're just racing. We're racing hard. There's no strategy other than going as fast as we possibly can.
Well, you would think, in fact, if you're going to begin to start really pushing a team strategy, you might not do it until later in the race after the 1st, if not the 2nd stop.
And in a situation like this, we can see that Dario has been struggling back there with Max Pappas. Max has now pulled out a little bit of lead. Dario has been so good in the past on cold tires. on starts and restarts. And I think now Paul Tracy obviously is running better of these two Team Green cars. And as Jan said, I think the strategy now is just for Paul to go out and try to win this thing. The way he's sliding the car, but you can clearly see that those two rear tires are graining and graining badly.
Roberto Moreno, how much of a mistake, how much of a slide would it take to get you in that much trouble?
It's basically the setup of the car that does that.
Elio Castroneves off course. Don't see any obvious damage, excuse me. They've gone full course yellow. Sorry, Roberto. They've gone full course yellow. And oh, my goodness. There's the championship battle. There is the problem that you could not afford to have happen. Montoya comes around the corner and clips the car. The championship fight will go on. This is a substantive change, Parker.
That is exactly the sort of thing Juan Montoya didn't need. I'm sure that Chip Ganassi was telling him that Franchitti was falling back. Let's have a replay and see if we can watch this exactly and what happened. Obviously, they had yellows out for that flag. You can see the racing line here is in this area. Watch now as Montoya enters from the right of your screen. He had a lot of understeer, a lot of speed going in there. I don't think he would have made that corner, whether Castroneves would have been there or not, from the looks of it as he went in. We can only assume that if he had an engine problem, had fluid, we don't know.
Jan, we're going to look back from Juan Montoya's car as he gets into this problem. Not sure what this will tell us. And again, the information isn't much, but the one thing it does show us is that the corner workers, many of them from the Houston region, the SCCA, did have the yellow flag out and flying, waving in that corner as Montoya came in. That is the 4th DNF of the year for Juan Montoya. Naoki Hattori has dropped back to 20th, and Scott Pruitt got past Castroneves just before that incident on the race course. Finally, though, Gary Gerould caught up with him.
Obviously a tremendous disappointment. You've had a chance to collect your thoughts and your emotions. Can you tell us what happened?
Just miscommunication. You know, it happened before, it happened again.
Now, what do you say miscommunication? What do you mean?
But, you know, nobody told me there was an incident there. Nobody told me anything. I saw a yellow flag before. I thought maybe when someone went straight or something. But when I saw a yellow flag, they show full course yellow. So he told me just stay out, stay out. He didn't say just watch the car. He didn't say anything. I backed off when he said stay out. Turned around, the car was right in the middle of the racetrack.
Did you have any indication? I mean, how quickly did you suddenly see the car there? Was there any opportunity to take evasive action?
But I tried to, you know, I hit the brakes, try not to lock the tires, to try to get the front around the car, and it didn't.
Now, we've talked so much about the terms of the championship. The opportunity to clinch is now gone. Is that a major disappointment on this day?
But it was major, you know. I didn't know if didn't know either that Dario was running in the back, so that was really disappointing that nobody told me that. Because I was, you know, you can take a different approach, but no, we did what we could do, and that's it.
Now you just look ahead to Australia and try to get the job done there.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Interesting, though, in all of the scenarios that we presented for you, we did tell you that Franchitti would have to be below 7th. Franchitti is now 14th. Had Montoya stayed in, he would have been in the position to capture the championship here.
And you can see the disappointment on Montoya's face. I made some assumptions about communication. Montoya had turned the race's quickest lap at a 61 flat. Tracy now is at 62.2. And at the point that Juan had done that, he was a good half a second quicker than anybody else on the track. Obviously, he could control the race. Castroneves' car was back onto the racing line, and that happened just in front of the pits. It's the last corner onto the pit straight. So you make those assumptions that his team is communicating the advantage he has, that Franchitti is having problems, that there is a car out on the racing line, and apparently he didn't have any of that information. And as a racer, when you see a yellow, you can't slow down unless you know there's a problem. Houston, unlike some of the other street courses we go to, have no line of sight through these corners. The asphalt is right up against the racing line. They haven't pulled them back at the apexes, so he had no warning until after you turn the wheel, and there the car popped out too late. There was no place for him to go. I would be disappointed as well.
We've been looking.
Well, Gary, for Juan Montoya, he has not been a happy camper this weekend. He hasn't been able to find a balance in the car, in particular through the chicanes. If he gets aggressive and gets up over the curbs, the car slips and slides, he loses grip and lap time. Now, his engineer, Morris Nunn, has not been able to find the cause, and in fact has told Juan Montoya, don't use the curbs, we haven't been able to fix the problem. Now, his record on the street circuits this year have had him see checkers or wreckers. 3 times he's won, but 3 other times he's been on the wrecker. He doesn't necessarily have to win this race, but he certainly needs to finish it.
And what is that scenario, and how does Dario Franchitti keeps his hopes alive against Juan Montoya? Well, there is, in fact, the scenario. Generally speaking, though, Dario Franchitti will be starting ahead, specifically speaking, and if he does and stays ahead, then the battle will move on. So let's take a look at that start. Rest of the field comes through. You get a glimpse of Juan Montoya. Montoya remains in 7th place, just ahead of Greg Moore. Now on board with Montoya. He's got quite a way to go, quite a distance to make up if, in fact, he wants to try and wrap a championship up here. But, of course, it's very, very early to try and make any moves at all on this difficult circuit. Mauricio Gugelmin's troubles, Gary?
Oh, and everybody could go with them. That's how they were going to start it. So I think there's going to be some discussion about this.
Is it was Brian Herta that brought the whole concept forward for everyone and saying, look, we shouldn't knock off a start just because somebody isn't there. I'm sure we're going to hear a little more conversation on that. Back with Michael Andretti, Montoya behind him. Well, here's a change. Now that whole thing is under review. They're going to withdraw the black flag for Paul Tracy and talk about it a little bit more. We'll go back and take a look at the start for you.
Brian Herta.
Yeah, it's not the simplistic call that it might have been on the start at Houston. Montoya trying to get his way around Michael Andretti with 6 laps complete, 65 the scheduled distance. Montoya has a shot at it. Wheel to wheel with Michael.
On the outside, Paul. Oh!
Unbelievable. Wow. He gets it done.
How does he do that?
Montoya, who has been truly struggling. Now Kanaan starts to work on Michael with the car most of the weekend. You have to ask, what's going on with Michael? Maybe that's the problem, because look, Montoya is already gone well ahead. Yep. Michael closes a bit under braking, but Kanaan's definitely working on Michael.
Well,
and Greg Moore, look at him. He's had a great run thus far.
Well, Michael...
Here is Montoya with a lot of action going on all at once. Montoya on the pit road. Gary?
Right behind him now, Brian Herta in terms of pit box position. Herta hits his box right now. Here comes Montoya with a quick snap of the wheel. He's right on the marks, a little bit away from the wall, but not enough to impact the fueling. The fueler is, however, having to stretch a long way. They've made the tire change. No other changes we've seen on the car at the moment. Herta gets away clean. Here's Montoya rolling.
Adrian Fernandez assumes the lead of the race, but now his crew is laid out, waiting for Fernandez to come in. 22 laps of the 65 are complete.
Fernandez, no doubt the fuel mileage king here today at Surfers Paradise, turning very quick lap times, getting mileage that I compute of almost 2.1 miles per gallon. And look at Scott Pruitt all over the back of Montoya. Keep in mind, Montoya's on full tanks with cold tires. Pruitt's been able to put in a lap or two. He wants to get by him now in order to get back to the front.
Montoya drifts over to the center of the straightaway as they make the left-hander in. Now run along the Esplanade, along the beach here at Surfers Paradise. Pruitt's chance may have just gone away. No, he closes. Montoya closes on Herta.
And I think you're right, Paul. His window of opportunity just disappeared. Pruitt knew it. He tried to get down the inside. With the crown of the road here, it's very difficult to make those passes down the top or the inside of the crowns. Came in early and catches the yellow just right. You can see he's come out just in front of Brian Herta. He's got to drive extremely hard to try to keep Herta behind him here.
Oh, Herta almost catches him. Allenser Jr. climbs out of his car by the edge of the race course as this battle goes past. Herta comes down to the inside, but the yellow flag was flying going into the corner.
I think there's going to be a problem there. Montoya goes by as well. Here comes Pruitt trying to get by Fernandez, but clearly the yellow was out there. That's going to be a call for Chief Stuart Wally Dallenbach, because as they came down into that corner, now look at Herta trying to block Montoya, going down over the marbles there on the inside, and we've got a full course yellow, Paul.
So the twin flags come out at the start-finish line. Our first full course yellow of the day will slow this field. There's over the rear wing of his car, back to the front. And remember, this is the battle for the championship. Franchitti's job is to try to stay ahead of Montoya the entire run. Montoya needs to not only get past Franchitti, he needs something else to happen to put Franchitti at least 2 or 3 positions back.
And as we watch these two cars, watch how well Franchitti's car handles the curbs. As soon as Montoya gets up on the curbs, the car is greatly disturbed, throws him offline. Also notice on some of these shots how quickly Franchitti's car points into the corner. It transitions very, very quickly, whereas Montoya is having to throw the car into the corner. Use those quick reflexes and hand-eye coordination in order to try to catch the ensuing crash. I've watched him all weekend long. He's probably crashed 200 times here, Paul. He's just not hit anything. And here's Franchitti just silky smooth. On some of these shots, you'll be able to see the difference here.
Gary Gerald, on that first round of stops, you had the opportunity to watch both Montoya and Franchitti. What's their tire situation?
Talking with the Firestone engineers, and Joe Barbieri was saying that for Franchitti, and I think this relates exactly to what Parker was just saying about driving style. He said there was exceptional rear tire wear for Franchitti, but Montoya's rears were, he said, at least 90% used up. Many of the teams reporting that they'd lost all real function of the rear tires as they ran the last few laps before the first stop. So clearly the change in driving, or the difference in driving styles, reflected in the tire wear when they came in and made the first change for new rubber.
And in this case, the use of the word exceptional, Gary, meaning really good.
Exactly. Exceptional meaning very, very good tire wear. Many more laps apparently were still left, but of course Franchitti needed fuel.
And Franchitti is incredibly smooth. On board with Juan Montoya, currently 4th. Max Pappas is the leader. 43 laps are complete. We expect Pappas in 3 laps. He currently has an 8-second lead over second place Dario Franchitti. And then once you get to Franchitti, it gets very tight. Franchitti, then Fernandez, then Montoya. That's Fernandez just ahead. Right behind Montoya is Herta, Pruitt, and Michael Andretti, Tony Kanaan, and Cristiano D'Amata. And Tony Kanaan's been the center of most of the action all of the way. Seems like we've been away, and it's enormous. Juan Montoya trying to chase and fight, locked up the brakes and went head-on into the barrier. The championship fight will go on to the final race of the season at California Speedway. Remember Houston, his problem there? Came around the corner, and there was a car already stopped on the course, interestingly enough. He tried to lay that one off on Chip Ganassi, the car owner, who climbs down from the stand because he had not jumped on it right away with the radio. But in this case, it's all Montoya. The car sits empty. Montoya already away from it, and Parker, here it is.
Well, you can see it's pretty simple there, Paul. He got a little wide. You can see the marbles on the track there. Montoya's had problems all weekend long going down escape roads, using the most of the runoff. He hasn't hit anything until now, but he just got in too hot. He locked him up. And when they're not turning, they're not steering. This is just the break everyone else needed to come into the pits for that last stop.
So with 16 laps to go, Montoya is out, and Chip Ganassi walks away from the pits. Jan Beekes.
And the situation for Juan Montoya, they had just called him on the radio and told him to go up on fuel and go for it. They had realized it would not be a timed event. They were going to have to stop, and they decided to turn up the wick. Unfortunately, that wick went up too fast too soon, and we saw the result.
He was trying to work hard with Adrian Fernandez. Now, you'll notice the flag's out all the way around because we've just gone to a full course caution. And that's coming at a very good time, I would think, for everyone that does have to stop. Franchitti versus Juan Montoya. Today, Juan will be crowned the kart champion. Montoya burst onto the Champ Car scene this season, winning 3 of the first 5 races. He led the championship for 13 races. Franchitti briefly stole the championship lead away after wins at Toronto and Detroit. But the rookie answered the call with 3 straight wins, giving him a commanding points lead. However, Montoya mistakes at Houston in Australia, coupled with a Franchitti win and a runner-up, puts Dario in the lead, outscoring Montoya by 37 points in the last 2 events. Franchitti is now the leader. Montoya is the pursuer. 500 miles separates one of these men from the Cup. a beautiful, crystal clear day in Southern California. We're at California Speedway for the final race of the Card FedEx Championship Series, the 500. This race will determine the champion. Dario Franchitti will win the championship if he finishes third or better, regardless of where Juan Montoya finishes. For Montoya, he must remain at least sixth and score the bonus point for leading the most laps, even to be alive in this championship battle.
If I'm gonna say I'm gonna try harder, that's meaning the other race I didn't try hard enough.
I'm very comfortable in the ovals this year. I'm upset I haven't won one yet, and I think this would be a good place to get that first win.
It'd be nice to win it before. It'd be nice to win it now, but you know, we're in a difficult position, but we're gonna give everything.
I think both Juan and myself deserve to win it, and only one of us is going to be disappointed, and I just hope it's not us.
Picked up the throttle, and Montoya now makes a move on Pappas. Montoya working for that championship. Wants to get at the front of the field. Wants to get away from Franchitti. Montoya to second. Pappas now with Vassar working on him. Onto the backstretch.
And remember, Fontana is all about the draft with the Hanford device. It's like coming up behind a semi at 90 miles an hour and just being pulled right into the back of it. Oh!
Oh, an enormous crash. Oh, my God. A terrible crash. Yellow comes out again. We're going to hold on identifying this car because there are two cars like it in the field. We want to assure ourselves they now report it is Greg Moore. There's his teammate, Patrick Carpentier. Greg Moore was hit on his motor scooter in the paddock yesterday morning by a car. A lot of scrapes, a lot of bruises, broke some bones in his right hand. They built up a whole system out of carbon fiber so that he could drive. He ran a practice drive late yesterday after the qualifying. They cleared him to start in the back. And now this horrendous crash. We wait for word from CART officials what the story is at the crash site. Yellow flag came out, 10 laps complete. Greg was talking to me right after the morning warm-up session, and he said they'd gone to used a needle with Montoya. Second place there is a man with a mission. He wants to get around Michael just as fast as he can and try to put even more distance between himself and Franchitti. Gary Gerald as they're coming back to green.
Quick update on Carpentier. They changed the engine control module. They fired the engine. He moved forward about 5 feet, shut it down, shook his head. A lot of raised arms in frustration. They still haven't identified the problem.
Some more added frustration to that team. Look back at the battle for third, Pappas and Vassar, as here comes Montoya. Montoya slingshots past Michael Andretti, and Montoya takes the lead.
What a great restart by Montoya. Most people would think he had fallen too far back. He planned the draft perfectly. You can see with the draft, Michael can get him right back going into turn 3.
Oh, shades of the early laps of the Michigan 500. Michael Andretti comes back around Montoya, retakes the lead. Since Montoya passed on the previous lap after the line, Montoya won't get scored with that lap. It'll be Michael in the official scorebook. Battle for third is still Pappas holding off Vassar. Franchitti remains fifth. Michael pulls away from Montoya. Let's see what it does for Jourdain Jr. and for Dennis Vitolo. Tracy came in 6th, out in 4. Guzman in at 18th and out in 8. And Christian Fittipaldi came in 11th, out in 9th place. Pace picks up, and here we go. We're racing again at California Speedway. This is lap 34. Michel Jourdain Jr. gets a good jump on the field. Here comes Montoya and Tracy. Tracy around Montoya. Michael rolling now on the back of Juan Montoya. Tracy pulls away. Michael's going to dart to the inside. The draft probably isn't going to work here. He goes for a gear.
We saw that earlier in the year in Michigan. Oh, and now look at him pick up the pace coming through and off the corner. And that's why he went down a gear. He wanted to make sure that that Cosworth was in its maximum peak power position, and that's exactly what he did. But now look at Montoya fight back. On the steering wheel, if they don't go down a gear, one of the other options they have is an overtake button, which puts the power to maximum rich, maximum advance on the engine. The Cosworths have a lot of time in what they call the candy button position. And I think these two drivers right now are utilizing that maximum power capability.
With Michel Jourdain Jr. just ahead of them, Paul Tracy's already moving on him. Here comes Michael to close up behind Michel Jourdain Jr. Tracy scores as the lead of the race, as Michael now looks for room. Max Pappas comes down on the inside, grabs a position away. Not good for Montoya, especially since right behind him, that's Franchitti.
And this Hanford device has really changed the strategy on the ovals. In years past, you could run 5th gear or 6th gear depending on fuel strategy and how much you wanted to let the engine breathe.
Battle on the course is back here at 4th place. Montoya, but Helio Castroneves is coming up behind him. Still some separation as they come up on Raul Boisel driving in Dan Gurney's Eagle here.
You can see Boisel running a little higher, trying to leave a free lane on the bottom for clean air for Montoya.
The glimpse was of Michel Jourdain Jr., who came off the course. Remember, he's pitted out of order, as is Dennis Vitolo, but it gave him a little TV time at the front of the field. The leaders, well, maybe as soon as 10 laps, with Paul Tracy in 2nd place will head for the pits.
Castroneves has been closing about 0.3 of a second per lap. You can see he's fully in the draft now. His car working extremely well. You'd want to set up Juan Montoya carefully. You wouldn't want to fly up behind him without a plan. Montoya wanting to make sure who's behind him. Keep in mind, the mirrors are very small on these cars. Lots of vibration. You can tell that a car's there, but it's difficult sometimes to make out exactly who it is. The problem that Castroneves faces now is that you have a lot of momentum. You catch a car, and unless you carry that momentum through in the pass, it's very easy to fall into place behind, pick up the same rhythm, the same rate of acceleration into and through the corners, and all of a sudden you're trapped. Sometimes you need to lay back. We saw Castroneves in the same position with Michael Andretti earlier in the year in St. Louis. And what he needed to do was lay back a little bit and get another run and try for another position on the racetrack to get the pass completed.
Honda power with Montoya, Mercedes-Benz with Helio Castroneves. Objects are closer than they appear kind of mirrors.
They are concave mirrors. They give you a wide field of vision, but still you have to remember, even though the rear wings are small on a super speedway, with the size of the rear tire, you see mostly the tire, the rear wing end plates, and there's a tremendous amount of vibration. Trying to use Robbie Gordon there, can't do it.
Montoya anticipated that traffic really well. He came off the corner, well aware of the position of Robbie Gordon. They put Herta down. Now Castroneves moves to the outside, and this time it works for him. So with a little help from Herta, Helio Castroneves moves up into 4th place and around Montoya.
And you have to wonder, Paul, is push to Montoya neutral to everyone else?
Back racing once again. Pappas brings him across the line. Tony Kanaan comes up to close. He is not in a battle for the lead. The top 3 are Pappas, Tracy, Montoya. Tony Kanaan is 10th. He's just trying to get his lap back. And he's pretty serious about getting it back too. Brian Herta limps by on the lower side of the course. Now Montoya tries to move on Kanaan. This time he clears him easily and moves onward. So Kanaan has at least 3 positions to go if he wants to get ahead of the leader and back on the lead lap. Now, in that championship battle, Dario must get up to 7th place to win the championship, assuming that Montoya remains in third place. He wants to race with his teammate. There had been a radio transmission that Montoya, who now moves to the inside and fights with Tracy for the lead, recognized that the championship was the most important thing and that he was driving for the championship, not the win. But right now it looks like he's driving for the win and the championship. Montoya to the inside into 3. Gets past Tracy.
I think reining in Montoya would be a full-time job. And here he is. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with Jimmy Vassar's car. I think he's just hanging back there.
Yeah, but look here at Mauricio Guzman, who jumped from 5th, now up to 3rd place with that maneuvering on the lap. Well, we're watching the battle for the lead. Big Mo suddenly, well, not so big. He's lost a lot of weight, but still a tall, hefty man nevertheless. Moved up into 3rd place.
And look at Christian Fittipaldi picking up the draft off of Mauricio.
Yeah, they all get around Vassar. Vassar drops back to 5th. Fittipaldi in 4th, moving on Mauricio Guzman.
Now what's it? Unless he comes up on lap traffic soon, he may need to back off again and try to get another run on Montoya.
Christian Fittipaldi, one of the more pleasant men in this series, moves for the lead and grabs it from Montoya.
Whoa, and look at Montoya go up high as Christian comes down in front of him, takes air off Montoya's car. He'll lose a lot of ground there. Christian got a great run coming off of turn 4, set the draft up perfectly, went around the high side, but when he pulled back down in front of Montoya.
You're okay, you passed Vittori. You're okay, don't worry about it, don't worry about it.
Montoya got a little rattled there, got up in the gray, had to come completely out of the throttle to keep it off the wall. Rather terminal.
Max Pappas and Montoya battle. Pappas gets around him. That's 2nd place for Pappas as he's working his way back to the lead. Now 3 1/4 seconds behind the leader, Fittipaldi. But here comes Montoya again. They use P.J. Jones.
Oh, down on the apron.
Montoya gets in.
Wow, that is a really, really risky maneuver. You could see the car move underneath him. Basically, it's like you're driving on 3.5 wheels there because the inside wheels are barely on the asphalt with the degree of banking and the slope onto the apron. He went below the white line with 2 wheels and got the pass done.
We're going to go back and look at that one again. Montoya got it way low, and as so many times before this year, just drives it right back out of it.
Now keep in mind, TV slows everything down and flattens it out, but that is a big transition coming down through the start-finish area. It's very, very steeply banked there. And it takes someone with the youth and the bravery of Montoya to make a maneuver like that and pull it off.
From the staff here and Dr. Steve Olvey have come out in an announcement for us. Dr. Olvey.
Gary, I regret to announce that driver Greg Moore has been pronounced dead at Loma Linda Hospital. He died of massive head and internal injuries. He was pronounced dead at 21 minutes after 1 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Well, that certainly was our concern. From Maple Ridge, Canada, Greg Moore, 24 years old, a promising young rookie when he came to the series, the 95 Lights champion. His whole future ahead of him. Won at Homestead this year, was going to move over to drive to Roger Penske's team next year. Our condolences to his friends and family. Pit in and out. Really, in fact, Pappas got up to 2nd place when he went in and out, and you saw him just edge Montoya as he came out of the pit. And as the points stand right now, Juan Montoya will take the championship. Franchitti is 2 laps back. He struggled with the right rear of that car throughout this race. So Christian Fittipaldi, we are still under the caution Christian Fittipaldi is the leader of the race, brings the field back to green. The other cars moved away, giving it as a battle between Max Pappas and Christian right behind the pace car as they came to green. Pappas took advantage of the start. Now Montoya tries to do the same. Montoya up high along Christian Fittipaldi. Mauricio Guzman closing as well.
Gear and use the button.
That's Bobby Rahal telling him just use 5th gear, use the button, which means go to full power, full revs, use everything you've got. They've got their telemetry working this time. You won't see a repeat, I don't think.
Restart, Maxie, that a boy.
And as Bobby just said, he set up that restart absolutely perfectly. What a great move by Max Pappas.
Jimmy Vasser makes a move on Guzman, picks up 4th place.
And I think you'll see Vasser now. He'll stop laying back. He's going to start coming forward. We've seen this so often in the past. And remember Paul Tracy's quotes from last year. He felt like a sitting duck with 4 laps to go. He didn't want to be the lead car. Jimmy Vasser knows that as well. He just...
10-4, 10-4.
Right now, you just don't want to lose contact with Max Pappas and Christian Fittipaldi. You've got to stay close.
As the leader, Montoya 2nd, Fittipaldi 3rd.
Green, green, green.
And then Parker's been working on the numbers, and we got some interesting fuel information to tell you. Montoya takes Pappas on the high side, goes to the lead. Christian closes on Pappas from behind. Pappas still very much in the fight.
Well, and I think Montoya knows he can't make it to the end unless we have another yellow. Franchitti can make it to the end, Paul.
Pappas comes back to the inside. We're going to elaborate that in just a second. Pappas back to the lead of the race. Montoya back into 2nd place. Fittipaldi waits station in 3rd.
All right, Max, nice and smooth, babe.
Now Fittipaldi tries to make the move. No good. Now, Dario Franchitti on Vigas came in while we were away. Looks like he was topping off. What's going on?
Well, I think the situation, Paul, is that when we do crunch the numbers, it appears as though he could make it, but checking with Don Halliday, the engineer on the car, he says it's unlikely. We're going to need some help.
So with Dario making that move, look at this. Closer yet for Franchitti. Exactly what Parker was saying.
Remember, it's 20 to win, 16 points for 2nd, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So obviously that's what they're computing down in the Chip Ganassi pits, down in the Team Green pits, is how many points they get for these positions.
At that line, he can accelerate. Jan Bikas, what about Montoya?
Well, we will see a similar situation to what we saw for Max Pappas. Rob Hill is already out on pit road. They have tires near, but they look like they are not going to go for tires. Juan Montoya, again, just get enough fuel. We'll see if they can be faster than the 8 seconds that we heard for Pappas.
And as we get within 10 laps, this is where the last 2 years we've had several cars suffer mechanical problems.
Watch your speed in the pits. Watch your speed.
As always, Chip Ganassi talks to his lead driver, Montoya. Montoya on the road.
Nice and easy.
Jan Bikas.
And Paul, they have a stick at the ready, similar to what they had for Pappas. And they know they have enough fuel.
You see Rob down there?
He's talking about Rob Hill.
Stop on Rob's hand. Stop on Rob's hand. Rob, put your hand out there. Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down.
As soon as they get the fuel they want, he will tap him on the helmet. There it is.
Go, go, go.
Chip Ganassi, the ultimate backseat driver. And that stop was exactly what they wanted as go. But in that championship fight, with Montoya dropping to 5th with 7 laps to go, Franchitti moves ahead of Montoya by 3 points.
This is exactly what we talked about earlier. Dario may be 2 laps down, but right now in 9th place.
But Franchitti's on the pit road. Franchitti comes in. He takes the points lead for just a few seconds and then comes in, Jan.
Yeah, and we could tell from the crew they were telling us the truth all along. They just looked like they knew they couldn't make it. And that this could be the championship for Dario Franchitti gone away because he has to make this splash and go. He will also only need fuel. They're not going to go for tires. They will do it as quickly as possible, but the fact that he's even here on pit road is going to make a huge difference.
They had a substantial difference in fuel mileage between their first few stops and that last stop, Paul. Obviously, they went to full power, full boost. It just went for it, and it didn't work out. They pulled up well short of what we thought they could go in a much more conservative mode.
Gary Gerald.
The push for the championship becoming critical with 4 laps to go. Chip Ganassi now has become much like a jockey on a horse going to the whip as he talks to Juan Montoya. He says, you must get the position. You must get around Gugelmin. You've got to get it going. Right now on the big board, we see Juan in the 5th spot, Big Mo in front of him. Now the position changes on the board.
Franchitti with the stop maintains the championship lead with Montoya in 4th. And Montoya, with the move on Gugelmin, goes to 4th. And they're tied. They are now tied. 3 to go. With a tie situation, Montoya wins the championship. The other story, Fernandez. He's on point. He's the leader. Pappas is second. Can Fernandez go to the end? Fernandez across the line. 2 to go.
And of course, Montoya's got 7 victories this year. Dario has 3. When it comes to a tie, the driver with the most wins gets the nod, and that would be Juan Montoya.
White flag next time around. 1 more lap to go in this season, and the battle is going to go down to that final lap. Though Montoya has his fingertips on the PPG Cup at this moment. The white flag comes out for Adrian Fernandez. Rest of the field flashes under the white flag. Fernandez on the backside. Is the gamble about to pay off for Fernandez? Off of the final corner, Adrian Fernandez takes the win. The gamble pays off, and it's number 5 in his career for Adrian Fernandez. And here comes Montoya. Unchallenged.
Stay on it.
And there he goes.
You're the champion.
He crosses
You are the champion.
line just behind his rival, Franchitti. Chip said it. Juan Montoya, as a rookie, takes the championship. He owns the PPG Cup for the next year. Now the checkered flags fly on the entire season. Everyone being called to slow down, move to the pits. New winner, new champion. And there is your new champion, Colombian. Juan Pablo Montoya takes the championship.
We ask you to do these things for us in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you all.
Hunter Floyd, one of the chaplains with the Cart Missionaries, well-liked, well-loved, expresses the thoughts of so many here. So the race is resolved in Adrian Fernandez's favor, and the championship to Juan Montoya. Let's go to Gary.
Paul, it's so hard to describe the emotion that thousands of people are feeling, and it swept over all of us. Chip Ganassi and the crew have talking to Juan, and remember, these drivers, of course, have not been aware of this, and they need just a moment to be able to collect their thoughts, and Juan has had that opportunity. And Juan, I don't know how to ask you how you can enjoy such a career highlight in a moment when there's this deep sorrow, and I know you just find out about it. Can you tell us what kind of thoughts you have at this time?
No, it's really bad, really bad. It happened again this year. Greg was a great guy, I'm really sorry for his family and everything, he didn't deserve to die.
And what better place to start than with last year's champions? Last fall, Target Chip Ganassi Racing announced they were severing their 4-year alliance with Honda and their 6-year run with Reynard chassis to run the 2000 kart season with Toyota engines in cars built by Lola. Ganassi, Honda, and Reynard had won the past 4 championships, but this season, the Target team rolls out a combination that's never won a race.
Sure, you want to hang in there with somebody and give them the benefit of the doubt, but I've seen people's careers go away because they hung on to a particular component in their car, and I've seen drivers' careers be ruined over it.
Jimmy Vasser was with Ganassi in 1995 when he switched from Ford and Goodyear to Honda and Firestone. Those changes helped Vasser win the '96 championship. He sees these changes as the next logical step.
When you think the team can't grow anymore, we've had all this success, 4 championships, and what do you do now when you think really how much better can it get, and all of a sudden it's just another evolution.
Juan Montoya, who won the title last year, doesn't see the new engine as a handicap, but the level of competition in the series will make defending his championship difficult.
When you're a smaller series, there are about 3 or 4 guys that are gonna win. You get to the top and everyone can win. Everyone has, if you won in a smaller series, everyone that is here has won in a smaller series. So it's tough. Toyota has done a good job so far. The race hasn't really started, so we have to wait and see what happens. Reliability of the engine and everything.
One of the exciting new teams in kart this year will be Mo Nunn Racing with driver Tony Kanaan, a team founded with support from Mercedes' parent company, Daimler Chrysler. Nunn engineered the cars driven to championships by Alex Zanardi and Juan Montoya, and he's responsible for much of the success Target Chip Ganassi Racing has had the past 4 years. This year, the team is his own and is brand new.
The new millennium is underway. Tagliani darts left and right, trying to find room, drops in behind Kenny Breck as the Farron takes the lead.
Montoya went around the high side, and there goes Michael right to the
Montoya and Michael around the Farron. Onto the backstretch. Montoya, then Michael Andretti, then a battle between Adrian Fernandez and Gil de Ferran. Kenny Breck is up behind de Ferran, and behind Kenny Breck is Elio Castroneves. Breck moving for position. Montoya may have put that to sleep very quickly. Montoya leads it over the Ford of Michael Andretti. And that's the 3rd race that Toyota has led. Led last year at both Vancouver and Motegi.
Well, coming into the season, really the big question was, with Goodyear's departure, the field being even, with everyone being on Firestones, what sort of advantage could the engine manufacturers come up with? Prior to the start, everyone thought that Honda would run very strong. Obviously, the Ford would run really strong, but there's a lot of rumors about Toyota having to back off in order to maintain reliability, and we can see that backing off is simply not in Montoya's vocabulary.
Michael Andretti, 2nd place. You saw the interval back from Juan Montoya. That interesting stat on Toyota. Look at this. 282 starts. 30% of the time they have had a DNF that was directly relatable in some way to the engine. And yet Ganassi takes his chance.
And from last year's Fontana pole position, the TRD folks have gained 40 horsepower plus coming into this event with their RV8E. So there's no doubt they've got horsepower. Drivability isn't an issue here because you're on the throttle in a very narrow rev range. Reliability is the only last question remaining. And so far during testing, this team and this man, Chip Ganassi, have had no reliability problems. So we'll see what happens during the course of the event.
Well, Montoya has now led 15 of his 21 champ car starts. Her was solid. A very likable young man, bright blue eyes, always has a smile. Fernandez, look at this. What's going on with Montoya? Montoya's in trouble. Fernandez came up on him, passed him. Montoya pulled low. Now Michael Andretti battles with Fernandez for the lead. Kenny Brett closes into third.
I think that caught both Adrian and Michael a little bit by surprise to see Montoya coming off the corner low.
Well, what is Ganassi worried about now? Montoya keeps it out, is on the backstretch down, heading for the pit lane. Here's Chip Ganassi, he's talking to him.
We saw Michael do something we haven't seen all weekend long. He's the first driver to get both inside wheels below the white line. Slight change in banking there, you've got to be very careful.
Leading now, Adrian Fernandez coming up to finish 24 laps. And there is Montoya on pit lane. Is it an engine? Is it something else? Is it something simple? Is this going to start to answer some of the questions about Chip Ganassi's decision? His teammate, Jimmy Vasser, is running in 6th place. Uh-oh, that tells you something.
Well, I think that answers part of the question, Paul.
Display of what looks like steam at the back of the car.
And Paul, from Chip Ganassi, he has confirmed it is engine related and appears to be significant, and the day is over early for the defending series champion.
Speaking of some of the other engine manufacturers, they thought that Toyota would have to back off to maintain reliability, that they wouldn't be able to have the same sort of performance in race conditions that maybe the Hondas or Fords would. And well, it looks like they were right.
Here's a sight we don't see that often. Montoya climbing out of the car in the middle of the race. But look how he keeps a good demeanor. Jan Beekes.
Well, when you're talking about the reliability of Toyota and the other manufacturers saying they'd have to back off, I think what they're talking about is the RPM. Audibly, you can hear when the Toyota goes by, they are turning much higher RPM than the other engine manufacturers. That gives you big power, but doesn't always give you reliability.
Gary Gerald, what's Montoya have to say?
He just climbed out. Juan, any warning, any inkling of what the problem was?
I think we're probably with the engine, you know, it's a shame. I think Target team and Toyota did a great effort. You know, the engine is very competitive. The car was very competitive, you know, a lot of them did a great job.
Is this car capable of winning this race?
Yeah, the car was capable of, you know, we did a lot of race simulations with the same engine, and the car worked perfectly always. You know, I think one of the points is that this morning we had a failure, and we never ran the engine before the race, so we don't know what happened. It's a shame.
Well, we thank you, and we look forward to seeing you next short oval at Nazareth.
Thank you.
Now, here they go then, lining up, and they take green, and Gilles de Ferran leads them away as they all head out. They didn't really get into a very good grid formation there, I have to say. And look at this battle as they come down to turn one. Vasser on the outside, Montoya on the inside, trying to take second from his teammate, but he backs out of it a little bit and stays in 3rd place. Fernandez in 4th position.
Wow, great job there by Jimmy Vasser. Montoya seemed to be in a position there to take that place away. Great credit. He didn't push the issue there. He could easily have collided and taken them both out of the race, and he saw that Vasser had a better line through the corner, and he ceded that position, and Jimmy saves him 2nd place.
Now then, look, he's always charging on cold tyres. This whole weekend, Jimmy Vasser has been quicker than Montoya. It wasn't just the final qualifying session. In general terms, Vasser's been much happier than Montoya. And Jimmy talking about the tyre that Firestone have brought to this race. It's a harder compound. Now that Firestone don't have any opposition from Goodyear, they can afford, of course, to run a harder compound tyre. The idea behind that is to get less marbles on these sort of street tracks, but Jimmy reckons that it actually really helps him. He loves driving on this slightly harder compound tyre. It suits his style.
Yes, it does. He's a very smooth driver. He doesn't like to throw the car around, and in order to throw the car around, it gets more temperature into the tyres early on, and that gives you a bit more grip perhaps right at the start of the race. But Jimmy likes to build up to it a little bit more, and he just feels it suits his style better. His smooth style is paying dividends, I think, this weekend. As I say, he's been quicker all weekend than Juan Montoya.
So engine failure or transmission failure. It may well have been a gearbox problem that seized the car up and saw Adrian go into a spin, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. Herta running in 5th place at the moment, just a little behind Moreno. So we look at our current standings. The advantage that de Ferran has over Vasser, about 0.6 of a second. Look out for Moreno, though, because Moreno running in 4th place, really beginning to put some pressure on Juan Montoya.
Roberto looks very racy this afternoon, and Montoya is not happy with the handling of this car. Moreno, meanwhile, is absolutely delighted. Look at that oversteer there coming off the corner, correcting the slide there. That's normally you're trying to put 800 horsepower at least down onto the road, coming out of a 30-mile-an-hour hairpin. But look at Moreno now. He is all over Montoya. Montoya has to defend the inside line.
Moreno goes round the outside, breaks later than Montoya, and look at that, he made it look so easy. Montoya must be struggling a little bit with the balance of his car still. Moreno got a bit sideways there, going around the fountain area, but he keeps it under control. Moreno's up into third place, and remember, Roberto finished in second place at Homestead. He's never won one of these races, but he's had a couple of great results. The end of last year, he had a second. And it's horsepower versus fuel economy that counts in a race like this as well, Jeremy. Don't forget, if you can get all that horsepower and still not use too much fuel, you'll be in an advantage because you don't stop in the pit lane for quite so long. And Roberto is renowned for using a little less fuel than some of the other drivers. That could give him an edge as we go through this race, because if that means his pit crew can get him filled up with fuel and out a bit quicker, it could be a place change from pits.
And look at that, there goes Kenny Breck down the inside of Montoya into turn one. Brian Herder had got past Montoya, and look at Montoya is really struggling here. He cannot hold off Kenny Breck, and he is dropping back through the field. Next in line behind him is Mimo Gidley. What a great drive by Gidley. He's such a good guy. He's worked so hard to get himself in a position. Round the outside goes Gidley off Montoya. Brilliant stuff.
It's interesting to see. Montoya doesn't seem to be battling it out on the brakes as much as you might imagine him. I wondered whether it was a question of the Toyota engine perhaps not producing the fuel mileage as much as the others, but that's not the case here. He's obviously struggling more than that. He's not even bothering to really brave it out on the brakes into these corners, and Montoya is dropping down the order. He's down in 7th position now, and he seems to be struggling here today. Well, the mark of a champion is to still pull a result out of the bag when things aren't going well. Taking a look here, that was when Brian Herter went past. He'd already gone through by the time we saw Kenny Breck making his move, and it means that the order, let's update you, it's all changed a bit. Gilles de Ferran still our race leader. Now we have Roberto Moreno in second place by just a second. Then Jimmy Vasser third, Herter now fourth, Breck now fifth, Gidley is sixth, Montoya is back down in 7th. The only question, of course, is what difference will it make with those drivers who stopped earlier on in this race, the likes of Mark Blundell. Montoya is down the escape road there. Now, his day has also been a very poor one, and it looks as though it might be over. He was running a long way down anyway. Hasn't been into the pits yet, I noticed, Jeremy, and now he's slid down the escape road. Here he was behind Norberto Fontana, and does he lock everything up? What happens here? Oh, well, he gets a bit of a wiggle turning in, and then decides that I'm not going to make it and go down the escape road, and that's what he does. So bit of a surprise in the race itself to take that choice. I would have thought that he might have tried to make the corner, and now he's a bit frustrated trying to get this thing turned around. It's not easy getting reverse gear in these things. You can see he's struggling to get it in reverse, and he can't, basically, I think. He's on the radio, and it's not happening for him. It's all gone wrong. The winner here from last year is not going to win here today. His teammate might still win it, but at the moment, Michael Andretti is our race leader, yet to stop. Still out there is Montoya, but he is 4 laps down. We've lost several drivers from this race, remember. Cristiano De Mata, we lost Adrian Fernandez. Dario Franchitti has gone out. Welter Sales is still out there, but he's a long way down. He's 9 laps down. He's had all sorts of problems. Also out Garcia. Well, no, he's still there, but a long way down the order, 6 laps down. And Mimo Gidley is right out of it. Montoya, well, it looks as though it's pretty much over for him. Has he gone down another escape road? Yes, he has.
Yes, he has. And once again, I think that was probably the same place, the end of the back straight, and just a miserable day for Juan Montoya.
There he is. We're hoping to hear from him any second.
What was the main thing that was causing you difficulty?
Well, mainly, you know, at the beginning of the engine started to overheat, and you know, we lost all the power, and just people started driving by us, and then we had a tire down, and just everything went wrong. You know, one of those is to forget.
Is it tough to regroup?
No, you know, just those things happens, and we just gotta get to the next race and see what happens.
Thanks, Juan.
Okay.
Much better off of Ford at this point. Tagliani slows it a bit more. The field nicely assembled now. And now we go green. Tagliani Montoya dropped in behind him, but he swings out way wide. Tries to get around him, doesn't do it. Breck battles with Paul Tracy. They're too wide in the first turn.
It was great. They were 4 wide coming down the pit straight into that first corner with Bastian, Christian Fittipaldi, Kenny Brack, and Paul Tracy. And now the horsepower battle begins between Toyota, Ford, Honda, and Mercedes. That's fine, but during the race, I think most of the teams have opted to get down the straightaways as quick as possible and just hang on in the corners. Team Green selected to go the other way.
Montoya suddenly turns on to the pit road. You saw a glimpse of him coming off of 4, and now must head all the way down to the pits. Crosses the line in doing so. This is the last pit before the pit exit.
What the fuck is going on? Is someone trying to make the guy
So Montoya in trouble. They're going for the engine compartment. He again shows his frustration. Second race in a row that he has struggled. The defending series champion not off to a start nearly as good as last year.
And you can tell when they don't have the tires laid out, they're not worried about fueling. This is a pretty serious problem. Looks like it's gearbox, Paul, if they're rocking it back and forth. You see the mechanic reach in there, trying to find gears.
And Rob Hill just indicated that's it. The finger across the throat, and coming out is a very disappointed and a very frustrated Colombian.
Montoya, the gestures and the questioning up to his owner, Chip Ganassi. And the crew continues to take a hard look at the gearbox area of that race car. Tagliani, Gary Gerald.
We thought it might be gearbox related. Was that the problem, Juan?
Yeah, the link, you know, my shift lever broke and not having a gear, it got stuck in 6.
How disappointed now at this stage, 3 races into the season and only 1 championship point. How much is that concerning you?
Oh, it's a lot now, you know, because we're cruising, you know. I was completely turned down on the fuel. We're just driving around. And, you know, when we get to the middle of the road, we're going to be able to go full power and go for the win. And it broke again. It's incredible.
This engine that they replaced this morning, it was giving you the performance and the power that you wanted?
The performance was there, you know. We had enough power in the start and everything, but it's one of those races.
Thank you.
So Montoya out early. Tagliani still leads it. Jimmy finally got up to speed. That's actually back at 15th place. The leader, Montoya. Under the yellow, 4 cars actually hit the pits. Blundell, Curacao and a half oval. The leader remains Juan Montoya. Nothing has changed in the field, but Montoya has upped the ante substantially. Look at these are the fast laps in the race. And on the 24th lap just completed, he kicked it up to 205.7 miles an hour.
As his fuel load lightens, he's just going quicker and quicker, obviously not trying to conserve fuel or the car at all. As we said before, they're flat through 1 and 2. They come down into that straight, 230 miles an hour down this back straight. They just touch the brakes lightly on the downshift from 6th to 5th gear, right back on the throttle. Slowest point of the track right here, 185 miles an hour. Hard on the accelerator through start finish, back up to 6th gear, 230 miles an hour. Obviously Montoya going absolutely as hard as he can.
200. Looks like we broke primary, the exhaust system, because after this stop under the yellow, when I took off, the power was down and I could hear a different noise from the engine. So the boost was also down, so I'm pretty sure the exhaust system broke.
Now, I know that you were in on the decision as far as extending the pit road speed limit. Are you happy with that resolution that they came up with?
Very happy. That was the best compromise. We really wanted to put this show for these fans that are so supported over here, and we're having a safe race, so CART did a good job on that.
Thank you.
Mauricio Guzman speaking in that way as the president of the Championship Drivers Association, who is very, very keen on 2 things this year. One is driver participation with his fans, hence with the help of CART, all of the autograph sessions that they have had at every track, and very, very strong awareness of helping out the fans as best they can in Mauricio's mind. And the second, along with Jill DeFerrin, that of safety at every race course they run, and they've been very vocal about that. Montoya leads, Vassar is second. He's 2.3 back. Helio Castroneves has been battling with Tagliani, but now drops a little backwards. Gary Gerald.
Problems for Castro Neves, not happy with the way the car's working after the last pit stop. He's lost several positions and he's about to go a lap down as Montoya pulls alongside and makes the pass. They keep telling Helio to continue to work with the weight jacker and the sway bars to try to hang in there. Of course, they do not want to have to pit under green, but clearly he is going backwards. He has lost 5 spots in the last several laps.
And remember, Helio Castroneves' problem at Team Penske has in fact been gearbox related. The past couple of yellow shell car is in fact Kenny Breck. He runs in 10th place. Jan Vikas?
Yes, and unfortunately for Kenny, he has lost the weight jacker. And that's why they say he has lost some positions, because after a pit stop, oftentimes the drivers use the weight jacker until the tires come up to temperature to change the handling of the car. He is not able to do that. The only changes they can make to the handling now will be during pit stops.
Parker, how critical is that?
Well, it depends how close the balance of the car is. The drivers can adjust the front and rear anti-roll bar, and the weight jacker is kind of the big Band-Aid if things aren't going right. And what they do is they simply are transferring weight diagonally across the chassis. So if the front end is a little too snappy, the back end's trying to step out, you simply lift the front, transfer more weight onto the rear, or vice versa if you're having problems with the front of the car. So if that's not working, depending on where it got stuck, he may not be able to get that adjustment completely out of the car with the anti-roll bars, and then the only thing they can do during the pit stops are tire pressure and wing adjustments. But it's Pappas
a lap down. Pappas runs 11.
And Max is going to do everything possible to keep Juan behind him. Blocking is not thought of to be a good thing when you're several laps down or out of the race, but certainly a driver is entitled to fight as hard as he can to stay on the lead lap, and that's exactly what Max is going to do.
Cristiano D'Amata was able to get around Christian Fittipaldi, and that moved him into 5th place. Back at the Kart Japan 500, Juan Montoya, while still under caution, suddenly pulled down onto the pit road and is heading back to the target Chip Ganassi pits. Gary Gerald.
Yeah, Paul, we don't know what this is about. They're waving him now into position. I think that Rob Hill indicated maybe a handling change. He may do a tweak on the front wing. No, nothing to do with the wing. Looking to the back, checking the valve, it appears, and they send him back out. We'll try to clarify what the problem is for Montoya.
Boy, that is a mystery. So close to a win. Now this shows you how competitive the series has become lately. 297 different starts for Toyota, so close to a win today. But you consider when some of those other engines scored their first victory, the series wasn't nearly as competitive as it is right now. Gary Gerald?
Well, Rob Hill has just come over the wall here, and it was a problem around the valve on the turbocharger. Rob, can you tell us what happened as a result? The electrical lead get knocked loose or something?
The pop-up valve is controlled by an electrical lead that regulates the boost. In the pit stop, the air jack line inadvertently got wrapped around the valve. When they pulled it off, it knocked the lead off. So we had to come back and put it on, otherwise we didn't have any boost.
You talk about fluky things that influence the outcome of races. Keep an eye on Montoya now. You know this is going to be one frustrated driving Colombian coming from back up through the field trying to regain what he's lost.
And in Montoya's case, frustrated usually is synonymous with fast. In this case, very, very fast. Michael Andretti.
He's going after Michael Andretti with a vengeance. He wants to prove that he can win on any form of the Kart FedEx Series Championship race courses.
Montoya around Helio Castroneves as he tries to come forward. That's not a move for position. Montoya is still struggling trying to get up through this field. He is still 8th. Michel Jourdain Jr. sits just ahead of him on the racetrack, but this will not be a pass for position. Now Montoya begins to demonstrate some speed. 20 laps to go. Time is running out. Jan Bikas.
Yes, Paul, just talking about the engines. Of course, Montoya has the Toyota power plant, and we know how much emphasis they have put trying to win here in their home country of Japan. Up front.
And he will finish in 10th place. But Michael Andretti, as we look at the unofficial results, has taken the win. When we come back, we'll talk with our new winner.
Qualified
qualify for this race. Montoya is up next, and he's really a man to watch right now.
And this is the young man that everyone has been talking about. His name is Juan Pablo Montoya. That's his full name. He is 24 years of age. The Target Chip Ganassi team. And there were 7 different drivers this past week that led the day in total speed. 2 of those 7 belong to Target Chip Ganassi, including this man right here that's getting ready to qualify.
And Juan has to be excited to have the opportunity to run in the Indianapolis 500 because Chip Ganassi's team, obviously running in kart, is a team that came out here to represent its sponsor Target, and they've got very good drivers, a very good team. But interestingly enough, it's not an IRL team, and they really had a lot of help from Tim Wardrop, who engineered me last year and several years before that. Tim came on board and helped them out at one of their test sessions because Tim is an engineer for G-Force, and that's the cars Chip Ganassi's Target team is using right here.
And Ari, Tim Wardrop, it's hard to find a better engineer at this race course than Tim Wardrop. As you watch Juan Montoya go out, he'll take 2 warm-up laps, and then he'll try to be able to possibly put the first of 2 Target Ganassi cars on the front row at Indianapolis.
Having watched Montoya race in the kart series, one of his assets is that he's very quick on cold tires as he leaves the pits after each pit stop. And with that capability, you know, it could play into his hands here that he might put down a really quick lap on his warm-up lap here just because he kind of hustles that car, you know, pretty good on cold tires. So let's have a look at his first warm-up lap here in a second.
You saw his numbers on the kart series last year. 7 poles, 7 wins. Impressive performance by Juan Montoya.
Well, of course, he won Rookie of the Year last year, no doubt about that, and the championship. So he is labeled a rookie at Indianapolis for this year's race, but believe me, this guy is no rookie. Has, of course, all the experience from running in kart last year and being a test driver the year before for Williams.
Youngest series champion in kart history here in Indianapolis, running in the Indy Racing League, the Northern Light Series. You heard us talk to Chip Ganassi a little bit ago about the cold tires. We told you that the track temperature has indeed come down. It was in the mid-70s about an hour ago. It is barely 70 degrees right now because the ambient temperature has dropped, but no mind for Juan Montoya. The impressive young driver from Bogota, Colombia, takes the green flag to attempt to qualify for the first time in his career at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Well, Jerry, maybe I knew it was going to happen. Maybe I just did my homework, but he did a 2:21 on his warm-up lap, which is by far the quickest warm-up lap we've seen out here today. So he really knows how to hustle this car around the track or any given track on cold tires. And let's see if he goes into the 22s or 23s, because it's really interesting to see him being that much quicker on cold tires.
Well, that is impressive. This car's best lap for the entire week was 2:21.551. That came on Thursday, just 2 days ago, and it was considerably warmer.
2:23.6. 2:23.6. He is the quickest so far.
And that is considerably quicker than Eliseo Salazar, who currently sits on the pole. You see the seconds differential. He is the minus indicating how many seconds or how many thousandths, 136 thousandths of a second. He is quicker than Salazar was on the very first lap.
And Montoya is certainly he's a lot of fun to watch. You know, he brings a lot of excitement to IndyCar racing, and he's bringing it to Indianapolis right now.
These fans are on their feet watching. And his teammate Jimmy Vasser also said he will be the next car to roll. Vasser in an identically prepared Target Chip Ganassi machine.
2:23.3 on that lap. I believe he's still ahead. He is still ahead of Salazar at this point. Slowed down 0.3 of a mile an hour. Let's see what he does on the third lap rather.
Average 2:23.5. The pole right now an average of 2:23.231.
Montoya is driving a nice line, using up the whole racetrack, not getting too close to the walls. He seems to be very comfortable with this setup. The car, I believe, he's just running it flat out the whole way around on these 4 laps. That lap was 2:23.2 something, so he's still ahead of Salazar at this point. Now is what.
I'm sorry, Ari, 2:23.236 on that lap, so that indeed still puts him ahead of Salazar. And 1 lap to go. 24-year-old Juan Montoya to be able to put his car on the pole, the provisional pole, on pole day for the 84th running of the Indianapolis 500.
This will be the last time out of turn 4, and he's probably going to crunch down a little bit in the cockpit to just get less resistance down that straightaway. And he's on the pole, 2:23.372.
That is the average for 4 laps for Colombian Juan Montoya, 2:23.37.
Here at Indianapolis, but 4 great laps for you.
Oh yeah, the car has been really good, you know. Had a bit of pushing one, the wind it wasn't helping much. But car has been awesome all week, you know. Didn't, you know, just start trimming it out through all the week. And, you know, I want to thank Stargate, Budweiser, all my sponsors, just great.
Now you watch your teammate go. What are your thoughts as he makes his qualifying attempt?
Oh, he should be all right. You know, I managed to trim out a bit more of the car out, so it's gonna be close. You know, I don't know what happened to Greg Ray. Maybe, you know, his car wasn't where he wanted to be, but I went for it. First lap, you know, I thought maybe it's not gonna be as good when it's cross the line. 2:23.5. I was like, ooh, that's pretty fast. Just keep it going.
You seem to have taken a very intense approach to this week. Obviously, this race means a lot to you.
Yeah, it means a lot to me. It means a lot to all my team, all my guys, and, you know, being up there, it's just awesome. You know, I want to just thank all my guys. They've been working too hard, but the result is good.
Congratulations. Let's watch your team.
Thanks.
Route.
And I'm with Juan Montoya, and Juan, you knew what the task was going to be when you went out, and you remarked that you thought Salazar was capable of being beaten because of his last lap.
Yeah, you know, he was really fast. And when I saw his time, I thought, oh, you know, in the morning when myself I ran at 2:23.2. So we can be close. When he went then 5, then 7, I said, Jesus. And he just last lap, he blew it a bit, and, you know, we knew we could get him, but it was going to be close. And, you know, it was about putting all 4 laps together, and we did it.
That's the unique part about Indianapolis, 10 miles, 4 laps. You're new to that. How difficult was it?
Yeah, when the car is good, it's pretty easy, and I think the Target team, you know, gave me a great car. I want to thank him, you know, thanks Target, thanks Budweiser, and just all my sponsors. They've done a great job.
What about the cold weather this morning and during qualifying? Is it made for big horsepower? Is it made things even better?
Oh, it was pretty interesting. You know, the cold weather helped. The wind wasn't much in our favor, because yes, we struggled a lot with the wind like that, but it just got better and better and better. And through the run, actually, the car felt, you know, first lap I had a bit too much push, and it's going to start washing off, and it didn't. That was really good.
Let's check in further up pit road with Vince Welch. Vince?
They might run a 50-weight oil to race with, but, you know, they need to be down at 20 or 30-weight oil with the weather in this kind of conditions and under qualifying situations.
Yeah, what they also do is they block off the entry, which is just behind the front wheels there of the side pods. They close that all off where it cools off the oil, and it makes the car go quicker through the air and also picks up the oil temperature. So I don't know why these guys haven't figured that out. It must be something else.
Juan Montoya is on the racetrack in the car in which he did not qualify. This raises an interesting situation.
Well, that is an interesting situation. I mean, maybe we haven't seen all we can see of Montoya. Could he withdraw a car and try for the pole position? Earlier he said they wouldn't do that. They were going to stick with where they were at, but you know, things change at Indianapolis, and it'll be fun to watch.
Well, for a while today, Juan Montoya was on the pole at 2:23.3, but not anymore, Bill.
Only got bumped back 1 spot, but Juan, you just walked through Gasoline Alley to a huge ovation from the fans here. Obviously, they were supporting you, but you did lose that provisional pole position. How do you feel?
No, it's all right. No, the car was fast when I went out. It was windy, and race condition was a bit better than mine. So, you know, that's racing. We're fine.
How about the reception from the fans? They're obviously huge cheers as you were walking back here.
Oh, it's fine. You know, it's a lot of fun. You know, it's a pretty interesting place.
And you guys were making brief runs during that open practice session, just scuffing tires?
Yeah, just getting ready for the race. You know, pole, second, third. You know, as long as you're up there, it doesn't matter.
Thanks for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Juan Montoya.
He doesn't seem quite as pleasant as he did earlier in the day.
There is
a rather complex weekend ahead of him. Starts on the front row for the Indianapolis 500 tomorrow. They have 2 different chartered aircraft to get the team back and forth between here and Nazareth and Indianapolis. Christian Fittipaldi, 1 win to his credit last year.
the back end of the field, Christian Fittipaldi, because of this now, is making up a lot of time on the interval that Montoya had pulled out.
We take it back to the front of the field. That is Montoya, with Cristiano D'Amata just ahead of him. Had that incident on the start. Jan Beekes, story on tires?
Yes, Paul. A lot of people are talking, and certainly we heard from Dario Franchitti what happens when the tires are cold. A lot of the radio communications have been at the moment that the tires are not up yet. What that means is that they have telemetry that tells you the tire pressures, and not yet do these cars have the tire pressure that they really want to have when they get settled into a pace. So hopefully when they do, these guys can get more racing.
Well, they're now 18 laps, so some of those run under yellow, but still a considerable distance under green, and the tires aren't up yet.
Well, because you think of tire temperatures, but it's really the pressures that are important, because the more air that the tires build, the greater the spring rate in the tires, and more importantly, it gets the ride height to where it needs to be. So these cars, which make so much of their downforce from the bottom of the car, can start working at their most efficient point.
Well, you saw an example of that in the qualifying at Rio, where for Paul Tracy, they filled the tires in the morning at ambient temperature, and it changed drastically during the day without them rechecking the tires. Hence, he had problems during the qualifying. It's so critical now. Montoya continues to thread his way through this field.
The most difficult thing you do of this very busy near 1 mile oval. You're always turning, you're always in traffic.
Tracking the leader from the Honda Helicam, looking down on Nazareth Speedway, the world's most polite man, Gary Gerald, that John is occasionally impatient. Well said, Gary.
Well, just once in a while.
And as he comes up through the field, obviously it's going to be harder and harder to go by. He goes by Mark Blundell here, but the next person in his sights is Michael Andretti. And I guarantee you, Michael's just not going to pull over and let him by. We're going to see how this battle shapes up here.
Let's see. Michael, born here, lives a few miles from here. Has twice won here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to let him by.
Yeah, and this is a little surprising. Michael running back in 16th place. They had done some testing at Milwaukee, thought they had gotten their short oval problems figured out. Obviously, his teammate had done quite well during qualifying here 7 weeks ago. Michael said that Christian's setup wasn't suitable for his driving style, but thought they had a better handle on it. Obviously, they haven't.
Michael Andretti, the Kmart, Texaco, Havel, and Lola, set up behind Oriol Servia with the leader right behind him. Whoa, Montoya really skates the car there. Jan Beekes.
Yes, and Michael Andretti was hoping that this delay of 7 weeks would help him like the delay helped him in Japan. That rain out by 1 day helped his crew fix his car so he could go to the primary where he was more comfortable. He was hoping with a 7-week delay they'd find the handling on this Lola and he'd be faster. But right now, as you can see, he's fighting to stay on the lead lap.
Michael Andretti does have the leader of the race. Juan Montoya just behind him. Another 2 seconds back is Christian Fittipaldi and Paul Tracy. But this is the key position on the course. 47 laps are now complete in the running of the Kart Nazareth 225. We'll be back. This race.
Well, everyone's going to have to make at least one more stop to make it to the end. So they're just hoping that a yellow comes out before they run out of fuel. They'll make their stop before anyone else, but track position is everything. If they come in first and go back out, everyone else comes in after them, they'll still be at the front of this race, and that's all they care about.
Team Cool Green had an incredible pit stop on that last round and got pulled, for that matter, even if you're sitting in the grandstand. But to the driver, they say you come off at 2 and look downhill, and it is very impressive. Ready to go green once again. They will go green on the start. Whoa! Cold tires again? I would assume so. This time it involved Paul Tracy.
And we saw Jourdain in there.
And Montoya's up there, too. Michel Jourdain Jr. appeared to be the start of the situation. We will look at it again. But, boy, this is going to have an effect on the race.
You know, before I would have called that a survey after Oriol had done it 2 races in a row, but now that everybody's getting on the act, you know, and it's not that cold outside. That's the thing. We see Jourdain Jr. loop it, coming onto the pit straight, bumps Paul Tracy, looks Montoya into the back
of Moreno,
yep.
It looked like.
Everyone else just scrambling.
Oh, this is going to have a major impact on the outcome of this race. Tracy pitches it sideways. It doesn't look to me like it got anything critical on that hit. The real question is going to be over with Montoya, because he looked as if his nose really got poked into the back of Moreno's gearbox. Look at the damage there.
Yeah, you're right, Paul. It took out that right front wing. And And the only concern I'd have with Tracy is Jourdain's right front, where it hit Paul's side pod, is right where the radiator is located. Is hopefully the pod isn't that big of a deal, but if it damaged the radiator, then that would put Paul Tracy out of the race.
Well, and the other question is Roberto Moreno, because that damage that you just saw as they get ready to change the whole nose and wing assembly, that came from the impact with the back end of Moreno's car, so you don't know what suspension parts or his tire might be damaged in there.
Yeah, you can see Jourdain just lining up coming off the last corner. And we can see just before we cut there. Oh, man, what a mess. That's going to leave a mark. Yeah.
In Montoya's pit, here he comes. We can see the damage at the right front on that wing, and it is extensive. Now his teammate Vassar made a stop, got fueled up. He exits. Juan sits here. Chip Ganassi oversees the operation. They're going to have to change the entire front nose assembly. That will take even more precious seconds, but again, they're still under the luxury of a yellow flag. They're remarkably quick. Only 4 bolts to go into place on top, 1 underneath. Ganassi hollers for him to get it down off the jacks, I believe. Still waiting to get that nose in place. The field has to come by, so they do a remarkable job to get him back out here without losing further time.
Oh, that was a beautiful piece of work. Has damaged Montoya's chances greatly, but still, you got to give the crew credit for that one as they change the nose. To move forward in the rookie points fight. There's Montoya as he now tries to get his way up through the field and lines up behind Cristiano D'Amato. On the restart of the race just a couple of laps ago, Montoya was making moves early. And a little bit of an advantage with his teammate sitting just ahead of him. Whoa. Goodbye, I got 3 of you, I'm gone. Quickest hands in the business. He's an amazing race driver. As Montoya tries to work his way up through this field, next position that he's actually going for is Michael Andretti, but he is separated from Michael by Cristiano D'Amato. Servia gets way high coming off the corner.
And I was just going to mention he had gotten by Servia. Servia, though, has done a great job. Started back in 17th position and has worked his way up now to 10th.
Credit has to go to Morris Nunn and his new team this year, because Tony Kanaan, their Mercedes engine, they run at the front of the field, followed by Jill DeFerrin for Penske Racing and Roberto Moreno for Patrick Racing, Gary Gerald.
Well, you can almost smell these computers humming down here as the engineers crank out information on what kind of mileage it'll take to get to lap 225 without another stop. Michael Andretti's been told if he gets 2.58 miles per gallon, he'll be all right. Kenny Breck has been told get 2.68 and you'll be okay. Let's go to Jan.
Adding one more name to the list, Mauricio Gugelmin. Their team now says they can make it to
the CART Medical Center. All right, we're going to put Montoya up in that box in the upper right-hand corner and watch him as we're ready to go to a restart. Jill DeFerrin leads, then Moreno. Breck comes inside Moreno. Lags back now, the green comes out. Breck tries to make a move on Moreno. Oof. Montoya works on Michael Andretti.
Why we never...
Whoa, doesn't work on him, just blows him away down the inside. Back at the front, DeFerrin begins to pull away just a bit.
Goes right by Fernandez, no problem.
And now he is up, beginning to challenge in that fight at the front. What a great set of moves for Montoya. On the first lap coming back, he's able to move up to 5th place.
And he had a huge head of steam coming up behind Mauricio Gugelmin. I think everyone's a little more cautious on the restart with cold tires, except for Juan Montoya. I think the guy just stands on it and deals with whatever the chassis gives him.
And to his woes, Paul Tracy is about to get the black flag. It'll be a drive-through penalty because he passed the car before the green flag. Montoya is flying. DeFerrin has a little over half a second on second place Moreno. Front of the field is very tight. This is the fight for 4th, Gugelmin and Montoya.
And you see that his advantage has been neutralized a little bit. Now that Mauricio's got temperature in his tires, he's been able to stay out in front of him. But those first few laps on that restart, Montoya is just that much closer to the edge, willing to take the risks that the other drivers in front of him weren't willing to take.
Paul Tracy Ganassi at this moment answers the flag for the drive-through penalty. That will drop him well down in the order. As Montoya works Guzman, Guzman closes on Kenny Breck and Roberto Moreno. And that takes him up through second place. So very shortly here, this is going to be a four-way battle for second. LeBaron has stretched out his lead by 2 tenths, now running 9 tenths ahead of the rest of the field. Just get a glimpse of him there. There he is.
You can see Moreno using every inch of the road right out to the wall at the exit of turn 2 there.
Moreno, what about Montoya? He just put a left side down in the grass.
Guzman having one of the best races he's had so far this year. Pac West struggling. At his best qualifying at Motegi in last race in 7th. Here he is running in 4th. Doing a very respectable job.
Watch Montoya here as they come into the corner. Guzman turns in. Now look at the left side of Montoya's car. Oh.
There's a pretty good lip off the inside of the asphalt down onto that grass apron. You've got to be very careful of hooking the inside edge of the tires as you do that.
Also gives you a lot of information about what section of the course somebody's working better in. Oh, now slower traffic becomes a factor. Guzman comes up on Kenny Breck. Montoya decides to stay wide here. Guzman tries to get Breck. Guzman inside alongside Breck. They come off the corner too wide. Now they're too wide with Adrian Fernandez. Adrian is trying to get Montoya. He doesn't. So Fernandez just jumps inside that one. Now he gets Kenny Breck. Whoa, Adrian Fernandez just comes out of nowhere. Passes 2 cars, Breck and Montoya, in the space of a half a lap.
You know, I think I've seen 2 cars interlock wheels like we saw there since the Schumachers did it in the F1 race just a few races ago. All the way through turn 2. They just weren't side by side, but had their wheels interlocked.
They come down, and Howard Katz, the president of ABC Sports, waves the green flag, and the 84th Indianapolis 500 is underway.
Look at Robbie Gordon on the inside of his teammate.
And he gives way to his teammate, Greg Ray, who moves into the lead as they go through corner number 2. But Robbie Gordon with a very, very aggressive move at the drop of the green flag. Looks like all the field moving through turn number 2 now, and they come down the backstretch for the first time. And the battle is for second position as Montoya gets second spot now. Here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Juan Montoya has a 7-second advantage on Robbie Gordon. Third is Eddie Cheever. Now, you won't see this anyplace else, fans. This is the exclusive ABC Innovative Track Map. On the straightaway here, number 9, that is Montoya. You see the interval between himself and number 32, Gordon, who is second, and then Eddie Cheever back in turn number 3 is in third position. Along the racetrack,
we don't know that.
And he's rolling. There is Juan Montoya, the leader of the race, and now he comes into the pit area for his pit stop.
Has to slow down to 80 miles an hour.
And remember,
you can hear the gearbox coming up from the shifter. They're telling Montoya to slow down. He doesn't have the same sort of brakes that he has on his smart card. It almost makes his mark. Now it'll stop. Chip Ganassi continues to tell him that things are good, that he's having a good run. You ready? His visor, though, it is very oily. He asked for a rag. They said, we'll give it to you the next time. It was a 10.9-second stop.
Well, you could say him signal to the crew with his hand that he was having a vision problem, so either he's gotten rid of all of his tear-offs already, Bob, and he's got some oil on that shield.
And with his pit stop, he gives the lead to his teammate, Jimmy Vasser. And this is the
time to see just exactly what's going to happen on strategy for more pit stops. Chip Ganassi, one more stop for your crew?
Yeah, it'll be one more stop, Jack. They need about 20 gallons.
And how close will you go? Will you pit early or pit late?
Jack, I can't tell you that.
Vince?
A.J. Foyt's here. When he left the pits there's a pavement change. And right there, it's a little bumpy, and the car jumped a little sideways on him. And I think that's when he thought that he might have just glanced against the wall. But no problem there. And Buddy was charging before that last yellow, so look for him on the move. And here's Jeff Ward challenging Montoya.
Yeah, he's keeping up with Juan, at least, as the green flag comes out, and we are back to racing, but so is Buddy Lazier, and Lazier goes outside of Jeff Ward, and at the end of the straightaway, Buddy Lazier goes to second position, and now he sets his sights on the leader, Juan Montoya.
Well, that was a great move, and if he had any concern about touching the wall, he didn't show it there, Bob.
He was closer to that wall than he was to the pit wall before, so he's going to charge now because he has the leader in sight.
Leslie Goodell is with Greg Ray. Montoya has had all day from Buddy Lazier. Now, let's go down to our three pit reporters and get updates on the first three, Montoya, Lazier, and Ward. Here's Jack.
Well, Bob, we told you a couple of laps ago that they're going to have to pit one more time for the leader. Whether they pit early and run the fuel down or pit late and just do a splash and go, that remains to be seen. Why? Because this man, Chip Ganassi, knows that the rest of the competition are monitoring his radios. And Buddy Lazier goes to the inside, Bob.
Couldn't take the pass, though, as Montoya holds the lead, but Lazier is right in his tracks. We'll keep an eye on it as we go to Jerry Punch.
A moment ago, guys, Buddy Lazier said, should I save my tires, or should I go get him? The crew said, go get him. We don't know what the weather's going to do. Bobby's going to go after him.
I'll tell you what, Buddy Lazier moved up a gear. He shifted up a gear as they came down the front straight. Now he's in sixth gear in the draft with Montoya. To me, it looks like Buddy Lazier has the legs on Montoya on the straightaway, and I think this is the time here we're going to see it.
Well, let's watch closely.
Again, I'm not sure it's the legs, it's the draft. These motors this year, Bob, are a little bit smaller. Because of that, they are really affecting the draft a lot more. They got less horsepower, so any help they can get with the draft really shows up to the driver.
And that's why he has to go up to sixth gear in order not to get on the rev limiter, because he picks up a few hundred revs in the draft.
We'll do an at the line this time to find out just exactly how fast they're going. They come off quarter number 4 and complete lap number 164.
At the line, they're pretty close.
2:15.9, second fastest car on the racetrack is Eddie Cheever, back in the 5th spot. And third quick is Jeff Ward. Buddy Lazier in the Delta Faucet Coors Light Tybo Dallara, just a few car lengths behind Juan Montoya, who has for the most part dominated this 84th running of the Indy 500.
Well, the top 5 cars, Bob, are all running in the 215 mile per hour range. So all 5 of the top 5 are very close.
If that was a decision that was made during carburation day, everybody thought that the lap speeds for race time would be about 2:13. But then at carburation day, Juan Montoya, Jimmy Vasser, and a bunch of guys escalated. Everybody changed gears, figuring it would take this to run up front.
And right now, Montoya leading this race has no bad air in front of him. Remember that Buddy Lazier is behind Montoya and driving in his bad air, upsetting his car a little bit. If Montoya gets held up a little bit by a back marker, then Buddy Lazier can pounce and get by.
And that's why we see Buddy able to catch him, Bob, but he can't get by. He gets close enough, he gets in the turbulent air, and then he starts to lose the front end, and he's got to back off. So it's a real tough situation where a driver's got to time it just right.
Chip Ganassi was saying take some wicker out on the next stop in order to get some more straight line speed, and I couldn't really understand what Juan was saying back with his heavy action.
Speaking of heavy action,
he's got a lot of heavy action than I have, Tom. Especially on that radio.
Juan Montoya started from the second position back in 1969. Mario Andretti won the Indianapolis 500 from the second starting spot. Well, let's go to Vince Welch, who has an update on our third place runner, Eliseo Salazar.
Jimmy Vasser was very upset. He did not want to come in, and when they called him in early, so he's not happy with Anderson's decision.
Well, Jimmy Vasser stands on the throttle and picks up the pace as the green flag is about to come back out here at Indianapolis. Jimmy Vasser is the leader. Montoya is second, and look at the scramble back there again, 4 wide as Buddy Lazier shakes his fist at Eliseo Salazar, unable to take that spot. There's Jeff Ward on the right.
Both white cars are racing each other, and Buddy sort of got caught out by it.
Well, Salazar has done this in the past. One time I remember that David Jones putting him on the inside wall on the front straightaway. He almost did it to Buddy here, and that's why Buddy was upset.
Again, did not pit under this most recent caution.
Well, Vassar has a lot less fuel in the car, so he should actually be a little bit quicker. Montoya, he can do it all with full fuel or no fuel. He's fast.
Montoya faster on that lap than Vassar. In fact, he was faster than a couple of other cars. Let's see what he does here. Montoya's right on that rear wing of Vassar as they go into turn 2 and down the backstretch. And now here is Montoya making the move at the end of the backstretch, and Montoya takes the lead from Jimmy Vassar.
You heard him on the radio. He said the car was loose. Now that problem can get worse as the laps go down. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
Well, the leader at lap 180 has failed to win 7 of the last 8 Indianapolis 500-mile races. That is an amazing statistic, but that is the way it's occurred.
There is, in the next couple of years,
Indeed, the white flag is coming out.
White flag, 1 to go.
1 more lap to go for Juan Montoya.
Well, he's got a fast race car, but he's handled every situation thrown at him for 500 miles, Bob.
Especially the start of the race, which was a little dodgy. He didn't come out on top on that one, but he wasn't that eager to take the lead. He got a little squeeze there. Just kind of stayed in 4th place, came back to the front, and has hardly relinquished that lead.
Again, a rookie has not won the Indianapolis 500 since 1966 when Graham Hill drove to victory. It looks like that Juan Montoya is going to do it here this afternoon.
They're the winner of the Indianapolis 500.
Indeed, 24-year-old Juan Montoya wins the 84th running of the Indianapolis 500.
Boy, great.
Just an incredible performance.
He is happy.
He led 3 times for a total of 167 laps.
Day for the 84th running of the Indy 500.
Down to Jack Arute in victory lane.
And there is a huge smile on the Colombian Juan Montoya as his crew congratulates him. This victory, a lot of it belongs to their crew as well, because they had such phenomenal pit stops. Juan, congratulations. As they said, as Chip said, you're the most famous race car driver in the world right now. How do you feel?
I'm so happy, you know. All the guys at Target, Budweiser, all the sponsors did a great job. I'm just so happy.
And there is the traditional swig of milk. Did you have any problems whatsoever today, Juan? Because it looked flawless from our vantage point.
Oh, it was good, you know. The only time I was a bit scared is when Lazier got close to me. And at that time I thought, you know, it's going to be difficult. But I so I could pull away from him, and I tried so hard. And it's just beautiful for everyone at Target. Just thank you very much.
The last couple of laps before the last pit stop, you were talking back and forth with Chip about maybe changing a wicker. Chip overruled it and said, no, let's go with a wing instead. Good move.
Yeah, it was pretty good, you know. Jimmy tried it and he didn't want to go loose.
Head of this field, Paul, for the 3rd time this season, Juan Montoya, last year's defending CART FedEx Series champion. But while he has led more than twice as many laps as any other driver in this series this year, when it comes to finishing laps, he's no better than 16th. Well, what he and this team want to do is build on the momentum of that victory at Indianapolis a week ago. They've swarmed over the car. They've got it race ready now. But he doesn't want to lead lap number 1. He wants to lead number 2, 25, and get his first victory of this season, and the first for engine supplier Toyota. Let's go to Jan Beekes.
The field beginning to alignment, picking up well in the front rows. There they are. Juan Montoya is on the pole. Remember, his car and Jimmy Vassar's will appear a little more similar this race because of the last-minute change. Green flag, here we go.
Clean start to this point. They head for turn 1 through 1 and 2. Oh, somebody got way high coming off of 1. Everything's still okay. Seems to be Michael. Montoya down the backstretch. Franchitti drops in behind him. Carpentier is the track record holder here at 185 miles an hour, but that's since the alterations to the car to slow them down. Here it slowed them down considerably. In fact, right now, running in traffic, well, out of traffic, the front runner, Juan Montoya, is at 158.5 miles an hour.
Well, we started to talk about it a little bit earlier when Carpentier set that track record. They were running about 4,000 pounds of downforce, did about a 22nd lap. Last year, they went to the super speedway wings and brought the downforce back to 3,000 pounds. This year, they're at 3,500 pounds. They're about a second slower than Carpentier's record lap back in 1998 in qualifying.
Gilles de Ferran quickest last time around. Of course, a lot of that owes to traffic. Part of the traffic was Nakano, but this time the leaders were able to get past Nakano quite easily. Montoya, Carpentier, there's Dario Franchitti. Is in third, de Ferran is fourth. Paul Tracy is fifth.
There are two different sequences that a driver can go through during the course of a pit stop. We've seen two different strategies create two different problems. Castroneves came in, downshifted into neutral, make sure for a nice safe stop. He's up in the air. Generally, they won't grab first until the car is on the ground and they're just about ready to pull the fuel in the vent hose. Castroneves' problem is he couldn't find first gear. Tagliani, the other strategy, he leaves it in gear. The problem is the clutch can overheat and the car can start to creep. And if he does pull it back into first gear, if it's not engaged, the thing will lock up and start to pull away, even though you've got your foot on the brake. And that's what caused that problem. So two different strategies, two different problems, both created the same problem. Slow pit stops, and in Tagliani's case, the end of his race.
Juan Montoya is the leader. Michael Andretti moving in, followed by Carpentier, de Ferran, and Paul Tracy. Toyota, Ford, Honda. We'll be back. Mauricio Gugelmin is down one lap. Michael Andretti is in second place, just behind Gugelmin.
Everybody's up to full power now, Paul. It's just a sprint to the end.
Everybody answers the green flag. Michael Andretti looks for room. Boy, Andretti is just flying. 158.1 to 155.4 last time. Montoya will be looking for the white flag next time around. If he does so, he makes history a couple different ways. He's going to tie the record for different winners thus far in the season. 1 mile to go for Juan Montoya. The Indianapolis 500 champion may make it back-to-back wins here. Indy and then Milwaukee. And Toyota is about to see their very first victory. They have tried so hard and so long, and now they see a checkered flag. Congratulations not only to Montoya, but to TRD and Toyota. Chip Ganassi Racing, Toyota's first win in their 307th start. Moreno is not able to charge on Breck. That battle remains static. And Max Pappas comes through in 7th place. Jan Beekes?
Chip Ganassi getting the congratulations of Wes Unger, all the Toyota people. What a great day for Toyota and for Chip Ganassi. Chip, Indianapolis turned right around and get this win for Toyota. How nervous were you those last few laps?
Well, you know, Michael was coming there. We had Gugelmin between us, but Juan was just, you know, he was in top gear, not hitting the over limiter. Everything was fine. He couldn't ask for a better day. I mean, we suffered through this another rain out, and the Target team did a great job.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
6 races in the CART FedEx Championship Series as the Colombian flag flies for Juan Montoya. In those 6 races, 6 different winners as Juan Montoya now adds his name to the list. We'll be right back. Well, the results, of course, are unofficial, but Montoya took a major leap forward in points finally this year. He got the pole, he led the most laps, and scored his 8th career win and his first CART win
since Vancouver last September. Let's go down to Gary Gerald.
And Juan Montoya is alongside. What does it mean to you to give Toyota its first victory as an engine supplier to this series?
A lot. You know, they worked so hard this year with us. You know, they came, you know, such a long way now. And we led so many laps, and it was just a shame we couldn't win. You know, we had Japan in our pocket, and things went wrong, and here everything was good again, you know. I think we got something rolling, and I hope it just keeps coming.
How important was the momentum of your success at Indianapolis a week ago leading into this weekend?
It was important, but, you know, the car was good. You know, the only thing we were worried about, we didn't test here, so we thought we were like a step behind, and we changed everything for Saturday, and the car is just awesome all day long.
Now this morning, I know you made a big change in the front wing after the warm-up session. How concerned were you before you made that change?
The car didn't feel very good, to be honest. I wasn't very happy with the car, and I said, you know, we need to figure out something new. We went back to what we knew to race on, and it was awesome. The car was just, didn't change it in the front wing or anything. It was really good.
And here comes the defending champion moving up in the point standings. Great job.
Thank you.
Oh, you can bet he is. This is Juan's fourth win on an oval. And here's a graphic to this point. Toyota engineers and everybody working on the engine hasn't liked all that much. But now they finally, after 307 tries, have put one notch in the win column. You're going to see a lot more than that. If we look at the points, now, Paul Tracy, there's no change for him. Roberto Moreno dropped up one position, but look at Montoya. He suddenly jumped 6 positions up to fourth, to tie for fourth with Michael Andretti. Jan Vikas and Franchitti with identical times and passing being so critical. Let's see how they start the run here. They pick up the speed. Montoya just a little bit ahead as they come to the line. Green flag is out. Here we go. Montoya jumps the lead.
We saw Dario lock up the brakes there on the entry into turn 1. Remember, Dario last year was very good coming off of turn 2 down into turn 3.
Elio Castroneves jumped into third place, followed by Jill DeFerrin.
We talked about fuel strategy. The guys in the front are obviously pushing very hard. Montoya and Franchitti both get exceptional fuel mileage while driving right at the limit. Farther back, we know that Fernandez, some of the other drivers, if there's a yellow early, they'll be in, trying to go off sequence to try to gain track position towards the final stages of the race.
Cristiano D'Amata now beginning to work on Jill DeFerrin back in fourth place. You see them, they just came off the corner behind the top 3 here. D'Amata.
17-second bracket, everyone else in the 118s down to 6th place, then 119s and 1 minute 20-second range. It's a blind downhill corner with a big drainage ditch right here. Transitions from concrete to asphalt. 180 miles an hour down this back section. They break on the diagonal, blind all the way around the sweeping right-hander, then downhill. They have to stand on the brakes, second gear. Now watch, concrete, asphalt. Back to concrete, very bumpy here. Asphalt, concrete, asphalt. Back to the concrete, makes it very difficult to balance the car there.
We're alongside the Detroit River. Get a glimpse of Canada. Windsor, Canada, just off to the left. Now he turns back, and this sends him actually north and heads for the final turn and sweeps across the line. Back into the first turn for Montoya. The leader by a bare 9/10 of a second. Castroneves has dropped back just a bit. Gary Gerald.
Just a quick update relating to the fuel conservation mode. We said that's a prevailing theme, but we've also heard a couple of indications to Dario Franchitti in particular. Use the button, that's the overtake button, where you run full rich, but in only one designated area. They say turn 3, which is the best passing opportunity, end of the front straightaway. We've also heard for Roberto Moreno, he's been told use the button anytime you need to. So they're gambling a little bit, hoping that that little extra squirt of fuel, the extra horsepower, may enable them in the right situation to gain a very precious position.
And what a driver's looking for is for the driver in front of him. Wow!
Just go to opposite block. No problem. I can handle it.
But they're waiting for the driver in front of them to make a significant enough mistake where they can hit the overtake button. It goes to full advance on the timing, full rich on the fuel to try to get by at the end of the long straight going down into turn 3.
Kenny Breck, a look down on the leader of the race, Juan Montoya, who has led every one of the 17 laps. The view from our Honda Helicam. up above Belle Isle in the Detroit River. We are at the 17th lap of the Tenneco Automotive Grand Prix of Detroit. Montoya started on the pole despite having an equal time with Dario Franchitti. He had a faster backup lap to that, so he got the pole. Dario started on the outside of the front row, and Franchitti fell in behind Montoya on the start, and with the exception of the loss of Cristiano D'Amata, there has been no change in the top 5. But Cristiano D'Amata is his story. He pulled off the course a few moments ago, Jan.
Yes, and I checked with his team owner, Cal Wells, and he confirmed that, in fact, it was an engine that let go for Cristiano D'Amata. I then went down and checked on Michael Andretti because we've seen him loose. We've seen that half spin. Checked with Peter Gibbons, his engineer, and said, why has it gone loose? They're not sure. The next pit stop, they will lower the tire pressure. Gary?
Over on the run alongside the Detroit River, Montoya, and the right-hand turn that brings him back to a sweeping start-finish line.
You can see the marbles starting to build now offline. We didn't see that at Long Beach. The Firestone engineers were hoping that the same thing would happen here, but you can see offline the dark pebbles forming on the outside of the track. It's going to make passing very difficult on the restarts.
Jan Beekes.
And Parker, that is interesting because it is the exact tire that they ran at Long Beach. So the only difference would be the abrasiveness of the surface. The downforce level is higher on the cars here, but it's amazing how you have a different racetrack, exact same tire. One has a little bit of marbles, the other has none.
Al Spire and the Firestone crew, they have an idea of how to reduce the marbles even more in the future, and it's a simple solution. Take one set of tires away from everybody every weekend. We'll see how that plays. Moreno keeping the speed limit here, now can come up to speed. That gives the lead back to Juan Montoya, followed by Elio Castroneves. But Paul Tracy, they're going to give a stop-and-go penalty to him. So next time around, one would expect Tracy would come in.
Well, that would relate to that pit safety violation with a crew member going down. And you think about, I think this is, what, 3 straight races in a row where Paul Tracy has ended up having to have some kind of a penalty that has brought him off the racetrack into the pits. It'll put him way back in the standings.
Yeah, he had a violation at Milwaukee 2 weeks ago that even this weekend he doesn't clearly understand. And there goes Paul Tracy back after serving the penalty. So it's Montoya, Castroneves. Roberto Moreno was able to slot into 3rd place, and Mark Blundell, they've been reporting that he may have some problems. So Juan Montoya gives up the lead only briefly. And Montoya slows down. Montoya heads for the pits. And Blundell gets in trouble. It looks like it's with Elio Castroneves and Christian Fittipaldi.
Now, I think that's Gilles de Ferran, actually, Paul.
That is de Ferran. And Christian saying, what's up? Gary.
Apparently a problem with the rear tire. They are changing all 4 tires. They don't know if the differential may have broken somehow. So 2 conflicting reports. No, the official says no. Ganassi now telling him no.
They're looking at the half shaft there, Gary.
Montoya was saying the car feels really weird. If there's something wrong with the half shaft, that would explain weirdness.
You can see the inner ball joint, the inner rings there that hold the half shaft to the gearbox have come apart.
So Gary says that weirdness continues. Elio Castroneves took the lead, and he was not involved in that. That turned out to be Gilles de Ferran. There goes de Ferran, Gary Gerald.
And Juan Montoya now out of his car, and we can find out what happened, Juan.
Well, it's a shame, a drive shaft broke. We didn't know what exactly was the problem when I came in. It was the drive shaft. I thought it felt like a loose tire, but it was the drive shaft. And those things happen in the race. But, you know, I want to thank Target and Toyota again. They did a fantastic job. My guys did a fantastic job as well. You know, Bill and everyone, you know, in my team just gave me a great car. And, you know, I thought we had it in the pocket again.
You thought that you had this race won. It was working that good. You were holding everybody off, obviously.
Yeah, you know, we were saving a lot of fuel and everything was going really well.
Well, that's the weird day. We've said it so many times. Thank you, Juan.
So, full course caution for the incident involving Christian Fittipaldi, Mark Blundell, and Gilles de Ferran. Gilles de Ferran, you saw, was able to make his stop and is back into the... As Castroneves brings the field off the final turn, they roll toward the green flag. Well aligned, we are racing. Castroneves goes first for the corner. De Ferran falls well back, but then comes back into second place.
Kenny Brack involved there.
Traffic jam there.
We saw Kenny get bucked as he tried to go down the inside. Cars trying to go around the outside.
Well, we told you how important it was. It's a parking lot in the festival curves right now. Tracy's going to try to give it a spin and get going. So is Branchini. They're going for a full course yellow already.
And Dario stalled it.
Get going.
He stalled it, Paul.
Oh.
He tried to whip it around to the left. It didn't work. He brought it back to the right and killed the engine.
A season of incredibly bad luck for Franchitti. But there is Vassar, there is Pappas, there is Fernandez.
On board with Juan Montoya. Now watch Kenny Brack, upper right side of the screen in the shell car. Now look, Montoya backed off early, trying to give himself a little bit of room. Everything's great. He's trying to go around the outside. He sees Franchitti, says, forget this, I'm out of here. And he goes over the curbs.
All right, down to Jan Begas.
In the heat of battle.
Well, now the rule there is that you cannot improve your position on the race course by shortcutting the racetrack. And there was, in fact, some discussion among the drivers. Hey, you know, how do you tell whether or not I improved? I'm coming out of the pits or I'm on the start. Especially on the start might be very confusing. And they put a couple of officials down in the first turn to address just that issue. So I'm assuming somebody saw it. But the point being made that, yeah, that's, you're avoiding.
Coming down the pit straight, 6th gear, 185 miles an hour. Hard on the brakes, 3 Gs here, down to second. Slowest portion of the circuit, 41 miles an hour. Coming off the concrete, back onto the asphalt. Short shift 3rd, 4th, then 5th gear down to turn 3. 150 miles an hour, braking down to 110. Long sweeping right-hander, maximum of 3 Gs. You can see the bumps through the apex there. Lots of patching on the inside of these 2 corners. Coming through turn 6. Accelerating from 70 back to 130 miles an hour. Stab of the brakes, roll the steering back into the right at 80 miles an hour. Now back up through the gears down the long back straightaway. It's blind to the drivers here down the inside concrete wall. 187 miles an hour, they just brushed the brakes down to 5th. This is Mr. Toad's wild ride through here. Down to 3rd gear, back to turn 12. You can see the patching there on the inside. Accelerate hard, back onto the pit straight. And that's a lap at Portland International Raceway.
Montoya flashes across the line. 31 laps are now complete. Castroneves, de Ferran, Moreno, the top 3, no change. Patrick Carpentier is having a pretty good sand. Who has which engine? Of course, Honda in the top 2 positions.
Has dominated on the street and road courses for the last several years. We've seen strong runs, obviously, by this driver in the Toyota-powered engine, as well as his teammate, Jimmy Vassar, down at Long Beach. The Fords have done quite well, but Honda has had them all covered when it comes to getting to the checker flag first.
Moreno's a Ford, and then Cristiano Damana and Montoya, they're both Toyotas. Place. Every time I talk to Montoya, I'm impressed with the very real possibility that he has no idea how really good he is, fastest hands in the business, and how casually he takes all this, how easy it is for him to relax. Last night, here at the track, after most of the people were gone, he had a little gas-powered radio control car that he was doing loops and spins with. He said he'd had it for about a week and was really having a good time with it. His handling there is almost as good as it is here.
I saw that car earlier in the weekend. I went back to talk to Jimmy Vasser, and he and Jimmy had been working on that car for several weeks. But as we ride along with Montoya, this is the least amount of opposite lock I've seen him drive all weekend long, trying to conserve tires, trying to be careful with the chassis. I'm a little concerned on the upshift, so you can hear the same sort of shudder that we heard earlier in the season when we were on board with Jimmy Vasser that ultimately led to a gearbox failure. Listen on the upshift here.
Montoya's in trouble.
He's backed way off coming into the final corner here at turn 12. Watch him come into the pits, I expect.
Yep, heading for pit road. His teammate Jimmy Vasser out early. Now here comes Montoya. We'll watch him. There are no battles on the track right now. They're all lined up trying to figure out what they're going to do with this fuel strategy and how they're going to deal with Moreno. Gary Gerald.
Looking over the shoulder of Mike Hall, the wheel has come off the cockpit. That doesn't look good. Mike, what's the problem? We don't know. They don't know what the problem is. Even more frustrating. Obviously, it's all over for Juan Montoya.
Gary Gerald.
With Juan Montoya, do you know what happened, Juan?
Something broke in the engine, stopped rubbing, I went out of the first corner, went to put the power and just wouldn't rev, so when I stop it here, it's making a noise, so something broke.
How good was this race car up to that point today?
Not very good. We were struggling a lot with the car, but I think, our strategy was to save fuel, and I did that. And we were looking really good for the end of the race, to be able to run very rich. Now it's completely turned down, so I thought maybe at the end we could pick something, but after like half of the run, tires were really bad and everything, so it was terrible.
How much did it hurt you not getting the TA practice session while you were getting ready to run at Indianapolis?
Well, the results, you can see them, it really had us.
Thank you.
Okay.
While he was getting ready for the Indianapolis 500, they did have a test available. Test available here, but they pointed out they were not able to make that test, and Montoya thinks it hurt him bad. As the drivers approach the line, the field through the final two corners. Now they are on to that long straightaway that is the main straight, and now we'll see how the cone idea is going to work out. Green flag comes out. They spread wide into the corner, and one spin already.
Looks like Fernandez got into the back of D'Amata there.
Oh, cars all over the place, so whatever they were thinking of, it doesn't look like it's worked. Cristiano D'Amata hits the power and spins the car around. There is Tarso Marquez, it's Michel Jourdain Jr., Takuya Kurosawa, and that looks like it may be Shinji Nakano with his back to us. So the car's looking on board from Montoya. This should actually be ahead of a good deal of it. But he sees what's going on, says, I'm not going to have any part of that.
Montoya just runs out of room going through that first corner and has to evade going to the grass. Right to left, so they're sacrificing a faster turning or reacting car for a little bit more stability over the bumps.
You saw Jimmy Vasser's car. Now, as he comes around, here is Montoya's car.
You can see right there, look at that nose extension. There's a flat plane before it downslopes to the tip of the nose. That allows them to slope the rear suspension forward and extend the front wheels, extending the overall wheelbase.
Montoya is working on Kenny Breck. That is a battle for 10th place. Still Vasser and Herta at the front, separated by 2 seconds. It's a typical 4th of July weekend here in Cleveland, across most of the country, I guess, for that matter. One of those lazy days of summer, hot, humid. The wind has been coming from off the lake, and it shifted to off the land this morning, and that made it a little bit more uncomfortable, but it didn't deter the crowds that have come here.
Another quick stop for Newman Haas. Yes, anything under 12 seconds, and it's a race with Franchitti, and he beats him out.
Well, Dario Franchitti obviously came in as well, comes out right behind Michael Andretti. They can hit 140 miles an hour as they come into this turn, turning back onto the race course, out of the pit.
This is what we've seen in the past. Coming out of the pits, you exit faster than the guys on the track. Look at Michael fight with Montoya here. But keep in mind, his tires are cold. Montoya's going to want to try to take advantage of him right back.
Now, he had to have surprised Montoya. Of course, Montoya's coming off of a tighter turn than Michael had to make when he came off the pit road.
You can get a great launch coming out of the pits, and now look at Franchitti.
Franchitti in the fight works on Michael Andretti. He's had it his own way. Now, here comes Montoya working on Kenny Breck, and Montoya gets him, so that's the pass that puts Montoya in second place, but Breck's going to come right back.
He's trying to
alongside.
And look at this. This is the beauty of Cleveland, side by side. Montoya chops him going down to the apex.
Just follow him. He's going to have to stop again. Suck in behind him and save some fuel. Get in behind him.
You can hear Scott Remke talking to Kenny Breck there.
And that is the whole story of this race now, Parker. Can you get it to the finish?
Well, Montoya's got to go 36 laps to the end. As hard as he's pushing, that's not going to happen unless we have a yellow. He's going to have to come in.
Don't worry about it. 2.1. You just work on that. 2.1.
He's going to have to come in for a splash and go. Scott Remke telling Kenny Breck he's got to get 2.1 miles per gallon. On the display on the steering wheels, it gives him instantaneous fuel mileage. They know how many miles per gallon they have to go. His target number, 2.1. Now this follow.
Heading for the pits was Juan Montoya. Gary Gerald.
Well, it was an absolutely routine stop. It was perhaps advantageous because I knew they'd have to have a splash. You heard Juan calling for a half a turn of front wing. He got the fuel he needed. No fresh tires. Stayed on the ones he had and was gone in about 7 1/3 seconds.
And after that, Chip Ganassi said you can go as fast as you can. Now, we showed you a graphic just before we showed you that pit stop that showed Kenny Breck as the leader of the race. We've had some pretty serious problems with kart timing and scoring. It's the system that generates those graphics into our system. And right now, that scoring it is showing Breck and Andretti as having one more lap than they actually have. Roberto Moreno is, in fact, the leader of the race. He is followed as the leader by Juan Montoya, then Kenny Breck, and Michael Andretti. We apologize for that misinformation.
And now Roberto Moreno's got a big problem because with that splash and go, Montoya's got plenty of fuel to run full rich. Moreno obviously is going to turn up the wick on this restart. He's gotten a little bit of fuel in the bank on this yellow, but it's Montoya that has the advantage as we get into the closing laps of the race.
In fact, even the drivers have been pretty vocal about getting the scoring system a little more functional because it confuses them most of all. They're the ones that absolutely need that information.
You know, and looking at the running order on the track, I think right now our monitor's completely wrong. I think Moreno's in the lead. We've got Breck, Andretti, Franchitti, D'Amata. Tagliani is now out, even though he's still shown on the track. You can see there's Patrick Carpentier, but it's this man now who is down, I believe, in 7th position, not in 2nd position.
There you go. With his stop, he dropped down to 7th. But the key is right there. Roberto Moreno. Not 22 to go. Can he hold on to score his first win for this man, Pat Patrick? Green flag, we're racing once again. And here comes Kenny Breck. Also Michael. Michael works on Breck. Franchitti is there behind him. Michael all the way off course. Franchitti darts to the inside. D'Amata looks for room. Franchitti goes way right, trying to keep away from Michael. Now they try to split him. Franchitti inside Michael. Oh, Michael lets him through.
What a bonsai pass. Darby just came down the inside. Michael didn't have a choice. He had to get out of the way. D'Amata took advantage of the situation. Now look, Carpentier trying to get around the outside of Michael. There's nothing like a 150-foot wide racetrack. Oh, and it looked like Montoya got into the back of Carpentier coming off of turn 6.
Remember, Montoya with that stop has unlimited fuel now. He has no fuel-saving campaign going at all. Chip Ganassi, his owner, said, you go ahead, gas it all you want. The others ahead of him are not as fortunate.
You know that, Paul, he had some handling difficulties. In fact, the crew had called him and said go full stiff on the rear anti-roll bar. So it appears it's not that he's running lean, he's got handling difficulties.
Patrick Carpentier just got around Dario Franchitti.
It had to be one of the two, because you can see he's just very,
now
very slow
Montoya
now.
gets him. Gary Gerald?
Schildeferin now out.
Come into rows of two right here. This is the turn that leads to the green flag on the pit straight. We watch for green. And here we go, an exhibition play.
Green flag.
Castroneves grabs the inside line. Damana battles with Michael. Now this is Lakeshore Drive along straightaway. You're on board Montoya.
Now what you see is weaving by Michael Andretti is Michael being a little defensive, but trying to find the smoothest line between the manholes.
Whoa!
As they come down to turn 3.
Oh, two people in trouble. Castroneves loses it.
Dario Franchitti into the back of Montoya.
Franchitti gets right into the side of Montoya. Oh, no. Third corner of the race course.
And Damata's leading his first Champ Car race, but this is one of the problem areas coming down into the third corner.
Rest of the field appears to have gotten through safely. They have gone to local yellow only, meaning the cars only have to slow at turn 3. And there is a substantial runoff area there, so they might be able to get the cars off the course, then back on. But now the decision has been made to go to a full course caution, which of course means that the pace car will come out, the field will slow entirely, and they'll try to get these two unstuck from one another.
And remember, the last two races we've had first lap incidents going down to the Festival of Curves in Portland, and then also 2 weeks ago in Cleveland. Now watch Castroneves in too hot, down the inside, locks the rear wheels. Cristiano Damata comes across, Michael locks it up, Franchitti locks up the rear wheels, and spears Montoya as he begins to turn in for turn number 3.
And Kenny Breck had a really close call. Here is Montoya's view.
Watch the smoke come off the front of Michael's tires. You can see Castroneves wide. Montoya turns in for the corner. Bang, hit by Franchitti. Fittipaldi gets through, and Breck just misses on the way through, followed by DeFerrin, Fernandez, and Oriol Servia.
And Montoya raises his hands almost like, what happened there?
Let's watch it again in real speed this time. Coming down into the corner, Castroneves, Damata misses. Bada bing, bada boom. We can see bodywork, the front wings of Franchitti's car. Cold tires, cold brakes, and a lot of testosterone working there.
And a full course caution as a result. The pace car is out, driven by Gail Truis. Stacy Kuhn is the onboard passenger, keeping the cars aligned, and they're still doing everything they can to try and get Montoya separated from Dario Franchitti. Franchitti's crew, all they can do at the moment at least, well, they're finally separated, is watch and hope that they can get both these cars around. Cristiano Damata is leading this field. Of course, he got by Castroneves when Castroneves locked him up in 3. Gary Gerald, what's Juan Montoya thinking at this point? He's got to be angry.
Well, I think he's just kind of wondering about the fates. Juan, tell us now, were you totally a victim? What were you trying to accomplish there?
Nothing, you know. I could have been second in the stars. I don't do anything silly. I brake pretty early. As soon as I brake, Damata got across in front of me. Then I was braking in the hairpin, and suddenly, you know, I run in the back of myself, and it's a shame because the car, I thought we had a really strong car, and it was really good under braking, so I was really hoping to get a good result here.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So that's pretty much the way we saw it. Cristiano Damata now leads, followed by Castroneves. Johnstone Paul Tracy is bringing the field toward the green flag. Christian Fittipaldi closes up nice and tight on Paul Tracy. We wait in. Here we go. The 500 miles is underway, and already they go 5 wide.
Joe DeFerrin almost making contact with Christian Fittipaldi, and DeFerrin takes the lead going into the first corner.
DeFerrin comes screaming forward, while at the same time, everybody looks for racing room. Franchitti comes down low. Montoya comes up to the front. Michael slots into second. And DeFerrin drops back to third. They come 3 wide.
It shows you how quickly things can change here. Montoya started 7th, and he leads the opening lap.
It's close as they come across the line. Montoya, Andretti, then DeFerrin. Franchitti in 4th, Paul Tracy, and Kenny Brack is now up to 6th place. On the long wide backstretch.
And as I said last night, both Michael and Juan told me they were going to lay back, get 6th gear, lean the mixture up, and just be patient. Well, we see how long that strategy lasted.
That was a great idea right up until the green. They come side by side for the line. Montoya noses ahead of Michael Andretti. Montoya leads it again. Michael Andretti struts back, looking at Montoya.
Opening laps of 224 miles an hour.
DeFerrin sits third. Kenny Brack moved 2 more spots and is up in 4th place now. Unofficially, thus far we've had 6 different lead changes. Here comes Michael trying it again on Montoya. Michael high, he's got a good run on him. Michael grabs the lead. Oh, Montoya comes way high off of 2. Ducks in behind Michael, tries to get a run on him going into 3. Montoya's got Michael. The lead changes again.
That's the beauty of Michigan. You can run low, middle, or high. It gives the drivers the opportunity to take advantage of the draft produced by the Hanford device, make the pass and not get shut off going into the corners, and Michael goes right back around.
Michael grabs that lead again. 5 laps complete. This time, it looks like Michael may be able to hold it a little bit longer.
But watch Montoya slingshot. Top speeds increase 10, almost 15 miles an hour. Goes to the high side going into the 3rd corner.
So much for that idea as Montoya takes the lead back from Michael Andretti. Michael trying to make his move. A little further back, Kenny Brack is working hard on DeFerrin.
You can see Christian Fittipaldi trying to move up behind Kenny Brack there. These guys in this draft are approaching speeds of 250 miles an hour down this back straightaway. Watch how they use the draft to their advantage. There goes Michael Andretti on the high side of Juan Montoya. We're seeing these changes all the way back through the pack.
Montoya, this year's Indianapolis 500 champion, just behind him, last year's Indy 500 champion, Kenny Brack. Montoya goes to the inside of Michael Andretti. And once again, Montoya grabs the lead back. Kenny Brack now looks at an opportunity to go down low on Michael Andretti. Gil DeFerrin moves in on the high side. Helio Castroneves is there. Helio Castroneves now sits in 4th, not DeFerrin. And Christian Fittipaldi's behind him. Paul Tracy broke the track record and started on the pole. He is now 14th in just 18 laps. This went around, Castroneves, Montoya, 1-2. Cristiano D'Amata is sitting 4th now. We mentioned him a moment ago as he ran down the backstretch. He came off of a very good showing a week ago at Toronto where he led in the early going. He's fully capable of winning here today. The leaders work around Shinji Nakano.
You heard one of the spotters' voices saying clear. They're an extra set of eyes for the drivers, letting them know if there's anyone behind, above, or below them.
We like that gear. We like that gear. We like the mileage. Looking good.
Here's a surprise. That's Roberto Moreno that the leaders just overhauled. Moreno, the points leader, by 2 points over Michael Andretti coming into this race.
Adjusting the fuel mapping there on the starts and restarts. They obviously go to full rich. They want full power to try to get a break from the competitors around them. As soon as they start to settle down.
Double slingshot. Helio Castroneves moves, then Christian moves. Christian comes up behind Montoya, fights for 2nd. May have actually gotten 2nd at the line. He did. Now he moves on the leader. But he really cannot yet contest Kenny Brack. Pappas comes to the inside of Castroneves. Grabs 4th.
And Now look at Christian in the draft. Top speed increases up to 10, sometimes 15 miles an hour. Montoya now looking on the high side, but didn't get a good enough run on Kenny Breck.
So at the start of the 51st lap, Christian Fittipaldi has his moment in the sunshine, taking the lead at the Michigan 500.
Watch the relative position of the cars as they go through these corners. Gary Gerald mentioned that Penske had sent an emissary down to the Grugelman team because the cars don't have to touch in order to crash. The driver, the leading driver, simply has to cross in front of the trailing driver, disturbing the air over his car, taking away aerodynamic downforce. They can be 8, 10 car lengths in front, cut up across the track, remove the air from that trailing driver, and create an accident. Back on board with Max Pappas. Paul, I started to mention some of the things we'll see them adjust. The fuel mapping, you'll see the weight jacker being adjusted. Also, you'll see them use the push-to-talk button to talk to their teams. Also, the anti-roll bars. They can adjust the front and rear anti-roll bars. So there's also boost control. So there are a lot of things that the drivers are doing while they're steering these cars around at up to 4 Gs around the high banks.
Now Max Pappas trying to get down inside of his teammate Kenny Breck. As back and forth, this battle within the top 10 continues to run. Christian Fittipaldi is still at the front, Gary Gerald.
Yeah, and the arm feel.
Great. The arm is much better than my car right now.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Only 37 days since that injury. The arm feels great.
Nothing like being a 25-year-old superhero to come back from multiple fractures in only 37 days.
There is Christian making his move down low. Montoya tries to make it as they all come around Shinji Nakano. And Tarso Marquez just ahead of them now. The leader, Michael Andretti, works around Tarso. And now here, would he decide to take the job? Well, then I think that's a whole different situation.
And he watches his two cars battle for the lead, with Kenny Breck now leading in front of Max Pappas. And from that onboard shot we had of Max, you could see the rookie stripes on back of the 1999 Indy 500 winner's car.
Castroneves works high, Breck works down low. Jan Vikas.
Kenny Breck now leading. The team is actually frustrated because they told him during the break, we don't want you to lead, we want you to follow. We want to save some fuel. Normally they're cheering when a guy takes the lead. Not in this case. They want him to hang back and save some of that precious fuel.
Yeah, just in the time we were able to get it to you, Jan, Kenny Breck dropped back into second, as you see as they flash across the line. Gary Gerald.
For Michael Andretti, a quick update. They thought that he was
lap of the race at 230.8 miles an hour. And there's Christian Fittipaldi up battling with Kenny Breck. Oh! Kenny Breck and Christian Fittipaldi get together. Off at 2.
And I just mentioned that if this had been a Winston Cup car, they would have just rubbed fenders. Nothing would have occurred, but with these open wheel cars, just the slightest touch, and it'll put someone in the fence or up into the air.
They're lucky the cars don't get airborne when they touch like that. So Kenny Breck, who had a spectacular ride going.
Did you go through that debris?
To make sure Kenny's okay. In fact, the safety teams have now asked the drivers, give us a wave or something. Here it is, Parker.
Coming off of turn 2, Kenny's almost up against the wall. Christian lets the car out a little bit to the outside. They make contact. Kenny locks his left front wheel in between Christian's right front and right rear. Now watch as they come off the corner. Christian starts to drift up high. Kenny heads for the outside wall, trying to squeeze in, and he just makes contact with that right rear wheel. Gets a little bit of air, makes heavy contact.
Yeah, he's lucky that car didn't go higher in the air when they touched wheels like that.
Kenny already up in the gray there on the outside. There's almost no rearward visibility to these cars. Christian may not have known that Kenny was getting a run coming back up the outside. You rely on your spotters to tell you that. And essentially, Kenny had no place to go at that point.
D'Amata looks low. A look way down. Max Pappas takes it all the way down below the line, while at the same time, Tracy comes around the outside.
The spotter stand for the drivers is located about 100 feet away from our booth, and as they did that, I saw numerous hands go up there. They were covering their eyes, watching them go down into turn 1. Drivers are just seeing how their cars are out front in the lead in clean air. The smart thing to do is to fall back just a little bit, maintain contact with the leader, but to help carry you around, breathe the engine, get mileage, and wait till the last half of this race to sprint to the end.
Gilda-Ferrin, who made a good move at the start and was up running with the leaders, is now back in 7th, Gary.
Yeah, and Paul, we had a report, and right now we're watching on pit road. Shinji Nakano has come to a stop directly in front of the line.
Castroneves has called in and said that he needs to find a restroom fast because he's a little overhydrated and he still has a long ways to go.
That's Alex Tagliani that darted out alongside of Helio Castroneves and slides into 2nd place and comes back to try to do battle with the leader, Michael Andretti. Castroneves' teammate, Gilda-Ferrin, just came in and climbed out of the car. We'll try to get him as Alex Tagliani takes the lead of the Michigan 500. Out of the race, and maybe Gary Gerald, you can now clear up some of the confusion of the stop, is Cristiano D'Amata.
Cristiano, can you tell us what happened and what led to all that confusion that put you out?
When Barrett, my crew chief, he moved away to go to the front wing. It was basically the same movement that we organized that was for me to go. So I thought was for me to go was misunderstanding. Our fault, we'll fix it for the next race. Simply because we gave away a couple of points that were going to be important.
Now, and I understand the crew member he's okay. Everybody's all right. Nobody was hurt here.
No. At least that's good. From everything bad that happened here today, the good thing is everybody is fine.
We appreciate that. Thank you, Cristiano.
But it was unfortunate. It's racing. It happens. But we have to go on to the next one.
All right, we're going back to green. Thank you, Kenny.
And remember, it's been some time since that accident. As we go back to green flag racing in, so Kenny has had a considerable time to calm down. Here is Paul Tracy as on the restart. He moves to the lead, getting around Montoya. Montoya drops into 2nd, Castroneves to 3rd. Then Michael, then Christian Fittipaldi. Franchitti moves way, way low on Fittipaldi, while at the same time Pappas goes high. Michael down inside Castroneves. Maintains the lead. Montoya has to come up high behind him. Michael moves low and then drops back into line, but here comes Castroneves. And Michael comes low. Pappas comes up high and slows. Boy, that cost Pappas. Tracy still leads. Now Castroneves gets a nose in front of him, and Castroneves takes the lead. And there's where the game is. Castroneves trying to get as much of a lead as he can on the remainder of the field so that he can dart into the pits for a splash and go and finish this race in front. While Fernandez, by all good guesses as we look at the pit summary, and Servia suffers heavily because of his penalty, by all guesses, Fernandez goes all the way to the end as they go 4 wide again. Gary?
I can't believe it every time I look up and watch him go 4 wide into that first turn. We just got word from the Fernandez camp. They think they've got the fuel. They think that being last in the sequence, that he can get there. And that, of course, as you said, is the absolute...
Oh! Christian Fittipaldi gets in trouble. Takes a long ride on the grass. The car stays to the ground. And he doesn't touch a thing.
The only thing that came off was the front shock cover. The only wild card, the only variable was the yellow flag, Paul. This is just what the other drivers were praying for, racing with Adrian Fernandez.
Christian has had enough, though. He throws the steering wheel out of the car and starts to unbuckle. Well, he just started right up.
He misjudged the pull-out. He pulled hard to the left and made contact with the right front wheel.
And
you can see him there.
Overtake anytime you want.
Castroneves up to 6. You can see him right there at the back.
Barry Green telling Paul Tracy to use the overtake button. That puts it in full rich, full advance on the timing. There goes Montoya. And here he comes.
Montoya's not been up at the front of the field since the 164th lap, but he spent a lot of time in 2nd place. Andretti stretches the lead to 0.8 of a second. Montoya goes alongside Franchitti. Fernandez has fallen all the way back to 5th. Juan Montoya has moved up to do battle with Michael Andretti, and they have been seesawing back and forth in a battle for the lead. Andretti has just taken the lead back from Montoya. At the same time, Dario Franchitti and Max Pappas are battling for third. But on the last couple of laps, Pappas is showing a little smoke or a little vapor, something at the back of the car. Here comes Montoya once again for the lead. And the 240th lap.
And the gloves are off between these two. They've been chopping each other, taking the air off each other's car. I think Montoya's got a stronger car underneath him right now, but he can't break the draft with Michael. He's been able to extend it 8-9 car lengths, but then Michael picks up the toe and goes right back. Look at Montoya, push him up high, going down into the first corner.
Montoya low, Michael high. Concern about spray off the back of Mauricio Guzman's car. They've given him the black flag. He was running ninth.
There.
This is the fight for the lead in the Michigan 500. But these aren't the only two really in this fight.
Every once in a while, you'll hear the voice of the spotter just say clear, letting the driver know that he can move up or come down.
Last time around, the scoring computer showed the interval first to second at 1/1000th of a second.
Michael and Juan are giving each other room, but they are definitely pushing each other to the far ends of the groove, up into the gray. Whoa, look at the move down across. Juan saw Michael come up for the draft. He cut right back down to the bottom.
49 lead changes at the line throughout the run with 8 laps to go at the Michigan 500. Michael coming back at Montoya.
You can see the power of the draft there.
Last week on the streets of Toronto, we said that that 40th win for Michael would help be an incentive. And it has given him new life, new vigor. Pappas continues to battle with Franchitti for third. Then Carpentier, Castroneves, and Fernandez.
There.
Montoya and Andretti, both in Lola chassis, being followed by a couple of Renard chassis. But right now it's Toyota versus Ford, Andretti versus Montoya.
It's at our 50th lead change.
6 to go. 6 to go.
In that engine battle, Toyota v. Ford. That's for enormous bragging rights.
For Juan Montoya, this is his 4th 500-mile race. For Michael Andretti, his 37th. Montoya, the only other driver in this series to compete in another 500-mile race.
Oh, Mikey makes a quick move to dart out, grabs the lead again from Montoya.
And right now, these two are trying to figure out the ultimate strategy that puts them
5 to go. 5 to go.
a nose ahead right there at the start-finish stripe. Do they have to be high or low going down that back straightaway into the last corner so they can draft up and lead coming off of turn 4? Maybe you want to be second. Maybe you've got enough time to pop out and draft by. But it looks, I've been watching this game, Paul. It's been very, very close. The following driver going into turn 3 can get up side by side, but can't get a definite advantage by the time they get to the start-finish stripe. If start-finish was down another 50 to 100 yards, it would work.
The timing line is a little bit down this year. They had to move it down a little bit just to get a good cut into the tread surface for the computerized scoring antenna that reads the transponder. Tony Kanaan last year took the lead and won this race in the last mile. John Paul Jr. did the same racing with Rick Mears. Last mile of the race, took the lead and the win.
You can see that time what Montoya did is he blocked off the inside going into turn 3. Whoa, left Michael the high side. And if Montoya can get a little farther out, he'll break the draft. He's still putting up a big enough wind shadow at this distance for Michael to get him.
Max Pappas finally had his problem develop into something truly serious and is off the run. Jan Beekes.
He called on the radio and said, I think the engine's gone. He's just trying to bring it home if he can.
Montoya, Andretti, Franchitti, now Carpentier to fourth. Castroneves and Fernandez battle for fifth. But the big fight is here at the front of the field.
Will it play out this way? Will you be able to draft on that last lap down the backside? Let's see if Montoya can come back before the start-finish stripe.
Okay,
It doesn't look like it.
Last lap, 1 to go.
Michael wanted the lead with 1 lap to go.
I'm surprised at that. But Juan takes it back.
Montoya down inside. Montoya takes the lead of the race. Carso Marquez, a slower car just ahead. Michael darts out on the backstretch. Michael tries to get it down inside. Montoya's going to stay right there on the outside. The slower car is just ahead. Montoya. Now Andretti, and they almost touched. They may have touched. The slower car is going to be a factor as Montoya brings him to the line. And Montoya takes the Michigan 500. What a finish. 4/100ths of a second. Montoya over Michael. And Montoya's 9th career win.
What a brilliant move. Michael Andretti thought he would box Montoya behind Marquez. Instead, Montoya picked up Marquez's draft and was able to use that to pull ahead of Michael Andretti. The timing couldn't have been any more perfect.
So Juan Montoya has taken the win at the Michigan 500. Here's the last few hundred feet.
Michael's thinking, good, I've got him boxed in. But no, instead, Montoya picks up the draft behind Marquez and pulls a car length in front of Michael.
Once again, an unbelievable finish to the Michigan 500. We promised you some driving, and there has been today, but Montoya has proven to be the best among all the drivers at the Michigan 500. We'll be back.
Last 10 or 15 laps in that battle with Michael Andretti. What was it like from your seat?
I was really good, you know. At the beginning of the race, I said, okay, you know, play with Michael. He's very clean. It's very good to race against Michael, but he's very clean. And you can just run side by side. And when, you know, I started going by the field and said that this is going to be good, just going to go away. It's only when I passed Michael, he just passed me back, and he passed him back, and he passed me back. And it was, everything was about timing who was going to cross the line first. So I tried to play it a bit different into one. I thought it was going to work. He's going to be very close. Because if I pass him really late into the corner, he was going to get into my turbulence. And I thought it was going to work. And suddenly we come out of the last corner side by side, and there's this guy in front of us, and like, I'm not going to lift. If I would have had to hit the guy, I would have hit it.
Now tell me about how tough it was to get the car set up because you had radio communication problems with Chip and the crew.
Oh, the car was really good from the beginning of the race. I think all my guys, you know, Bill, Chuck, Eric, all of them did a fantastic job putting, you know, give me a great car, and all my mechanics did a fantastic job as well.
Just a real quick note, we look down here in the side pod, you can see it looks like you got hit by debris on the roll bar. Did that come, was that from one of those earlier incidents?
Yeah, when, you know, when Christian pushed back into the wall, all the car just bounced against me, and like, ooh, I moved up and something hit me in the helmet on there.
Well, at least he's all right. And he says a moment ago, now we got to win one next week for their sponsor in Chicago. Here comes the beautiful Toyota trophy for the Michigan 500, Paul, and look at the grin on this young kid. He's done it again at 500 miles.
Well, he should be smiling. He is the first driver since Rick Mears in 1991 to win at Indy and at Michigan in the same year. Castroneves led the most laps. Paul Tracy. Max Pappas looks like he's got more than a little problem with a fire burning at the back of his car. Burning in the engine compartment under the cowling and getting worse. We'll see whether or not they're going to give the field the green flag. Field comes around as Max heads onto the pit road. Green flag comes out as Max Pappas goes for the pit. Montoya goes for the lead. Castroneves drops into second. Kenny Breck battles on the outside with Tony Kanaan. We look backwards from Juan Montoya. Gary Gerald. Castroneves is still trying to catch him.
Yeah, Juan out there in the top spot, Chip Ganassi on the radio with him, and we don't know if this is just one of those casual reminders, but Juan has been told to go easy on the gearbox. Of course, you've addressed the fact that these drivers shift going into turns 1 and 3. I don't know if Juan has a specific problem, or telemetry has indicated a potential problem, but he has been reminded about that.
Well, maybe we can get up and over on Montoya's shoulder and see what he's actually doing. In qualifying, it was actually shifting quite a bit.
And there's no, you know, watch here as he pulls. There he goes up to 5th. We'll see probably he'll go up to 6th, or no, he's just going up 1 gear from 5th to 6th. There was no consistency, not only from team to team, but teammate to teammate. Jimmy Vasser shifting twice during his qualifying run, once, sometimes once. We saw Max Pappas and Kenny Breck doing different things. So it's really the comfort level of the driver. If they need to help rotate the chassis, they'll go down in additional gear, use additional torque to help turn the chassis. If the car's a little bit loose, they sometimes might only shift once to relieve the back tires of some pressure, allow the car to be a little bit more balanced going through the corner.
Castroneves remains in second place. What are they doing over in the Penske camp? Well, we're still under the caution, and it is Kenny Breck that is going to lead the field. Jimmy Vasser also did not stop, so they're going to be the two key players, and once again we have everyone out of sequence, so the tactical game here is going to be very fascinating. Now,
Juan D'Amata trailing Juan Montoya. Great pit work by the PPI crew, picked up a couple of spots. Paul Tracy directly behind him had a bit of a discussion with Tony Kanaan about who exited the pits first, but now Tracy has moved in front of Kanaan on the racetrack.
The view back from Montoya.
Two Toyota-powered cars. Obviously, we've got a Lola chassis with Montoya following, a Renard chassis of Cristiano D'Amata. D'Amata was the quickest in the test that they held here a few weeks ago. It's been quick all weekend long. Thought he had his best chance of winning coming into this race.
With the yellow and the stops, the overall effect on the field. Here comes Cristiano D'Amata working on Montoya, darts outside. D'Amata has to come back in, get in the shadow of Montoya's rear wing. D'Amata and Kanaan swap positions. Carpentier was able to get around Dario Franchitti and Alec Tagliani. And Roberto passed Tag and got around Servia as well. So a lot of action as the yellow came out. We can also show you when they pitted. Breck has not stopped, neither has Vasser. Andretti stopped early with that group. And then on the last yellow, Montoya and much of the rest of the field all made their stop. So that's going to be interesting as we get down to the last laps of this race. Because the man just ahead there, Tarso Marquez, was in that same position on the very last lap of the race. Most of the drivers who are running a lap or so down are told to move down out of the racing groove, and Tarso chose instead to move high. Michael Andretti said he had planned for that, and when he stayed high, well, that ended up giving the whole thing because it gave a great tow to Montoya. Oh, Montoya almost loses it, and now if he was happy with Marquez a week ago, he isn't very happy now.
That's one of the few times we've seen Juan get sideways this weekend. His car has been on railroad tracks. We watched during qualifying where the car was just picture perfect. Normally we see him very aggressively manhandling this car. Now you'll watch his left hand as he comes onto the straightaways, push the button to go to the overtake. As long as the driver is full throttle, those overtake settings stay in effect. As soon as they lift off the throttle, the overtake clicks back out and goes to whatever fuel settings the driver has previously set. He's got a good run off him now, coming off the fourth corner.
We've seen a good example of just how closely they qualified and how difficult it is to overtake. Kanaan takes a look inside of Tracy. Moves the spot and now heads for D'Amata.
Watch Montoya now. He almost had Marquez on the outside. They almost touched going down into the third corner. And now look at D'Amata. Montoya really had to back out of it. D'Amata moved up. Montoya obviously getting very frustrated.
Now, Chip, we need to ask for some help.
Once again, there's some bumps coming off of the fourth turn.
Montoya once again looking to the high side, but watch him
right now.
Watch him cross back to the inside as they come down to turn 3.
That's the spotter and Chip Ganassi talking. The spotter saying, we need some help here. We need the flag. The starter has the black flag in his hand. He hasn't yet given it, but he's pointed it at Tarso Marquez. The furl is a warning. The black will be an absolute.
He's been told by carts. They're all over.
Oh, here comes Montoya. Pinches very close to the wall. He goes side by side with Tarso Marquez down the backstretch. Marquez jumps on the brakes. Montoya very high in the corner. Actually gets around him finally.
That was a huge move. We know how aggressive Montoya is, but we've also seen him exercise a great deal of patience over the last few races. There was nothing patient about that. The track is green, the lineup high doesn't have any rubber in it. That was a huge risk, but he got it done, and now watch him take off. This is exactly what he wanted. And now Kanaan is trying to take advantage of D'Amato while D'Amato is stacked up behind Tarso Marquez.
A lot of desperation in that move that we don't normally see out of Montoya.
Another good car underneath him and might be able to head his way back up towards the top 5, maybe even a podium, depending on how this unfolds.
Look at this, Michael Andretti on that last lap, nearly a mile an hour faster, and closed back in on Montoya. The battle begins again.
Fastest cars on the track consistently have been Montoya, Fernandez, and Kenny Brack. Right now, I think it's a matter of just turbulence, traffic, and Montoya has been consistently able to pull out 3/4 of a second and then hold him. And right now, Michael making a serious charge to try to close that gap.
You look at last time and out, around Cristiano D'Amato was the quickest at 153.8. As at the line we show you, the speeds in the field, Montoya at second quick. Tony Kanaan moving pretty good too, but now Michael's bottled right up where he can actually go to work on Montoya, so that will not necessarily be the quickest position for him, especially if, as you say, Parker, the way to do it is to drop back a little bit and get a run on him.
Well, the Hanford Mark II device creates a lot of turbulence. It also creates a bit of a draft, but the problem here at Chicago, the straightaways aren't long enough to effectively use that draft to get up, by, and pass the car in front of you. So the guys get down into the corner. They've got a lot of turbulence coming off the leading car. From last year to this year, they've picked up about 20% more downforce than the configuration they used last year. That helps a little bit. Drag's about the same. Still, the drivers are finding it difficult to make a pass stick.
Tony Kanaan, who is still driving with a brace on his left arm from an injury suffered earlier in the year at Detroit, is running in third place, and the last 4 or 5 laps have been consistently faster than everybody else in the field.
What's happened immediately is that Montoya and Michael Andretti have lost it.
Whoa, as Jourdain drives down low, and Breck tries it even lower, and then everybody else gets back in line, but look at the leaders coming up.
There goes Michael.
Michael goes for the lead, just as suggested, and Michael Andretti, well, maybe not to hold on long now, finally. He at least gets a little bit ahead of Montoya. Kenny Breck now makes his move.
Tony's able to get it off the pit out and pulled off in a secure area. They will not have to go yellow.
Kenny Breck comes out around Tagliani. And now here comes Gidley. Oh, look how close for Adrian Fernandez with the leaders behind him. And Montoya now hopefully in control because he can anticipate what Michael has to do.
And a little further back, Carpente got around Moreno as he got bottled up in traffic going into turn 3, and now DeFerent's closing on that group. And look at Montoya now fighting to get back behind Michael.
Montoya brings it way high off of the corner. He comes up behind Tagliani. Michael gets a bit of an advantage and is able to open the gap.
Look at the run he's got on him coming off the last corner.
Montoya tries to use Tagliani. He gets it done. And now he is back chasing Michael Andretti.
And he just drove that car down under braking. Looked like Tag had the advantage down the chute. But Montoya just decided wherever he brakes, I'm braking later.
The left rear, that huge left rear wheel comes off, and it's right around 40 pounds or so, and it was literally thrown blind over the shoulder by the crewman, and a man on this side of the wall made the catch as cleanly as anything you see in Major League Baseball.
Oh, Gary, going down the front end, very, very close together. Montoya, who has stayed out on the course, is in the middle of a fight with everybody.
Gidley and Fernandez nearly got together there. You can see Montoya split the two. His car looks very loose through mid-corner and exit now.
Welcome back to Chicago Motor Speedway. Well, with Kenny Breck coming in for service, Cristiano D'Amato picks up the lead of the race, followed by Montoya and Andretti, and they are under the caution. There is another amazing turn of events here at Chicago Motor Speedway in the Target Grand Prix of Chicago. We were expecting to go back to the green flag when all of a sudden Juan Montoya, who is running second place behind Cristiano D'Amato, the car just stopped.
And what an exchange between Juan Montoya and Chip Ganassi. They're talking about which map, which switch, what do you want me to do? How do I get this thing to fire? Chip Ganassi said, recycle the ignition switch and make it go. He goes, I did that, and it didn't went. We just cracked up.
And obviously, they were going to try and get it started under the toe from the safety team, but you saw Montoya wave that off immediately, and with his now new co-driver, Dr. Terry Trammell, they try to get the car into a safe position. That will leave D'Amata to have to fend off the charge of Michael Andretti, Gil DeFerrin, and Kenny Breck. That's some... What about Juan? What happened to him?
Well, Juan Montoya, I know frustration for you, but any idea at all what happened?
I think we had an electrical cut, shortcut somewhere, because, it smelled like a burnt cable or something. It's really bad, but, that's the races.
As far as you and Michael Andretti, obviously a great battle. Do you think in the end you'd have what it took to get by and stay in front of Michael?
Yeah, and Cristiano now is leading, and I think we're a lot quicker than him. We're saving a lot of fuel throughout the race, so I thought we're doing pretty good.
Is the championship still alive, or does this put you in big trouble?
Like in the last race.
Thanks, Juan.
The Penske front row looks the green flag, and here we go. Catherine Evans makes a move early. The rest of the field slows down for a turn that has been very difficult in the past. Everyone through safely there. Penske car is leading as Kenny Breck slots into third. Look at Christian Fittipaldi as he gets very racy. Cristiano D'Amata right behind him, and then Michael.
And we saw Montoya and Andretti side by side all the way through 4 and 5 and almost into 6. Guys can push a little harder, use up every bit of the track, as you said, and then a little bit, and still have a little bit of room not to run into something.
On board Juan Montoya with Cristiano D'Amata just ahead. Let's ride here for a while. Reporting that they're just having a lot of trouble with mechanical grip. They just don't have it figured out. They said it was the same problem we had on the other natural terrain road circuit this year at Portland.
As we ride along with Juan Montoya, watch as he gets down to turn 4. Every one of these corners has a large concrete patch at the apex, but there's a small asphalt strip right there that gives a lot more grip than the concrete does. So the drivers hook these inside wheels right along the curve. Watch as he comes back to the right. Watch the right front tire. Right along. He used up the asphalt and the curb there. But they're trying to get every bit of grip that they can from this track.
Look down from above. There's another big puff of smoke out of Cristiano D'Amata. There's the Honda Helican view, which on these circuits too gives you a great sense of the interval. Gary Gerald.
Regarding Cristiano D'Amata, just checked with Cal Wells, the owner of the PPI team, and he said, it's nothing. I said, so you're not worried? He said, no, not at all. But he didn't identify what it was. I asked him if he thought it was bottoming, and he just said,
we'll use every inch of this race course.
I mean, all the drivers are driving very hard, but notably this weekend, every single lap, the drivers that you see working their cars with their hands moving are Tarso Marquez and this one, Montoya. But he hasn't lifted yet.
Little care here to make sure he gets back in traffic successfully. Lights the tires, clears the dust. Dusty and dirty car. The problem there too is gravel pits. Okay? Gravel pits have pea gravel in them, and now a lot of that gravel is bouncing around inside the side pods by the coolers, and it really causes the problem starts bouncing into some more critical areas.
And you can see it there just as he turned in. You could see the debris going into the right cooler. The other problem is there's obviously debris in the car. If it works down into the foot box, it can interfere with the pedals using the brake, the throttle. You can see how dirty his helmet is. We saw him rip off a tear off just as he came down the end of the pit straight. Juan Montoya being one of the drivers who would never lift, even though he's buried in a gravel trap. And that's what saved him, because in the drivers' meeting, the consensus of opinion, if you get into a gravel trap, your weekend's over. Coming on to Thunder Valley now, turn number 9, a little opposite line. Up 6 to 5th gear. This is a blind flat left-hander. Locks up the brakes on the entry with the back of the back wheels. Slides through the gravel trap. Keeps it running. Gets it downshifted to first. You can see him pushing forward there on the shift lever. Stands on the throttle and turns this into the world's most expensive sports utility vehicle.
Not the first time he's done it this weekend. He was off in the carousel earlier in the weekend. So Montoya fighting what for him are some pretty serious problems for these cars. No problems here. Still Gil DeFerrin, Helio Castroneves, first and second. And is first Helio Castroneves. There's one little thing that hasn't affected much, but it was Montoya. Montoya got himself in trouble.
Coming down into turn one, remember Alex Zanardi went off in the same place a few years back with about the same results. The difference is Alex was able to charge back up through the field. I don't think Juan Montoya's got the car underneath him today. Look at that thing buck.
Wow, how did that look on board? We're going to show you.
And just like Alex, it looks like he got away with it without any substantial damage. If I had gone off there, I would have done multiple barrel rolls and been on fire. Watch this. He's 3-4 feet up in the air at some points here. The world's fastest Humvee, I think is what it is.
Nice plow job, too, in the countryside of Ohio. And that just kept him in the same lap down that he has been all along. During the pit stop, you see quite clearly that it was that stop that worked out for Helio Castroneves. His team did what he could not. They put him in the lead.
But I tell you, watching this onboard, you can tell where the Penske advantage is. Coming down the straightaways are pretty evenly matched, but watch under braking. Watch the Penske chassis just suck up on the Lola. Well, that's about as good as it gets, but Montoya's not giving up, but he finally has to.
Oh, there's a lot of fight in that guy as Montoya drops now a lap behind the lead once again. Second time today he's been there. Castroneves, leader of the race, and knows it and has a very, very good sense that he can put that car anywhere he wants. It's almost like he's playing hook and slide through there.
And I tell you, that was a very good measure of that Renske chassis because Montoya brakes as deep as anyone, and Castroneves was able to just pull up, get side by side, in fact, another half a car length on him. We can see the difference between the way the Penske's handling and the way the Lola's handling as they came onto Thunder Valley. You can see Montoya opposite lock, leaving two long black streaks like a top fuel dragster at 140 miles an hour coming onto that back stretch.
They're almost recap at 44. 19 miles an hour for an average. That's pretty spectacular here. Montoya once again. Trouble seems to be very, very big this time, Gary.
Yeah, I don't know where he is, Paul. You could identify the spot on the course perhaps, but we are told he has run out of fuel. And even if he was close to pit road, it's an uphill climb. No way you could coast to the pits. This could end it here today.
It looks like he's off the outside of turn 6. Driver's left, and that's a long haul back up to the pit lane.
28.5 laps since his last stop.
And if he doesn't make it, this could be his 8th DNF of the season.
Exactly. He is not going to make it. He's climbing out of the car right now, Gary. Montoya, out of fuel, out of the race. Here's Gary.
Juan, 8 DNFs this year. How tough is it to accept this as a defending champion of this series?
But, you know, things happen. The car, you know, we couldn't really get the hands with the car throughout the weekend. In qualifying, you know, I thought, I couldn't run that pace. In the race, actually, beginning of the run, I was getting very good mileage, and I thought it was going to be good. But, you know, as the run went on, just the car, even though it was really turned down, the car started sliding and suddenly just stepped out of me. You know, then I ran out of fuel.
You get frustrated when things like this go on. I mean, we see you smiling here. It looks like you're getting used to it, but it's got to hurt, doesn't it?
Well, it hurts, but, you know, that's racing. And, you know, it's not the first time that it happened, you know. And, you know, it's a shame because for the championship it's really bad. You know, it really hurt us because we're not really scoring any points. You know, we score points in 3 races or something like that.
Thank you.
Juan Montoya with much speculation about where he will be next year, and the best guess appears to be in Formula One.
Now, there's been no confirmation of that, but the reason I think that's already happened. Oh, look at this!
Jimmy Vasser.
Side by side, Dario Franchitti pacing the field. They have a 100-foot climb. Now they see the starter. The green flag's up. 23,000 horsepower.
gearboxes most recently have been quite a bit of problem. In fact, there have been a number of technical bulletins issued by especially Reynard as Montoya ducks inside, going into turn one. In fact, this week there were at least 3 that I'm aware of.
Just can't seem to get the handle on the permanent road courses, but we saw that great move on Michael. It was just no matter where Michael broke, he was going to break later, save the slide in the middle of the corner, and worry about it later. And now he's on the move forward.
It's going to be hard to find a more beautiful circuit than Road America. The fans here love to walk from one corner to the other. Look at that hillside. You move down, take in hurry downs, then go down to the carousel. On board Montoya, there he is. Up through 6, this is hurry downs. He's beginning now to work on Adrian Fernandez. Now the key passing area coming as they come through the Canada corner area. Montoya through here just simply wants to get
up on a yellow flag sometime in the future.
Now Montoya continues to worry Adrian Fernandez. This is an ongoing fight for 3rd place. Tagliani, Franchitti, Fernandez, and this guy, Montoya. Fernandez just ahead. Tagliani climbs the hill again. Pretty neat right from Montoya, isn't it? Notice how much they use the exit of 14.
Back to saving fuel from Reno.
You know what? He's going to come out in that lead battle at least once he gets it up to speed. Again, as you watch this, the 3-car, Elio Castroneves, is not a factor here. He's 1 lap behind the lead. Montoya moving on Tagliani just a lap ago.
Coming down into Canada corner. It's a great draft, and I've seen all weekend long, Montoya's one of the few drivers that can consistently get through the kink flat, and that helps to make that pass.
Michael Andretti suddenly comes back in, Jan. Yes, and that was gearbox related. Jan Bikas?
Yes, in fact, they just had a radio communication from Chip Ganassi to Juan Montoya saying to be easy on the gearbox, take it easy. Obviously, they see the monitor. They know that other people are having troubles. I also had an engineer tell me this weekend that sometimes they have problems with the gearboxes because when they downshift while they're saving fuel, when it runs that lane, the engine doesn't rev up well. So it drags the gear on the downshift, and eventually that rounds off the dog rings and ruins the gearbox.
One of the most impressive performances of last year, I think, was here, Paul, because remember, with a different package with the Reynard-Honda, Montoya lost several gears, but yet was still able to lead this race without those critical gears for a few of these corners. He hasn't been happy with his car the last couple of weekends. He and his engineer, Bill Pappas, have been scratching their heads, and yet he is just charging away from the rest of the field.
Cross-start finish, past the pits, down into 1. Juan Montoya, done it once again, made it up to the front of the field, taking the lead with a car that the past weekend and all of the practice and qualifying here was less than a great machine, and all of a sudden he's putting it everywhere that he won. Early leader Alex Tagliani, he sits in 2nd place. Christian Fittipaldi is back and forth. Toyota, and then a whole line of Fords.
Certainly could be, because remember, Jimmy started in 16th place. He's currently scored in 8th. That will change once he comes back to the line. But I think once the teams resign themselves to a 3-stop strategy, that short fueling certainly became an option.
Back with Montoya, the leader. Been turning laps just a tick over 140 miles an hour.
The The last time I saw him driving this calmly and this smoothly in the cockpit was at Chicago, where his car was absolutely on rails, absolutely perfect. It looks now that they found the right combination. He's driving very conservatively. He's maintaining the gap between himself and Tagliani somewhere between 9.8 to 10 seconds. And I think he is well in control.
You know the changes through 13 races last year to this year. If there was dominance, it's moderated a great deal.
But certainly I think the most important category to look at there is laps led. This driver has still led twice as many laps, over twice as many, as any other driver. He has just come across some of the worst racing luck just about anybody I've seen in a very long time. He should be strongly in charge of the championship at this point in the season.
Yeah, but there's that other number in there in the double DNFs, and that's un-Ganassi-like. We're expecting Montoya into the pits shortly now. Tagliani is still second. Fittipaldi is still third, followed by Fernandez, Moreno, and Penny Breck.
Team is laid out for Montoya, Paul. He should be in next time they come up the hill.
Again, the game is certainly at play. Only 11 laps since Montoya last stopped. So they went 15, 16, and in the case of Moreno, 17 for the first stop. Of course, you have to add on the 2 laps that they ran up to the green. Before that, though, they was aren't at speed and therefore not using that much fuel.
And my mom always warned me never to do math in public, but all you have to look at, they have to go at least 19 laps on one stop, and then 18 laps on the second, and then 18 laps to the finish.
There are the last stops for you. So here comes Montoya. He slows down to the speed limit.
And look how that's 50 miles an hour, and yet it looks like he's creeping. It gives you an idea of how fast they are on the track.
140 down to 150 just as they crest the hill.
Chip Ganassi on the wall, calling out the instructions as Juan arrives. He's been quiet on the radio today. He likes the way the car started to creep as he engaged the clutch. Revs one up, and now he moves. 12.4 seconds.
And that looked like a full fill. Gary Montoya in trouble, Gary.
Yep, shift cable just broke. His day may be done. It may be another DNF, the 9th of the season.
Well, I think like D'Amata, he's found a gear, but watch, he won't go to downshift coming down into turn number 8. And he doesn't. His day is over. Down through the carousel. What a shame. He's got the car underneath him that he needs. And once again, mechanical problems are going to keep him from completing this race. You can see him pull on the lever just to see if a leprechaun down on the back straight had fixed it. That's not to be.
The answer could be the other guys are still looking for the gear. I found it. Not going to work.
His way back in.
Well, unless they have some magic at Target Chip Ganassi that goes for a really quick change of that cable, I'm assuming that he's going to climb out pretty quickly. Takes the steering wheel off. Montoya, second year in a row, DNFing at Road America.
And what a change in demeanor for Juan Montoya. Remember earlier in the year, he'd get out of the cockpit screaming, yelling, throwing things. You can tell that his future's secure, maybe not here next year, just by the way he just conducted himself getting out of the car. We've seen him now over the last few weekends shrug his shoulders and go, hey, that's racing. He's much too relaxed to be worried about looking for a ride here.
Parker, I can tell you that that's not the case for owner Chip Ganassi. He's the one who just displayed the emotion as he stormed off the scoring stand back toward the transporter. The frustration factor has been pegged for Chip as far as these DNFs are concerned.
Here's the key. Paul Tracy is now second. Gary Gerald.
With Juan Montoya. Juan, we know you were having problems with the gearbox. Did you nurse it, or did it just suddenly happen?
It just suddenly happened. The car was working perfectly. We did a good start. We moved up. Then we tried to save some fuel to get, because in the first 2 laps, patting everyone, I used a lot of fuel. Then we saved it, and we came in with everybody, and the strategy was just perfect. And we lost the gearbox the same as last year.
In this country, we talk about being snake bitten, meaning you can't get good luck. You think you're snake bitten, not getting any good luck?
I don't know, just things happen, but that's why winning is so difficult, because everything has to be right. I think that Target team just did a fantastic job, and it's a shame. I'm glad we're fast finally in a road course. I was a bit disappointed with the performance of the car up to now, and we just managed to put everything together.
12th to 1st was very impressive. Sorry you're out.
Thank you.
Off of the corner. Looking for the flag. This time it's green. Christian Fittipaldi really locks him up heading into the first corner. The two green cars are able to make it through with no problems whatsoever, and everybody else hunts for position. Now they begin to turn into the clear, a long open run for them. Montoya looking. Can't get Castroneves. Past the support pit.
Now cross start finish, so he's about a half a lap behind.
Montoya
beating on the back of Castroneves. And this is where his outstanding car control really comes into play. Still relatively full tanks, cold tires, low tire pressure. These tires this weekend from Firestone, very, very hard.
Oh, look at the variations there. And Castroneves almost completely lost the back end at one point.
Castroneves, I think, just hanging on, trying to get off the corners as best he can while blocking Montoya on the way in.
Montoya is 5th. That's where he qualified. Montoya still working very hard on Elio.
One of the other drivers we want to keep track of is Mimo Gidley. He had a good qualifying.
Is he going to get this done?
Oh, look, there it is.
On the outside. I'm really shocked that he even tried it.
Well, then again, it is Juan Montoya.
After all.
Going back to Gidley, qualified 21st. He's up to 14th and was looking to make a move around Tony Kanaan.
Well, he's so far behind him, you don't want to stick your nose out into that. Boy, look at them come through that corner.
Yeah, they're through there 155 miles an hour. If the car's right, it's flat in 5th gear, and they're sideways opposite lock.
Montoya tries it again, but this time Castroneves turns a little bit wider.
He's been working on Castroneves on every one of these restarts, and he just can't seem to figure out how to make a pass stick. Montoya, the first of the Toyota-powered cars, 4 Hondas at the front. Everyone up and down the pit lane just saying, wow, Honda has come up with something really big. Starting in testing about a month and a half ago at Road America.
Engines in the series, and who has what engine. It's been a great battle this season.
And he's close enough here. And he looks to the outside again, coming down into the corner off the end of the back straightaway. And he knows he can't get the pass done. He just wants to harass Castroneves as much as he can. Try to distract him from looking ahead.
Same move, lap after lap. You remember the incident, Tagliani, Marquez, Mauricio Guzman? Jan, what's Mauricio say?
Well, right now he's just sitting in a timing stand. Tell us what happened down there in the corner and in contact with Marquez.
I think Tarso had a puncture on his right rear, right in the end of the straight.
Alex Tagliani getting into the back of Tarso Marquez.
Yeah, it looked like a good portion of Tarso's tire was on the surface of Tagliani's nose on the race car.
Montoya side by side now.
Montoya working on Elio Castroneves, and once again, same place, same result.
He certainly has all of Castroneves' attention now.
What didn't make a difference was as these two came up on Luis Garcia Jr. Now most of the rest of the field is having to maneuver around Garcia. And in doing that, of course, especially when you get back to that battle for 10th, Vassar and Moreno, Servia, Gidley, Fernandez. Going to be interesting how they use him. Looking from above, that corner for Montoya. Way out there. Straightaway was just a little too short.
Well, he just came through turn 5 brilliantly, carrying more speed than Castroneves. And you got to be careful not to get suckered into trying to pass going down at the end of that straightaway, because it goes from 38 feet to 100 feet and there narrows back to 35 feet again.
Why, this battle, Castroneves and Montoya, Jan, it's terrific.
It is terrific, and I keep thinking, how could you possibly pass on the outside going into turn 6? And then remember, this morning in the Indy Lights race, we actually had a move for the lead where that move was completed. So maybe Montoya was watching the big screen and saw that, and he's kept that one in his back pocket.
You know, I'm glad to hear you say that as a former Indy Lights champion, former champ car driver, and certainly a driver's school instructor, because I wonder what he's doing way on the outside in that position as well. The Molson Indy Vancouver, 34 laps of the, you know, the yellow-green car of Serbia. They're trying to just stay in position. They are not part of the battle for the lead. Montoya, there is Montoya, just behind Serbia. He's current third place. But Moreno and Serbia, that is a battle for position. They're fighting for 13th, a lap off the lead. First, second.
Tracy coming up behind Tagliani. Gets by easily coming down the pit straight. When you think about the orders of Team Green, keep in mind Paul Tracy in 6th place, only 25 points out of the championship lead. Dario Franchitti down in 13th, 65 points out.
Good move by Tagliani, lets everybody through. So now we begin to play into the end game with Paul Tracy having completed 61, working on the 62nd. Franchitti just a second back from him. Montoya still has a little bit of traffic to overhaul, and it's Honda, then 2 Toyotas. We'll be back after these messages and a word from our ABC station. Continue his battle in 3rd place. So this is Montoya in pursuit of Moreno.
And he's setting Moreno up for pass number 1 on this next lap. Gets a good exit coming onto the pit straight. And says, well, no matter how late you brake, Roberto, I'm just braking later, and gets the pass done.
Now, the hint there is pass number 1.
Exactly.
Because then, all of a sudden, and without much of an explanation, Montoya slowed down.
Comes onto the long back straightaway, trying to find a gear, can't find anything. Moreno goes by, and then to add injury to insult, Montoya says, I have passed you once, and I shall pass you again. And does so going off the long back straightaway.
And should you dare get in front of me yet again,
I will pass you once again.
Tracy leads it. He picked up the lead on the pit stop when Dario Franchitti stalled the engine. Franchitti is the only driver right now in the top 5 without a win this year. Tracy, Montoya, D'Amata, Fernandez, they've all won. Jan Vikas.
Well, speaking of Montoya, he is going to be here on pit road in a lap or 2. So this is not what they wanted. They are now going to be forced to pit under green.
The lineup of when everybody pitted last, but we've still been watching Montoya, and he's flying.
He's just now caught up to the back of Franchitti. He gained 1.2 seconds alone up to Tracy. Now, obviously, he's on a light fuel load. These tires for this weekend are so hard that tire wear really hasn't been an issue. But the big question is here, look at Montoya and D'Amata. We know that Montoya got caught out. We're still trying to figure out why Cristiano D'Amata did not pit with everyone else on that last yellow.
All right, so Jan Vikas, why hasn't D'Amata been in?
Well, that's the question I asked to Cal Wells, his team owner. Behind me, by the way, Tagliani has come in and shut the car off, so it looks like his day is done. And Cal Wells' answer was, it wasn't that we missed the pit. We didn't want to pit. We wanted to leave him out. And I said, why? He says, well, we'll just see how it unfolds.
Interesting answer. Gary Gerald, Paul Tracy's the leader.
Yeah, and a precautionary reminder on his radio from his team in the pits about protecting and taking care of the gearbox. Remember all the problems that you've addressed relating to the last race at Elkhart Lake that Tracy ended up winning with that charge from the back of the pack. There were so many gearbox problems. We talked with the team right before the start of the race about that. They said, you know, a lot of those reasons haven't been pinpointed. We are definitely concerned. And they said, you must be precise. Problems for Montoya.
Montoya stopped on the racetrack. The crew had laid out for him.
Did he run out of fuel, Paul?
Look at Chip. He knows exactly what happened. Fuel, right, Jan?
Yes, that's right. That's what we heard. He's out of fuel, didn't make it. They had laid out the tires on pit road. Remember, they miscalculated also at Mid-Ohio. That's twice this year.
And that's 10 DNFs now, if in fact he won't be able to continue.
This guy's led more laps than anybody else by a healthy margin, and yet things beyond his control continue to go wrong. How very frustrating.
Full course caution comes out again. Montoya's not in a place they want to leave him. They want to be able to get him off of the course. What surprises me is that Montoya has taken all of those DNFs with a rather philosophical error.
Well, we've talked about it in the past, Paul. This time last year, if this would have happened, he would have been one hot, screaming Colombian. This year, he just shrugs it off. Obviously, he's out of here. The results, although he wants to do well, everyone knows he's one of the world's best. He's just waiting for his opportunity to leave and go on to Formula One.
And I kind of expect that if you were going to make such an announcement in the move to Formula One, probably with the U.S. Grand Prix at Indianapolis would be the time to make that. Yeah. 5 to go. Montoya out once again, 10th time this year. Jan.
Yes, already in the street clothes. He has a big smile. Did it all come apart for you when you missed coming on the pit road?
No, what happened was just miscommunication. I told him it was going to go yellow because the car crashed right ahead of me. And, you know, they called me too late. And then the pace car picked me up. And I was beside the pace car to let me by. And it took them half a lap to pit, you know, to let me by. And then we stayed out. And I don't understand what happened. The car still had some fuel in. It's the same as Mid-Ohio. The car had some fuel in and it just stopped.
So you did not run out of fuel. It was some engine-related problem?
Yeah, we needed to stop anyway, but you know we still had some fuel left in the car.
Thanks, Juan.
Okay.
Field comes off the corner. Green flag should be ahead. Castro Neves to the inside. Down through, that's the first turn. That little kink to the left. And now look at the brakes light up. Brian Herta tries to move on the inside of Montoya. Heading for 3, through 3, looking for 4 next. This is where that accident occurred, not only for Carpentier, but Paul Tracy got off in a big way there during the practice. Key passing areas just ahead. This left-hander right here. Start to the inside under braking. Sometime you can do it.
Slowest corner on the track, just under 50 miles an hour. Now they're up to top gear, on board with Montoya. That would be 7th with the Lola. Then hard on the brakes, 3.5 G's of braking force here. Coming through turn number 2 at just over 60 miles an hour. Up the short chute, they go to 130, back to 90 for the right-hander. This one's just a breathe of the throttle, roll into the steering, and back on the gas at 140. And now up the short chute to turn 5, 175 miles, hard on the brakes, just over 90 miles an hour through the steeply banked left-hander.
You may have noticed that the helmet Montoya is wearing down there, you'll see it is different than he normally wears. And what he has done is patterned his helmet after Gonzalo Rodriguez, who was killed in the corkscrew last year, a flip over the wall. There was a beautiful memorial service led by his sister here, and Montoya wanted to honor his memory by wearing a helmet that reflected him. Now there's the view. Climbing the hill, and then it's a blind corner when they get up here.
Just sky from the driver's point of view.
Now, one of the things in the change at the top of the corkscrew that they affected since last year was they moved, didn't cut down, but they actually moved a number of the trees. And when the drivers first came out on Friday and out during the test that they had a little earlier here, they were all saying, I've totally lost my reference point here because it was the top of a tree.
And speaking with Jimmy Vassar, Jimmy and I grew up down in this area. He's been racing here for a very, very long time. He said, Parker, the first time I came up over the top of the rise, I had no idea where the track went. I was completely lost. Said it took him a number of laps during that open test to regain his bearings. But Jimmy Vassar, hometown boy here, has a lot of people out watching him. And is one of the drivers whose future is up in the air for next year. He's got lots of different options. It'll just be interesting to see where he ends up.
Well, one of the two of you grew up here. The other, I'm not so sure he's totally different.
Man, that's a tough move.
I always say Parker is a 7-year-old caught in an adult body.
I won't deny it.
Jimmy Vassar back to Montoya. 4th place. Nothing changes at the front. As Montoya was heading into the pits, we want to show you That's just before he headed in. This is coming up to the corkscrew.
That's Tagliani that nearly puts him into the fence on the left side there. You can see him go right for the push-to-talk button with his left thumb, obviously communicating some frustration back to his owner, Chip Ganassi, about that move.
Now, but the crew did for him what he couldn't do on the track. They got him second place. Tagliani, who was voted most friendly driver after the run at Vancouver last week.
Fall.
I'm enjoying Laguna Seca. There's the pit summary.
Allow the tires to explode coming off the low-speed corners like this corner, turn 11. And if you get that all done right, it just makes for superior lap times.
Montoya nibbling away at Helio Castroneves. He, of course, too, in this silly season has been the subject of a good deal of conversation, like maybe the worst kept secret on the planet right now. My guess is the announcement comes at the U.S. Grand Prix at Indianapolis that he's probably not going to be in this series next year. Jan?
Well, Paul, I think the fans know that as well. All you have to do is look at one of these banners on the front straightaway. See that second O, or the first O rather, BMW. That, of course, would be the make that he would drive next year, the Colombian colors in the background. So pretty creative banner here. And, of course, they see themselves on the jumbo screen and said, yep, I knew that banner was going to pay off.
Well, they made it big enough. That is one of the things here. Because it is a natural terrain road course, the fans can wander anywhere they want. Get up on the hills. There are some terrific views at Laguna Seca. Montoya still second, 3.3 now behind the leader, Helio Castroneves. DeFerrin has not been able to challenge Montoya from third place. He's 4 seconds back from Montoya.
And we will see if they decide to make any changes for him. Obviously, they had a bit of warning. They knew that Moreno was off course.
Yeah, we got a problem for Juan Montoya. On the left front, they can't get the wheel on. The jack collapsed. They get a manual jack out. Now they'll go and get the wheel on. All other service is complete. As soon as that wheel's engaged, they'll let him go.
Oh, hey, Gary, we almost had contact between Gilles DeFerrin and Dario Franchitti. Ooh, Dario is not going to be happy with that one. What happened was Gilles DeFerrin had a slow pit stop. Dario was coming, and Gilles DeFerrin just pulled out right in front of him and said, sorry, I'm going first. That was close.
Looks like Franchitti's going to go up and talk about it. They're under full course caution. Here's Montoya again.
Car comes up on the air, the wheels come off, and you can see the front jag sack.
Everything.
Jag sack there. And now it's, what do we do? Where's that jack at? What else can go wrong for this guy this year? He's led more than twice as many laps as any other driver. He's been absent, and he's good to go at the end, but still, questionable fuel strategy, I would think.
But you're going to make an interesting last 2 or 3 laps in this race. Montoya chasing Brett. Let's just ride with him a little bit here. Juan Montoya brings them off, nicely bunched together. The starter takes a look, and here we go. The green flag is out. Montoya crosses the line first. Vassar drops inside to go in behind him. Moves to the inside. Everybody else tries to line it up nice and neat. Back through turn 3. Bit of a bump there. It's throwing a few guys completely off course.
You see Kanaan on the outside. That
has happened with that car, and Jimmy Vassar is right there. And watch Montoya. This is a rather desperate drive now.
Well, we saw from Jimmy's onboard camera while we were away at this shot, the back of Montoya's car dancing all over the track. He came over the radio and said, yeah, the car's just gone loose. And I don't mean to tell you that it was loose. It was way loose. And now you can see Montoya trying to work the high groove on Tarso Marquez. Jimmy gets a better exit there, but obviously the handling has changed, and changed quickly on Juan's car.
Also, Shinji Nakano came in for pit service while we were away, but this is the key battle Montoya,
Whoa.
there. Oh, look at
You
him
can see
lose
the
it
car
again.
snap coming off the last corner there. Jimmy right up behind him. Any other driver I know, Paul,
Jimmy
would be
makes
in the
his move.
pits.
Jimmy comes to the inside. Montoya's still going to contest him. They go side by side. They come off him too that way. Montoya still has the position.
How does that guy do that? Anybody I know, look at the back of the car moving around, would be into the pits going, we got a problem.
Jimmy almost catches the back end of Montoya's car as he moves out as Montoya gets caught up behind Tarso Marquez. And finally, Jimmy is able to make the move, but still has to drop back into position. He came out wide, went low, he tries it again. This time it looked like Montoya was going to let him go and then decided to come back at him. But Jimmy Vasser picks up the lead.
There's just no way in the world that I know anybody that would still be out on the circuit right now, let alone trying to pass back for the lead on the outside. I'd love to see a steering trace of Juan Montoya's car over the last few laps. He's been opposite lock for most of it.
So Montoya drops back to second place.
Where they want it to be.
Tracy took a look there at Montoya. They've got, again, traffic ahead. That's the game anytime you're playing on the ovals.
And see, Dario did what any experienced driver would do, which is to come in. And look at Montoya still fighting with Jimmy. Oh, you can see his car wash out high because of the aerodynamic turbulence. Montoya's car, I can guarantee you, is incredibly loose. What makes him such an exceptional driver, he's still out on the track, still fighting for the lead.
He's going to do that again, and Tracy's going to grab it away from him. That's Alex Barron that Vasser just came around. Now Montoya works around Barron. There's Montoya. Look at that group behind him, though.
In the background, they took out at least 6 turns of front wing.
6 turns? Unbelievable. Here comes Barron back into the fight as Montoya comes on Vasser. Well, whatever was wrong is now right.
Well, I don't think so. I think it's just Juan Montoya. He really doesn't care what the car is doing underneath him. When he's got a great car underneath him, you can't touch him. And now I think he is battling an ill-handling car. It's just he doesn't give up. He's got tremendous reflexes, as we've said time and time again, and he's simply not intimidated by ovals.
20 weekend, we just hear a rolling change of the entire silly season. We used to check it hourly. Now you got to check it about every 5 minutes. Vasser and Montoya go side by side again, and this time it goes to Vasser. Now Vasser comes around cinching the corner. Montoya's going to try the high side on cinching. So it's Vasser, Montoya, Tracy Carpentier, and Adrian Fernandez. That's your top 5. 48 laps are complete in the Motorola 300. Coming up to overhaul Mauricio Guzman. And there's second place, Montoya, 2.1 seconds back, last crossing of the line. Third place is Paul Tracy. He's another 2 seconds back from Montoya. Montoya trying to get around Roberto Moreno, who is a lap behind the lead right now at 15.
And he's really narrowed up that interval by a number of seconds over the last few laps to Michael Andretti. Of course, that can happen very quickly here with traffic.
Parker, as we watch Juan trying to close there on Andretti, radio communication from Chip telling Juan to try winding out the rear rebound. Now, what does that accomplish when you're sitting there in that cockpit and you got your hands full at these speeds?
Well, we got that one ahead of him that kills these lap times to come in. It's better to come into the pits and then deal with the traffic on the way back out.
20 cars still in competition. Top 7 remain on the lead lap.
And look how much faster Moreno is coming down the straightaway.
Moreno, this is going to be a tight battle, but Moreno goes by. He's just trying to get laps back at this point. He's 2 laps behind the leader, and Montoya very wisely lets him go. 127 laps complete by the leader. He's working 128, and it's been green all the way. Nice clean race. Jimmy 300 yards back. Montoya works on Tracy.
Yeah, right now he's 23.7 seconds ahead. And keep in mind the qualifying lap here was only 25.3 seconds.
As suggested, this has been, unless you just joined us, you know, this has been an incredibly safe race. We have not seen the caution yet. And we are now on the 158th lap. The speed difference there.
And I can guarantee you that Montoya, you can see him get loose in the wake of Tracy, that Montoya wants to get up and try to get around Tracy to get away from the closing Michael Andretti. For Michael Andretti, if he can put these guys down, his day is done as long as everything runs as it's supposed to. Montoya now really pushing hard to try to get around. And look at Michael, he's closed the interval once again.
Michael Andretti, current leader, is trying to get that set of that single point for leading the most laps in the race. 4 different drivers have led. Montoya, Carpentier, Andretti, and Vassar. The guys in the points fight, Andretti is faring the best right now. He doesn't yet have that single point, but he's pretty close to it.
And just imagine from Michael Andretti's standpoint, he's got second and third just in front of him. It could be a perfect afternoon for Michael Andretti.
Right now, they're averaging. Carpentier, the service complete.
You can see they can short fuel him there because he's got so few laps now to go to the end.
Montoya picks up the lead. Andretti, in the current tracking of the points, drops to third in the points, and Paul Tracy now picks up the lead owing to his third place at the moment. For second place, it's Montoya, Tracy, Carpentier now.
How incredibly frustrating that must be to have such control over a race, to be able to run the way Michael ran and then have that happen.
Time's running out rapidly for Carpentier. He improved only about a half of a second the last lap. He's not going to make it. But still, it's going to be a spectacular ride for Carpentier. He comes home in second place, equaling his best finish.
The crowd now on their feet,
white flag,
as the white flag comes out.
He has been so powerful on the ovals this year. He's going to do it again. Montoya, one more pass of the backstretch, and he will have his 10th career win in hand. And that's going to tie him for 9th on the all-time list. Rutherford, Steva, Unter, those kind of names. Checkered flag.
Praise the Lord. You're the man. You are the man.
A slight change for the Monter by Ganassi, but nevertheless, it finishes as a win. Now, still some action going to continue behind him. We'll see how Carpentier certainly will come across in second place. And the checkered's going to come out for the rest of the field. Moreno-D'Amata, Serbia, Pappas, that should be the top 6 behind Juan Montoya. But at a record pace, 155.5 miles an hour, almost 30 miles an hour faster than the track record set in 1998 by Alex Zanardi. I'll start over on the backside, and then the finish line flagging is on the pit straight. We're green. We're already racing here in Houston. Field strung out off of the corner. DeFerrin grabs the lead. Jimmy Vassar sticks his nose right into second place. Castroneves gets caught trapped down on the inside.
Oh, look at the contact between Montoya and Franchitti. See Tracy trying to get out of that. As Fittipaldi looked like he had some contact as well.
Watch just ahead now. Bang, bang.
So no contact there with other cars. It was just Dario getting on the power and having the back end step out. He had to back off. Let's see if Castroneves drives as defensively as he did on that last restart.
Well, look at Montoya and Tracy on board. Montoya, look back. When you get a shot back behind him, Tracy's just jamming the nose up under the back end of this car.
This is the important exit coming onto the long back straightaway.
Tracy backs off a little bit there. DeFerrin still leads it. Vassar in second.
Oh, we can see Castroneves there at the bottom of the screen, weaving to block the inside with Montoya. Montoya said, fine, I'll take it on the outside.
Leans right into him. Montoya leans across Castroneves.
Oh, wow.
And Castroneves comes right back at him.
Tracy says thank you very much.
Okay, I'll be coming down the inside, and maybe I'll get him, maybe I won't. Didn't get in there. Michael Andretti, an interested participant at the back of that battle.
You just want to make sure you're clear of the wreckage in case anything happens here. You want to give yourself a little bit of an interval. These guys know that on the restarts, it's really their only opportunity besides the pit stops to try to make up track position.
Later to Ferrens completed 13 laps.
It's one of the few times I can remember someone coming back on Montoya, as Castroneves did on the following corner.
You know, it's a long time, I think, since I've ever seen somebody lean that hard into someone else. Paul Tracy, he continues at 5th place, Jan.
Yes, and the radio communication that last time around, when you hit the back straightaway, Paul, just leave your finger on the overtake button.
So what they're saying is that they've saved more than enough fuel with the caution already, and they can just go full rich, full power, and go. Well, they don't want any championship decided in any way by their call, and yet with the tight pits that you have here and with some of the concern over getting in and out of the pit boxes over past races, it could very well end up that way.
And the Penske team, in fact, has reversed their pits from early in the weekend based on qualifying. Gilles de Ferran now occupies pit number 3 as you come from the pit entrance. Castroneves moves to pit 4. The reason they moved Gilles to that spot is because he's got that little break that gives him a little more room in case the target pit is occupied by Juan Montoya should he have to enter the pits.
Now the current ride is with 4th place Montoya. Gary, while we have you, air temperature, this is in my memory the hottest day we've had for racing all season. It's over 90 degrees here.
Yeah, we were just thinking about that a while ago, and I wanted to ask Parker about what that does in terms of...
Given the 2 caution periods for full course caution early in the race, the guess is that somebody's going to have to stop again and right at the end, if not most of them.
Well, right now, if they don't have that yellow, it's going to be the entire group. Obviously, we can see that little battle between Vassar and Montoya. Montoya looking to the inside saying, hey, Jimmy, it's a championship here, pal.
Another little part of the story while we watch the teammates battle. We mentioned de Ferran with the shuffling of the stops ends up in front. But second on the scoring right now, and remember the stop early on lap 10, is Roberto Moreno. He's only 42 laps since that stop on lap 10. 43 now, and he is in 2nd place.
And his teammate, Adrian Fernandez, in 5th place. That's a great pit strategy from Pat Patrick's team. Remember once again that those guys qualified well down in the order in 14th and 16th. They're out of sequence. They're going to depend on a yellow or just really good circumstances in order to hold that to the finish.
So the teammates, Jimmy Vassar and Juan Montoya, battle for 3rd place. While up at the front, once again, it's de Ferran. We'll be back.
A little further back, we can see Tag into the back of Michael. Oriel says, thanks, guys. No valet here. Cristiano, Shinji, Breck says, I didn't expect you there.
Looking down from the Honda Helicam.
He was speared by Tagliani. That looked like it was Fittipaldi that was able to slot through the inside.
Yeah, Fittipaldi nipped it down to the inside. Here's on board Montoya as he comes back through that area.
It's going, you guys.
Surfers Paradise, Australia. Next race in the series. That coverage will come on ESPN. 85 of the 100 laps complete. Parker, my guess is no question about they all make it to the end now. So somebody's going to have to start working pretty hard here, especially in that championship battle.
Well, that's the thing that we've been tracking the entire time is the top 6. Kenny Breck is out now, who was 6th coming into this weekend. We've got Moreno down in 11th place. Michael Andretti in 13th. Juan Montoya obviously has lost so many times this year when he had the race in his control. Something silly would break on the car or go wrong. Once again, he's led twice as many laps as anybody else. He wants to leave here with a few more wins under his belt before he goes to Formula One.
What about the fuel load on board the 2 Ganassi cars, Gary Gerald?
Well, I got to admit, I was a little skeptical about Jimmy Vassar or Juan Montoya being able to go all the way without help from the yellow. I checked in with Tom Anderson during the yellow, who is on the radio with Vassar, and he said he had a big smile, and he says the yellow helps us a lot, but he said we were going to make it all right even without the yellow. That was not the case for Montoya. He was being told that he was going to have to conserve. Right now, he thinks he's got enough fuel. He's just working on the backside of his teammate to see what kind of a challenge he can muster. But here's one thing that we might want to keep in mind, guys. If memory serves correctly, these guys had a fuel pickup problem at Mid-Ohio and at Vancouver that ended up costing them. It wasn't that they didn't have enough mileage, and I think in both instances it was Montoya, but could that, again, show its ugly face in the final laps at Houston?
You can see some battle scars on the left side of Montoya's car, and he is driving as hard as he can to catch and pass his teammate. Jimmy Vasser's the leader.
Fuel position 4, Jimmy. Fuel position 4.
It may not be so much a concern of fuel as of tires. We know Montoya's been working the back of the car very, very hard. You can see him close under braking behind Jimmy Vasser, and you can see a lot of marbles offline now. Even though Firestone's brought a harder tire, they've done a great job all year long. You're seeing a lot of marbling offline, so it'll be a matter of Montoya having enough rear tires to get a good enough exit coming off the corner to try to get Jimmy at the end of the straightaway and outbrake him.
Montoya reached down to the lower center of his steering wheel, making a change, mapping change. You heard them tell Jimmy Vasser to go to fuel position 4. Now, unfortunately, because it's different every car, you have no idea really what fuel position 4 means. You can actually put it together in such a way that 1 may be the richest or 9 may be the richest. So that doesn't tell you a great deal, and that's the way they want it.
Well, I know all the Honda runners are pretty consistent, but we also heard over the radio that Montoya and Jimmy, as you said, Montoya on map 4, Jimmy also on map 4. So as far as we know, at least within these two teammates' cars, they've got the same fuel mapping, the same horsepower now. Jimmy driving very, very smoothly. Montoya doing everything he can to try to catch and pass Jimmy Vasser.
Michael Andretti is now actually running laps faster than the leader. At about 89 miles an hour, while Jimmy Vasser has been sitting down at 87.2 on the last lap. There he is, SoPN.com. Keyword ABC Sports. Jimmy Vasser, what a great story this is for Jimmy, and what a wonderful fight this is going to be as they come into the final laps. Second place Montoya, followed by points contenders DeFerrin and Paul Tracy. And for that matter, back a little further, Helio Castroneves. So now do you play it safe, or do you just make that move that may get you that one position? For Jimmy Vasser, it is now a cruise. Jimmy Vasser sees the checkered flags ahead, pulls out into the middle of the stretch, and Jimmy Vasser has taken the win.
Hey, how about that? Vasser wins again, huh? Finally. Good job, guys. Thanks for the good car.
Let's send you down to Gary Gerald.
Paul, if there's a sleeper in this championship mix, it may well be the man in this pits. That's the defending series champion, Juan Montoya, who, despite the fact that he had 10 DNFs early in the season, has come on with an absolute vengeance of late with a win and a second in the last 2 races. With absolutely nothing at stake this weekend, he's been attacking this street circuit with reckless abandon, as evidenced this video and a confrontation yesterday with Adrian Fernandez. Should anything happen to DeFerrin and he comes away without a point this weekend, and Montoya continues this late-season surge, Juan Montoya may again be in the middle of a championship season-ending showdown 2 weeks from today. Paul?
And by taking the pole, Montoya snatched that critical point away from Gil DeFerrin and did it in the last few seconds of qualifying. So now DeFerrin leads in the championship by 18 points with 9 possible contenders. He's got to go away from here leading by at least 4. Jan Beekes.
They're going to take this opportunity to try to make a pass and move up in that championship fight.
As they come onto the pit straight, the field comes into order. Montoya slightly ahead of Gil DeFerrin on the outside. The green flag comes out. Paul Tracy looks to make a move early. He sweeps across the inside, and Montoya gets in trouble. Montoya gets in trouble, and does he damage DeFerrin? It looks like he does. It looks like DeFerrin's got a broken right front. And if he does, then yes, he definitely does. And the championship goes on to Fontana on this very first corner. Not really like we normally see from Montoya. Full course caution to the field. Montoya gets it sideways. Of course, we're going to have more opportunity to analyze the whole thing. Montoya is out of the car, but DeFerrin is in trouble.
And I was very surprised, just as we cut away from that overhead shot, as the green came out, you could see DeFerrin trying to take Montoya on the outside going into that first chicane. I would have thought Paul DeFerrin would have dropped back, slotted in behind Montoya, and simply tried to lead the two Team Green cars down into that chicane. That is everything. That's exactly what you don't want to have happen.
Montoya just flat loses it, while at the same time Tracy is trying to make a move following up Montoya, and DeFerrin gets into the melee and breaks the right front as a minimal piece of damage.
It was hard to tell from that angle, but it looked like, well, you could see the contact there, first with DeFerrin to the right, maybe a little bit with Tracy from behind. We'll have to take another look at that.
And Franchitti spinning, something that we didn't see earlier. Both Carpentier and Jimmy Vasser decide to shortcut the chicane to stay away from it all. Franchitti is off to the left here, so we'll try and check on his condition. Moreno also shortcuts.
Okay, at this point you can see Montoya clearly has the inside. He moves over for a little protection. Watch DeFerrin on the outside continue to try to go deeper under, well, they're still under acceleration, but under braking here. This is what I saw just before we cut away. And it looks to me, Paul, like he may have gotten hit by Tracy, which then turned him into DeFerrin. And then you can see the multiple contact through there as Michael then squeezes through between Vasser and Montoya.
So, we talked about the possibility of problems here at Surfers Paradise, the typical issues of a street circuit where the walls are only inches away all the way around. There they are. There is the championship, and it goes on. Here's another way to look at it.
I'm still surprised that Gilles would attempt to try to take Montoya.
Well, that joined a little bit late.
Yeah, we can't tell if it was already hit there. We can see obviously where the damage came from DeFerrin as he went and clouded the back of Montoya's car. Everyone else in full avoidance mode. Some great driving there by Cristiano D'Amata and also by Helio Castroneves.
And one of the thing about those dotted lines, there are the curves there. Here is it from Montoya.
Well, he was just obviously hit there. There's no doubt about it. That wasn't Montoya locking up the rears on corner entry. He simply got punted on the way into the chicane.
As you see, the curves are beneath Montoya right now. And those are actually pretty stout. And those guys that passed over them could have some damage and not even see it until they get back and come on the front straight where the crews can look at them.
Well, it looks like the sequence of events there was DeFerrin touching Montoya, Tracy then getting into the back of Montoya after that initial contact, and everyone else just scrambling for their lives at this point. I thought it was very heads up of Montoya to come off the steering wheel, so we watched from his onboard, wait till the steering wheel had settled down so he didn't injure his hands or arms, then re-grab it, but unfortunately he had no left front to continue and try to steer out of the way of the resulting mess.
And 3 of the contenders involved in that. The question is going to be that car, the green and white car of Paul Tracy, whether or not he suffered anything that it might rear its head here shortly. You can be assured the team's going to look all over that car, but as you see them line back up, Tracy will lead Andretti and Vasser. Those are all 3 contenders. Then Canan, D'Amata, Carpentier, and Helio Castroneves, another contender down at 8. Followed by Servia and Tagliani. That rounds out the top 10.
Well, we were looking at some of the statistics last night. Gary mentioned Montoya's DNFs at the opening of the show, and he's formed a pattern so far this year, completely out of his control. He's had 3 DNFs, then he completes 3 races, 3 DNFs, and this has gone on all season. Well, with the last race at Houston, he had just completed his 3rd race. We were talking about it last night, and looking at the statistical analysis, this would be the first of at least 2 DNFs as we complete the season for Juan Montoya.
Gilles DeFerrin comes all the way through the pit area down to the very last pit, the Penske pit. And my assumption, I would think that they will try and repair it.
Well, certainly they will. We've seen in the past strange things here happen at Surfers. A lot of cars end up falling out, especially in the waning laps of the race. They're going to try to get that car back on board and get him back out. Watch Montoya now. This'll be it right here, Paul. Oh, he got clouded on the way into the chicane.
Let's go to Jan Beekes.
Well, Chip Ganassi has seen those same replays. What's your take on the accident, Chip?
I don't know. I mean, Juan just said he got hit from behind. You saw what I saw.
I've seen your excitement this weekend. You truly thought you had a championship chance here, didn't you?
Well, I mean, we thought, we thought we had some wins left in us. And, it's been one of those years where we've been plenty fast and we've led a bunch of races and, we finally got everything working the way we wanted it to work. And I think we had a chance to win today, and it's obviously a huge disappointment what happened down there in turn 1.
Thank you, Chip. Let's check in with Gary.
And right behind you, Juan has made his way back. What was your plan going into the first chicane at the start of this race?
Just lead, very simple. They told us to do a smooth start. I did that. Everybody was packed up, and I don't know exactly what happened. So, I think, Gio was very fast down the straight, even I went before him. I braked later than him. I was downshifting, so I felt that something hit me in the back. So it's a shame, The car been fantastic all weekend, Everybody here in Target and Toyota worked, basically as hard as they could to make everything work fine. And
with the momentum that you had in the last 2 races, did you think coming into this race today that you still had a chance of defending your championship?
Definitely, If Gio had had a bad race, I would have won. We would be 10 points behind, and last year I was 7 points behind and I won. So it was a good chance. Now everything's over.
Thank you.
Already taking a look toward the green flag. Green flag is out. DeFerrin jumps to the lead, and here we go. Castroneves moves very, very high. He's been there most of the week. Down low, it's Montoya that takes a look at second place to battle with Castroneves. The 2 Newman Haas cars drop back. Fittipaldi and Michael Andretti and go side by side coming off the corner. Castroneves now looks for the lead. Is his job here today to play the rabbit to DeFerrin?
I would think so. I mean, the drivers that have been around 500-mile races know you've got to back off right from the start, conserve the car, try to get the fuel mileage. I'm surprised to see the 2 Penske teammates already fighting for the lead.
Yeah, why would you fight at all if you're DeFerrin? Nevertheless, he is as DeFerrin goes back for the lead at the 500. And he has just called for the red flag. Now, it's interesting. Jan Bikas, it is interesting to me because just about the time they were reaching for the flag, you said that it stopped.
Yeah, and that is curious to me because normally I would think you don't red flag it until the track gets shiny. In other words, when you actually have moisture that is more than just a spit like we have right now. And so, like you said, the second that Jim Swintel reached for that red flag, it stopped down here on pit road. They should have waited a lap or 2.
So they aren't going to stop this entire field, but I think in all fairness to race control, where Jan is on pit road right now, it is very, very clear and looks pretty good. But you can tell just by this shot alone that it's a little bit obscured, and just off to the west side of the track, there it is as you look over toward Ontario and Upland, California, and look at the whole mountain range in Mount Baldy. It's just coming closer and closer. And it looks to me, Parker, too, like it's right down ground level. If it's not, can he go on to a win here today? Jan?
Well, we will find out. Juan, certainly a great first pit stop, puts you out in the lead. Now, your thoughts on this rain delay?
It's a bit of a mess, but those are the races. I think it's pretty good. The car is working quite well. We're just trying to hang in there in the top 5 or 6 for most of the race, and then try to do something at the end.
Now, how much at this stage of the race were you holding back? I mean, how much is left for later?
There's left a bit, the car had a lot of push in it, but, races like this, it's better to start with a lot of push and just fine-tune it.
I guess the good news is next year in F1, you don't worry about when it rains, only when you're here on the ovals. But doing your last race, what are you really taking here from this series? What's the most enjoyable part of kart for you?
I think the ovals are a lot of fun. It's very close racing, and it's pretty high speeds. You don't get that in Europe, but, it'd be interesting.
Thank you, Juan.
All right.
Gary?
Let's check.
Green flag comes out. The 500 is on once again as Michael Andretti comes screaming down alongside of Franchitti and grabs second place. Michael then goes outside of Montoya, and Michael Andretti picks up the lead of the race.
Yeah, it looked like Michael was shot out of a cannon there. Keep in mind, you mentioned the track conditions are different. All the rubber's been washed off with the rain. The track and air temperature is the highest we've seen all weekend. Doesn't seem to affect Michael Andretti. He has taken off.
Franchitti comes inside of Montoya, goes wheel to wheel with him, and comes into second place. At the same time, a bit further back, several of the different cars have been fighting with one another. It's actually a pretty good fight all the way through the field. As we because this would be another Honda.
Yes, and the answer to the question as to what did they change overnight for Honda, they did not change any engines, but they changed the engine mapping because they were concerned about what happened to Paul Tracy. They said Paul Tracy's engine, there was an engine failure that led to the plenum explosion, but they changed the mapping just in case. Now with Dario Franchitti in trouble, you have to wonder about our championship point leader, Gilles DeFerrin.
Well, and Kenny Breck is on the charge. He's moved up behind Montoya, but at the same time, Montoya's teammate into the lead of the race. Jimmy Vasser is now leading. Franchitti comes into the pits. Look at Breck, the yellow and white car, dances back and forth alongside of Montoya. They all complete their service, and here's the guy that's the leader of the race, Montoya.
He's looking to win his third 500-mile race of the year. Remember that great duel that he had with Michael Andretti at Michigan? Of course, he won the Indianapolis 500. This would make it 3 for Juan Montoya in his farewell race to Champ Car Racing as he goes over to Formula One.
Montoya picks up the lead, but of course the top of the order has not yet seen the pits. Montoya followed by Carpentier. Of Casey Mears. Montoya takes second away from Mears. Mears goes low, Castroneves high. Castroneves to third. Now they chase Alex Barron. Both Montoya and Castroneves look for the front.
And Montoya now has broken the draft at this distance. Jan, just as we've talked about, I have to agree with you. I think Montoya's got the most in reserve. He's had it all year long. He's led twice as many laps as anybody else. He's the guy that can go the fastest on the least amount of mileage with the car that's just the hairiest to hang on to. But now we can see Castroneves making a good run down the back straightaway.
And look back there in third place. We've talked about him and his potential somewhat this season. It's Michel Jourdain. That's a Mercedes. It's going to be the last one in the series for a while. He's giving it a ride.
You know, this young man has showed so much potential over the years. Was one of the youngest kart drivers when he first got to the series, and he just hasn't hit the right brakes at the right time. But right now, he's running very, very strong. He's got a championship.
Oh, Castroneves had so much momentum in the draft. He almost got into the back of Montoya, darts inside, takes the lead.
And you've got to be so careful. That's the problem we saw with Christian Fittipaldi earlier in the year at Michigan. When you pop out, you go from having virtually...
Montoya out there battling with Castroneves. Check with the team. They're still in 7th gear for Montoya. And what they do is they downshift to 6th gear when they really want to pour the coals to it. So, Parker, I think you're correct. I think he's still got some in reserve here.
We were talking to Parker about Fernandez and turning up the wick, but him not going anywhere. But that can be horsepower. It also Montoya. And that's going to bring out the yellow. And that's going to bring it into range for the pit. Oh, it's changing again. Montoya has an engine go. Attrition has been an incredible factor. It brings us now down to only 9 cars actually left running as we go to the final miles and laps of this race in the battle for the championship. Chip Ganassi, the car owner. Oh, he's a happy puppy. They could have won this race. He wanted to. Here it is, Parker.
Juan was on his way to trying to win that third 500, the Michigan 500, the Indy 500. Yet another engine letting go. Jan said he was up in 7th gear. We knew that he was playing it conservatively, measuring Castroneves, but this is so stressful, running these engines over 15, even close to 16,000 RPM for this distance.
Not just stressful for the engine, stressful for the driver. It's a constant day at these high speeds, and can you imagine if you're sitting back in that field and start to see that smoke coming?
And that's the worst place to have it happen. Usually it'll happen just as you breathe the throttle on.
Let's go down the pits once again. Jan Bikas, Montoya's out of the car and done with his season.
Yes, he is. It's been a great season, Juan, but I know not the way you wanted to end it. It looked to me, Parker and I thought you had a lot in reserve. Was that the case?
Yeah, to be honest with you, yeah, we had, you know, I was running fully in 7th gear, just cruising behind Elio, so, you know, the car had a lot of potential. One of the laps, I reaching it up to see how it will respond, and even in 7th gear, it was just flying.
You've run with almost everybody out there, including the championship contenders. Who looks hot?
For the win today, I'll put the money on Elio.
And what about the championship?
Oh, I think Penske's going to take the $2 million today.
All right, well, we'll miss you in kart. Thanks for all the great memories.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Juan.